So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the.
All right, guys. Hopefully you can hear me. Good morning. Happy Monday to all my early birds. Give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear me okay. Doc Zeno, what's up? Broke Ape, Maggie, Barry Electronics, Eric, can't read yet. Alan, Barry Electronics, Zelly Zen, good morning. Who else we got in here? Papa. Kim C, good morning. All right, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I think I just woke up about 15 minutes ago, but keep in mind, we went to go see the Barbie movie last night. So I got 90 minutes of sleep, 90 minutes here. We are open in pre-market, if you can trade on Webull. I think Fidelity pre-market starts at about, what is it, 7 a.m. Eastern. So depending on what broker you're at, you might be able to trade, you might not. AMC is now, I see, at $5.95. And APE is at $1.78. Interstellar Ape says, welcome to my 8 p.m. Where are you at, Interstellar? Tyler, good morning. Douglas, good morning. Low Boy, Pete, Christian Princess, our Baglio, D-Tech, 18-wheeler, good morning. Pelosi's Baloney's, Doge ripped 5 minutes ago. Let's look at crypto real quick. Oh yeah, look at that. I don't know why my screen on the crypto is not letting me zoom in where I want, but I'm too tired to figure it out just yet. Austin Duncan, good morning. So yeah, I mean, what to expect this morning? What to expect? Let's talk about that while we let things settle out. And what happened in the past 48 hours since we all talked on Friday. If you watched the live stream Friday or the update Sunday morning, you probably, if you were on social media, you probably know what's going on. Obviously, in the AMC case, the judge denied the settlement as proposed on Friday. Then the lawyers working the weekend proposed a new settlement Saturday night around midnight. So we expect some volatility today based on that. And we're waiting to hear. I haven't seen yet if Judge Zern answered the attorneys, but as far as I know, when I went to sleep, I had not seen anything. And I doubt that she dropped a midnight ruling. But let me log in and double check. At least I'll have that window open. Delaware Chancery Court opinions is what we're looking for. Yeah, the only thing I'm seeing on that is still her opinion from the 21st. And to be honest, like I said many, many times, you'll know the second that something happens, you'll know because you'll see a big price move. And that's what we saw on Friday, right? When the judge's written opinion dropped, boom, prices changed immediately. Okay, Interstellar is in New Zealand. All right. So that's kind of where we are at in the last 48 hours. We're waiting for the judge to decide what she's going to do with the proposed the new amendment to the settlement. And based on that, plus the huge swing up in AMC, my expectation as I talked to my folks in the Discord over the weekend is that we would see AMC down in pre-market and APE up. I know that's different than what a lot of y'all heard on social media. And I'm okay with whatever happens, right? Cost to borrow is high on AMC. Short interest is high. And so things could get really spicy this morning for AMC, pushing up if we have buying pressure. And whether that buying pressure comes in pre-market or once the real market starts trading, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. That's what we're all here together to see if that happens. And hopefully today, it'd be nice if some people that are counting on a little more short squeezy action get to make some extra money. Barring that, you guys, if we don't get the squeezy buying pressure, then things will tend to drift back to where they were. Dana, what's up? Do you guys want to chat in the Discord? I can probably put that here on the live stream also. Haven't even opened up Discord yet. While I'm doing that, we saw Barbie last night. I think our movie time was 9:30, so it started close to 10. We got out of there close to midnight. And by the time I got home and laid down to go to sleep, I guess it was like after 1 o'clock. Movie was good. It was I was paying attention to the audience. It was packed, man. And a lot of people were laughing. I was trying to judge it, besides ogling Margot Robbie for 2 hours. I was trying to judge it on how the audience was reacting to the film. And there were people laughing most of that film. And I was also trying to keep an eye out for this woke agenda that I was reading about. Certainly didn't slow down the box office sales for Barbie. In fact, I don't know, I'll look and see in a few minutes how the weekend ended up. But as I was looking at it yesterday, this was the best domestic box office weekend for the United States cinema industry since April 2018. And you want to tell me that the movie theaters are dead, Charlie Gasparino? Take a hike, buddy. Dana says, I don't think my voice is working quite yet. Yeah, I'm surprised mine is, Dana. I'm trying to slowly get up to the Discord chat here. I'm making my way. Whew. Surprised my eyes are working. Surprised anything is working this morning, Dana. And I'll just let your thoughts go wherever they want with that. Voice chat. Let's go into the voice chat. And I should probably put my headphones on. Dog Mom says, Tony being up this early, it's got to be our catalyst for a MOAS. I hope so, guys. I tweeted out late last night when I got home, and I really got a bit of a nostalgic feel as I was leaving Barbie last night and as we were going into Barbie. Partly because I know emotions are high for everybody. Wherever you're at. Look, I saw all the social media, people going through wild extremes in the last 48 hours, thinking one thing about the settlement and then slowly, I think, a realization set in that maybe, things were not what they thought, because the attorneys, as I said on Friday, were likely just to submit a revised settlement. I've seen people go through the gamut of emotions and struggling to understand the why, although we've understood the why very clearly here. So it's not really much of a roller coaster here. But as I was watching the movie and in the theater, seeing moms taking photos with their little daughters and groups of teenagers all dressed in pink, and the audience just laughing and having a good time, absolutely packed. All the showings of Barbie. How did I get my tickets that late? We took those handicap seats. Pro tip, guys, don't be afraid to take those handicap seats if you're booking at the last minute. They're almost always available. I got nostalgic, thinking no matter what happens this week, this was America. Friends, family, moms and daughters going out to the movies, enjoying the community, laughing together on the big screen. And I think my tweet last night, I included some of the random photos I took in the lobby of people that I saw. And I was like, whatever happens this week, whatever happens, I hope that we can appreciate our little contribution over the last couple years in saving this experience for hopefully generations to come. That was my little nostalgic moment last night as I thought about all of you and your emotions and how everybody's got to be feeling right about now. Let me change the audio settings here so I can get the sound in my headset. Toxino says, I'm very emotional. I peed in my pants. Let's see if the sound is working in my ears here. Yep. Sure is. All right. AMC trading at $6.15. APE at $1.70. Dustin White, thank you, Dustin. I appreciate your thoughts and the super chat there. He says, in your opinion, should Adam Aaron dilute to raise capital? The idea being naked shorts buy those shares to close before MOASH. Should Adam Aaron dilute to raise capital? Dustin, by the end of this year, he must, in my read of the financial statements and my read of what's going on with the industry, despite this weekend being fantastic, as I said a week ago, as I've said over the last couple months, I am anticipating, based on the movies that we have, et cetera, that the company will make a profit, an unexpected profit, small one, in Q2. We'll find out about that in about 2 weeks. And then that they will likely be negative on Q3 and Q4. So the remaining 2 quarters of this year. We got $495 million. So some of that will be burned off by the end of the year. And we have uncertainty with the writers and actors strike. Now it's going to be really, really hard for me to call Q3 correctly this early. We're the first month into Q3. And Barbie is already exceeding my expectations and everybody else's. So maybe we got a shot. I mean, does Barbie going to have legs for weeks and weeks? Is it going to just keep on cranking in that money? Maybe we can break even Q3. But let's just go with my original assumption that we're going to lose money, even if it's, $100 million in Q3 and Q4. that kind of drains down AMC's overall cash position. And I know some of y'all don't read financial statements. You're just listening to people tell you, oh, it's impossible for them to lose money. I would refer you back to every quarter over the last 2 years, we've lost money, right? Let's just be real. If we continue to knock out $2.5 billion domestic box office quarters, that changes the game like we did just these last 3 months. So that's really what you got to keep an eye on. What is the overall domestic box office? If we're going to lose money for the rest of this year, then yes, at some point he's going to need to raise capital. Long answer to your question, Dustin. Obviously, dilution can have some negative impact, some negative psychology on stock price, because you're increasing the shares, and for the existing shareholders, you're decreasing their ownership of the company. So that tends to happen. But if it's a necessity to increase cash on the balance sheet and improve the financial health of the company, then companies often are forced to do that. And as I've said many, many, many times, that is the risk. That's the risk of investing in companies that have negative earnings. And that's what we've been in, right? We've been invested in a company that is losing money. I don't think that's a secret to anybody. Like, you all hopefully realized at some point, as the cash drained down from $2 billion to where we're at now, $495 million, that they were going to need some more cash at some point. Massalorian, what's going on? I see you in the house. Where did you end up, Johnny? Where did the train drop you off? Dennis says, I was so wrong when the Barbie movie was announced. I was thinking nobody's going to go see that. It shows what the hell I know. Dennis, I know how you feel. Everybody in my Discord can tell you I've said the same thing, like starting 2 months ago when I saw the very first preview in the theater for Barbie. I was like, no way. That looks so dumb. And every additional like little trailer that they dropped, it started growing on me as I saw a little more clips. I was like, all right, maybe this will be funny. Maybe a few people will go see it, but not that many. And man, this just totally blew me away, to be honest. Now, Anya, on the other hand, Anya, one of our mods here in the channel, she's been telling me, Tony, what if, Tony, I have a feeling that Barbie is going to surprise you, Tony. Barbie could be our catalyst. I was like, no way, Anya. Anya was right, guys. And Dan Spencer. I'm not forgetting you too, Dan Spencer. John Hannaford, good morning. Yes, John, it is 4 a.m. here. No, it's 3 a.m. here. 3 a.m. in Central Texas. And I'm greeting you guys on 90 minutes of sleep due to our late movie last night. Doc Zeno says he saw Indiana Jones again yesterday. A fat guy 2 chairs over ripped a fart. A nasty one. Oh, I don't think I've ever had the displeasure of that experience, Doc Zeno, smelling somebody else's fart in a movie theater. None that stick out in recent memory anyways. Blazin', what's up? One of y'all come in the voice channel and say good morning. Let's make sure we have this set up and that the audience can hear you. Let me turn on a couple extra other buttons here. Let's turn on that. Let's turn on that. Let's turn on that. Let's turn on that. Boom, 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 boom. Who is it? Dana, how are you? Dana? Guten Morgen, Dana. I heard her say something and now I can't hear her. Yeah, there she is. What's up? How are you? Oh. Hang on, Dana. I think I gotta set my, I gotta change my audio settings. I probably had push to talk on. Let me fix that. How about now, Dana? Can you hear me? All right. Good morning, sunshine. Yeah, you sound chipper this morning. Can you guys hear Dana okay? Are you drinking coffee? I appreciate it. All right, they say they can't hear you. Let me check one button here. Desktop audio. Dana, try again. Say good morning to the folks.
Good morning, folks.
All right, I see.
Check 1, 2.
I see the green bar moving on my screen here, so they should be able to hear you.
Good morning and happy Monday.
Oh man, Dana, did you hear my story about seeing that movie late last night?
I did. You got to go see Barbie. Did you enjoy it though?
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny. I mean, the best enjoyment for me was 2 hours of watching Margot Robbie walk around in mini skirts and tights, yoga pants. I mean, who could complain about that, Dana?
I don't know. I mean, I love Harley Quinn. Was it really a movie for kids or was it really adult humor?
I mean, people were bringing their kids. There were teens there. There were tweens there. Was it a movie for kids? I would say no. It was maybe more of a movie for adults / young adults.
Right.
It was thematic.
Well, you got Margot Robbie and they've got Ryan Gosling for the ladies, but I don't know how I like him as Ken from the trailers. I prefer Ryan in Gray Man, but I'll go check it out.
Yeah, it was not a bad movie, Dana. There were parts where I thought it was moving a little slow, and then it got into some overarching themes of, self-discovery. The movie was basic. If I could summarize it, it was Barbie discovering herself. And not in the way that you're thinking, Dana.
Okay, well, I wanted to do your check. I won't get dirty. It's too early.
All right.
All right. Have a great. I'm going to listen on, and I'll jump out of here.
Okay. Thank you, Dana. Right. I'm going to lower the volume. I see a couple of y'all saying that the audio volume for the guest is too high, so I'm going to drop that down a little bit. And some of y'all say,
all right,
I'm
Tammy.
too
Good
low.
luck, everyone.
Thank you, Dana. Have a good morning.
You too.
Jay Medro, good morning. Crismo, good morning. Sugar Crane, good morning. Buckaroo Bonsai. All right. I adjusted the volume, so hopefully that helps if we get another folk show up in the Discord this morning. Walt, the man in the middle, good morning. So the other thing that I was going to say about the Barbie movie is, was there some woke agenda in it? Well, I mean, it's Barbie and Ken, right? They're very polarizing figures. Barbie in the whole Barbie universe. Now, I'm certainly no Barbie expert. I have 2 sons. I don't have any daughters. No Barbie expert, but I know that Barbie, through her universe of all the Barbies, basically can do everything in the world, right? President, doctor, construction worker, you have it. And Ken's kind of the afterthought. So they played into that, but that's how Barbie is. So Barbie was on her arch. Is it arch or arc? She was on her arc in the movie of self-discovery. And Ken was on his little arc of self-discovery in the movie. And they were trying to figure out what they meant to themselves, what they meant to the world, what they meant to each other. And it was just kind of that story. If you're looking for a hidden agenda and you don't like a world, a fantasy world where Barbies rule the world, and the real world that she was having to interact with where men rule the world, I guess. I mean, if you want to create an agenda where you want to complain about one more movie, maybe if you were really, really picky, you could find something to complain. But I didn't hear nothing but laughter in that movie last night. And I would have no problem taking my kids to that. If there was some hidden theme, it was so carefully hidden away that unless you were seeking it out, it was tough to suss it out. Ariel says, I found it to be ultra woke and very anti-male. I don't know. I mean, everybody's going to have their different experience and different viewpoint. I'm just sharing mine. I kind of, well, no, I don't want to give any spoilers. There was a point though where Ken got the upper hand. And there was a shower scene very early on in the movie, but it was not what I was led to believe. AMC is trickling up here as we're about 30 minutes into the morning. 6:48 for AMC. APE is at 165. Having reached a high in the early minutes of 179. It's dropped back down now to 165. AMC opened low at 572 and is now back up to 651. Tyler says you're the perfect volume right now for this goddamn early ass in the morning. Wolfie AMC GME, what's up, amigo? Did Barbie identify as non-binary or something? I mean, well, they don't have genitalia. But no, she was not lesbian or anything like that. They were both kind of, you know how the Barbie Ken thing is. Ariel says the main thing is that it's going to make a shitload of cash. If I'm being too forgiving on the woke agenda, it's because it is going to make a shitload of cash. You're right. I'll forgive just about damn anything if half of America goes to see it. I don't know about you guys. It might have been that margarita that we ordered at the bar at AMC last night, by the way. I spent $67 just on concessions. Scarlett wanted her pretzel bites and a Mr. Pibb, Diet Mr. Pibb. And then I think that was $17. I was full. I barbecued yesterday in the afternoon, so I was still full. But we went over to the bar and got a couple drinks. So she got, I don't even know what she got. I don't remember. I remember her saying, I'm going to get my usual. I was like, all right, whatever you want. and I got the ultimate margarita or whatever they call it, which is a pretty good Patron silver margarita, and I had her fix me up an extra shot to pour in there. So those two drinks, the two drinks with the extra shot was $45 plus tip. So that was my contribution for the night. What does woke mean, Amit? I guess liberal leaning, overarching theme, liberal America. Like I said, in my view, was there some of that? Yeah, I mean, it's a story of Barbie and women. You should know that coming in, right? Did I feel it was overly preachy that, it's going to warp your child's mind if you bring them to watch the movie? No, it was a story of discovery. And I think that some women I think there's a lot of moments that will hit home there. What is their place in the world? How do they fit in? I don't want to give too much away, but I did not, if it was bad, I would tell you, because Lord knows I don't mind talking politics. I just try not to do it here on camera. But if I thought it was horrible, I would certainly say so. Meagle, what's up? He says, what is the point of watching pre-market? Just in case there was fireworks this morning. Certainly there were people predicting fireworks. Man, if you saw all the social media posts that I saw this weekend, there are people that were predicting some spectacular fireworks. I was not one of them. I don't even think I set a price target in public other than to my Discord folks. But I was not expecting fireworks. But if there were fireworks, I sure wanted to be here to see them. And, even right now, I think in the next several hours, anything literally could happen as people wake up. Look, right now, only a small subsection of traders can actually trade, right? The big next amount of traders comes online in 3.5 hours. I mean, we got a ways to go. No, 2.5 hours. So we may see in 2.5 hours some more volatility as more people are able to trade in pre-market. And then we may see yet another shift in volatility or price direction or amplification of the current trend when the actual market opens. So I would say keep your head on a swivel this morning, stay plugged in. If you don't want to stay awake, I hope you have a good loud alarm set and some alerts from your broker in case things get spicy. Amit, says Tony.
Can you include Ortex data on stream?
Yeah, let me pull up Ortex here, Dustin. Let me open that up. Amit says, you suffer for your channel. Yes, sir. I don't mind. I knew I was, I don't mind not getting sleep. I was going to be up just out of anticipation and curiosity this morning anyways. So I figured, why not? I mean, I'm up every morning anyways early, but a lot of mornings there's just lately not a whole lot to talk about. So I knew today we'd have some stuff to talk about. Live short interest on AMC. 27.95% is the short interest. Cost to borrow average 984%. Still plenty spicy. I've got the opinion from the judge open up here. I've got Twitter open up here. And I bet before I see anything, if something happens from Chancellor Zern, we'll know it. We'll know it in the price action. Shin Kyoku, good morning. Dan Spencer, good morning. Doc Zeno says some of the best trades I've ever had were pre-market. Amen, Doc. I'd love to get back to the bull market that we had back in 2021, Doc, where we could come in and pre-market, make our trades, and potentially be done by the time the market opened. And if we get back to that, I'll be live every pre-market. Fear of God says, red kratom to stay awake. Man. Shin Kyoku, I see your badge up there. Member of the channel for 18 months. Salute to you, sir. Much appreciated. Tyler says, kind of pointless to have alerts and notifications set up when the stock moves on no news. Well, Tyler, that's why you have the alerts set up, right? Whenever it moves, if there is a big move, you want to get that alert. If you're wherever you're at, I heard a lot of stories over the weekend about people knew exactly where they were. They remembered where they were, what they were doing when that news dropped on Friday, and not everybody was sitting there at their screen. I was lucky. I was sitting there right at my screen, but even my alert came in about 2 minutes too late. By the time I got the broker alert, the price action was already 2 minutes into it. Is that?
Good morning, my friend.
Hey, who is that?
It's me.
Ezekiel?
It's Ezekiel. Fuck you, Tony.
Fuck you, Ezekiel. What's up, mediocre?
Well, good morning. What's going on?
Yeah, you know, we're just watching what's going on here. We got $6.61 on the AMC. We got $1.63 on the APE. We had you and I were discussing over the weekend what we kind of thought would happen, and did I say that in proper English? I'm still waking up, mediocre. We were discussing our thoughts on what the price direction would be based on the amended settlement, and so we kind of thought it might go down a little on AMC this morning and up a little bit on APE, but it would be spicy depending on what retail decided to do, to buy at these levels or not, right? What are you thinking?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
What are you thinking right now as you see?
I'm thinking that this whole deal is going to come to an end rather quickly.
And why is that?
We will all be joined back together, and we will be one big happy family again under the AMC umbrella.
Now, what do you think? What, in your view, what is quickly, mediocre?
The next couple of days, either today. If it could happen today, probably will. I don't know if we'll convert today, but I'm sure the judge is going to make her decision probably today. That's what I thought, anyway.
So if you guys aren't following me on Twitter or you're not in my Discord, I published Zern's schedule for this week. And her whole morning is clear this morning, by the way. She's got a court case, a different case scheduled at 1 or 1:30 this afternoon Eastern. Mediocre, I was thinking about this some more late last night. I think that, the attorneys dropped that amended settlement at midnight on Saturday. I think they were hoping to give her the entire day Sunday to try and drop her thoughts, and she never did that we know of, right?
Yeah.
I think they were
I
hopeful
think
of.
she probably did some research on it and probably going to happen today. I don't know.
The biggest question I have, and just so you guys know where I'm at, because I shared a couple thoughts on Sunday morning. The biggest question I have is, okay, if she accepts what they want to amend by striking that paragraph about the release of APE claims, if we scratch that out, my question that I have for myself is, what else? Is there anything next? Is there anything that she was on the fence on that she wants to talk about, but she didn't talk about it because the APE iceberg was so big that she didn't even want to waste time going into her other thoughts? So that's what I don't really know. Do you think mediocre?
A possibility, but
What are your thoughts?
I think it's a possibility, but I think that she would have put that in there, you know. I think she would have said so, but who knows? I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, let's just get straight. None of us know exactly what's going to happen. What we do know is what we said on Friday, that this lawsuit's not over. There was going to be quite likely an amendment to the settlement, and that's where we're at. So we've mostly called it correctly. We're just waiting on the next step. They amend it, the judge has to answer. So then we see where we go from there.
Why I think that she'll answer quickly, Tony, is because of what her wording was in her, her opinion, her denial of the settlement agreement when she talked about the APE. I think that is why I think she would move quickly if that was her only complaint. They already amended it.
If I could dovetail off of what you're saying there, if I had to make a case for why the APE iceberg was the only thing she was concerned about, if I had to make that case, because I could make a case for a lot of different things. I'm very good at playing devil's advocate. You guys hear me advocate a position often here, but I'm very good at making both arguments. I've always understood both arguments. I can make them easily. But if we focus on this one issue, if I had to make the case for why her only concern was APE, it would be because she dismissed every other objection and exception, right? In her 60 pages on Friday, tucked in one of those paragraphs was the sentence, every other exception is dismissed. All of the postcard.
I agree with you.
All the postcard objections dismissed. All the vote questions dismissed. Every exception to the special master's report was dismissed. So that kind of gives me a hint on her thinking.
The only problem I might have with it taking a little longer is the notification part.
The postcard notification?
They have to notify
Oh, if they have to notify about the revised settlement?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so guys, I also didn't share, I shared Chancery Daily's post with you early yesterday morning, but when she writes, by the way, you're wondering, I know some of y'all wondering what happened with Chancery Daily. She does not like Elon Musk. That was never a secret. She had been telegraphing for many, many weeks that she was going to leave Twitter because she despises Elon Musk. So she's off of Twitter, not because of the ape community. She just hates Elon that bad. And she was fairly recently had come to Twitter to try it out, but she's like, screw Elon. I'm going back to all her other social medias. So that's where I follow her other social medias, her Substack. She writes voluminous posts on Substack. And she had questions about what you're saying, Mediocre. I couldn't get a clear idea. She talked for many, many paragraphs about if they amend the settlement, would Morgan Zern require new notification out to the class? She went back and forth, arguing both points. And I think ultimately her final paragraph said something like, I don't think notification to the class will be required because this is just a crazy lawsuit, which was kind of like she threw her hands up in the air, the Chancery Daily. She's like, I don't know what Chancellor Zern's going to do. So if Chancery Daily doesn't know what she's going to do, I certainly don't know what she's going to do. Jude says, if APE is not included in the settlement, does that mean APE holders weren't eligible to vote? No, Jude. The settlement had to do with releasing future claims on APE shareholders. So what does that mean in layman's terms? AMC was asking not to be sued in the future by holders of APE due to the settlement payment or just due to anything, basically. And the judge said you can't release claims on APE shareholders because they were not part of this lawsuit. So you got to follow the track here. The lawsuit was on behalf of common stock holders. And the judge said, since it was only for common stockholders, I can't legally release claims on APE because they weren't even a party to this. It's really that simple, guys. It has nothing to do with the APE vote back in March. Did you have something else, Mediocre?
No, I agree with you. That's how I read it too. But what I did want to say, though, is, all this documentation that, you and I and Stephen and others have been reading, right? We've actually been reading stuff, and I would encourage all people involved, all shareholders, to actually read the documentation. And listen to people who are, not take advice from them, but people who are reading it and comprehending it correctly. I think that's probably the best bet to protect yourself. If they're not talking about these documents and the stuff that's coming out, the fundamentals of the play or whatever, they're not doing you any justice. I just wanted to make sure I made that clear.
Corrupt87 says, Tony, what are your thoughts about the timing of Adam Aaron's letter? I don't think I've ever seen apes divided with something he said as much as yesterday. All right, Corrupt, I'll share a couple thoughts with you since you asked. The content, let's talk about the content of the letter and then the timing of the letter. The content of the letter is the same things that I've been telling you guys for 7 months now, 8 months, that cash is getting low. The company is concerned. That's why they did the cash raise with APE. And they are worried about the next year running out of cash. And I think it's a valid concern. Despite the tweets you see from Adam Aaron, and I'll talk about that in a second. When my analysis of this play, as we started running low on cash, had to change to one of paying more attention to the 10Qs and the financial statements because cash is getting low and that becomes a problem. So I've been talking about that for 6 or 7 months. And so I think the content of Adam Aaron's letter was exactly that, exactly what we've been saying on this channel. There was nothing in it that I disagreed with. I get, people, all the other channels, the 50 other people that make videos that don't read the financial statements or don't care about them. I understand why they didn't like the letter, because they don't care about the fundamentals. Half of them don't even understand it. They think if Adam Aaron makes a tweet that we had a 1-day record in sales, that means we're not going bankrupt. They think that because we have credit cards, we're not going bankrupt or we're not going to run out of cash. I obviously have a very different point of view because one day record concessions doesn't make the entire year. You've got to do that every damn day. And you guys can see the numbers. You can look at domestic box office. It's been up until this weekend. It's been kind of tepid. What mediocre?
Working capital, Tony.
Working capital, yeah. Working capital. The current liabilities minus, the current assets minus the current liabilities on the balance sheet. AMC's working capital, the cash we have available to pay bills due in the next 12 months, is negative $1 billion. Now, if not all of y'all own businesses or run businesses, mediocre, you own a business, right?
Yes, I do.
I worked in the corporate world for 15 years, same company for 15 years, but for the last 20 plus, I've owned my own businesses. I certainly understand the implications of working capital also. You are not going to survive with a negative working capital. This just doesn't happen. AMC must fix that. And if you can't increase your revenue, you've got to put some more cash on the balance sheet. There's no other option. So, content of his letter, I agree with. I understand people that don't agree with it, but I think that their analysis is flawed because they don't have the willingness or the ability to understand the financial statements. But that's, everybody has their own opinion. So there's no accountant, no finance guy that would disagree with what I'm saying. I've had an open invitation to anyone that has a finance or accounting degree to come on my channel and debate me and tell me that you think the finances are okay. And that invitation stands. But in the short term, people want a short squeeze. I get it.
Exactly. That's where I was going to go, Tony. I was going to say, I'd love a short squeeze to have.
Now it's
right?
over my
But the
average
shorts aren't going to go
morning,
anywhere.
boys.
They're not going to leave. They just reset their position. And that is another fact that people won't understand. Just because you squeeze them out doesn't mean they're not going to reset.
And if the company has negative 1 billion working capital and negative quarters, even if you get a little run up, the shorts are not scared to short it back down. They're not scared to stop a run up because they are looking at the fundamentals, even if half of retail traders are not. And that's really been the focus of what I've been preaching. Like, there are no shorts scared of this play in the short term right now. We've got to get to positive earnings every quarter. We've got to get some more cash on the balance sheet. Now let's pivot, mediocre, and talk about the timing of Adam Aaron's letter. It was very curious timing. I certainly was not expecting that. I want to share what I think, but tell me what you think first. Why did he do that on Sunday? Did he do that to kill a short squeeze?
No, it had nothing to do with the short squeeze. Here's my opinion of it. I mean, you and I have the same opinion. We've had this conversation, but I'm just going to say, because he knows that he has to dilute, he doesn't have a choice. So as soon as he gets the okay from the judge to put everything back together in the AMC, he's going to file for the prospectus to dilute. He's going to have a dilution announcement. That's coming. He's just warning you ahead of time.
So if you've been paying attention to his previous messaging, he has telegraphed that he was going to raise capital after the reverse split and conversion. If that was a surprise to you, I would be shocked. Did anybody not know that he was going to dilute after the conversion? Let me know in the chat if you didn't know that. But to your point, Mediocre, Sunday's letter was one more reminder just to be transparent to investors and make it clear to everybody that he is going to raise money after the conversion. I think he was doing that. Here's my opinion. He did that on Sunday because I think that he thinks Judge Zern approving this settlement is imminent, and he wants to be crystal clear with all of the investors what to expect so that there's no howling and wailing in the streets. He's saying, I've told you guys this over the last few months. Let me be clear and transparent one more time. This is what is going to happen. It's a reminder of what he's previously communicated, and he wanted it very clearly understood so that, like it or not, if you're in this play, you have 100% understanding what is about to happen. And I've said that to you guys many, many times plainly. I'm not worried about a reverse split, but I think that you rightfully should be aware that dilution is likely to come, and that may have some negative impact to the stock price. So the timing, why did he do it on Sunday? Again, I think Adam Aaron thinks that the judge's opinion, updated opinion, is imminent, and he wants no surprises. He wants nobody on social media to be able to say, I didn't communicate to you what is coming. What do you think, Mediocre? I don't think I laid it out that clearly when you and I talked about it before.
No, I think you're 100% correct. He's telling you what he's going to do before it happens, right? He's at least he's telling you, right? That's the thing. Now, I don't think Adam Aaron has been, he's been vague. The whole board has been vague in ways. I'll just say that, right? Like, I'm not going to trash them. I understand what they're doing. I know why they're doing it. You know what I mean? I'm not happy with it, but they need the money. There's no denying that. So I know why they did it, but they've been somewhat vague in their statements. But he's being very clear what he's going to do right now.
And hopefully after reading that letter, you guys are clear on what is coming. It was no surprise, hopefully, to any of you that dilution is coming. I get it that people are not happy about that, but in many tickers that I track and follow the social media of and the financial statements of, I don't know why people think the only stock I follow is AMC. I don't know. It's the one I talk about the most, but I'm certainly tracking and looking at financials and following the retail following in many tickers over the last couple of years, and even in the last couple of weeks, every damn day. Retail has this fascination with companies that are losing money, and almost all of them end up having to do an equity raise, and people always act surprised, and they go crying and wailing. Why are they doing this to us? The fucking companies need cash because they're losing money. If you don't like that kind of risk, check the financial statements before you buy and make sure you're buying a profitable company. Profitable companies don't have to do this unless they're having to expand, right? Like a Tesla or something.
And I'll also add this, Tony. Just because you Google a stock or you do some research on a stock and you see price targets from analysts, that doesn't mean that's what's going to happen, right? Analysts can be wrong. There's a stock that I was looking at myself, and I gave to Tony the other day to look at, and he found something I didn't find, but analysts were all saying it had a high price target. So you have to dig into the company a little bit more, is all I'm going to say.
What was that ticker again, Mediocre? I remember I looked up the financials on it for you real quick.
It was CSSE, and if you
Oh yeah,
you
chicken
look up
soup.
CSSE, go look at yep, the price targets are rather high, but they have problems.
They, as I recall, what I told you is they're running out of cash. What did I say? They have 5 million in cash left and a 50 million cash burn a quarter. Right?
Right, and that
And what
yeah,
else?
and that they already um,
They
filed
already
something with the SEC.
they already filed a prospectus, and there is massive potential dilution ready to go on that stock ticker. And they will raise cash. There will be a dilution on CSSE coming up soon.
And it's not even out there. If you go do some research on it right now, you won't find it unless you actually dig deep.
No one on social media is talking about the potential dilution, but they're talking about the pump, right?
Exactly. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. And I see that a lot in a lot of retail plays. Everybody is all about the pump, and they don't want to hear about any filings. They don't want to hear it, even though I try and say, hey, just so you know, this is lingering out there. And people hate it when I say that. And then all of a sudden they wake up one day, why is the stock down 30%? Well, I did mention that filing.
Analysts also help pump stocks.
Yeah, because the analysts often work for the same firm that's responsible for selling that stock into the market. Right?
Yep. That's the thing. It's like people want to think that like we don't believe in market corruption or it can't happen. We do, but what are you going to do about it? You can't change it. It's going to continue. That's the only problem.
I'm hopeful,
I think
I'm hopeful, mediocre, that all of our voices, everybody in this ticker and all of the other tickers, everybody is clamoring for market change and some headway on the corruption. I'm hopeful that people don't give up on that. I'm certainly not going to. But this is going to be a very long game. You're going up against big entrenched money, entrenched on Wall Street, entrenched in Washington, D.C., and we're going to have to be loud. We're going to have to be vocal. We're going to have to be irritating, and we're going to have to not stop. And it's going to take years and years, maybe 10. We're only 2 years into it.
Yeah. But, if you just look at what happened on Friday with APE and AMC, you could see it clearly. The stock was moving prior to that whole thing even getting released. The whole judge's opinion getting released, it was already moving. I could tell something was going on.
We were talking about that early Friday afternoon, like around lunchtime. I remember we were like, something is going on because this price action on APE and AMC is not normal. And we were speculating that someone already knew something on Friday, right?
Yes, that's why I brought it up.
Somebody always knows something, and that pisses me off.
In many ways. Right, there's many ways to have market corruption. It's not just one thing.
Let's see what Wolfie said up here. Wolfie says, for me, AMC is like supporting a football team. Every fan is a coach and questions every play, every strategy, moans, cheers, etc., but still support the team at the end of the season. Amen. I like that. AMC. AMC now trading over $7 at $7.05. APE at $161. JMR Photographic says technicals are saying this will go way higher. Take a look at the moving averages, mediocre, and the price action. What are your general thoughts? And which interval do you like to look at?
Well, I'm going to check the daily today
right.
because that's the most important, and we have to stay above the 200 to have any kind of real movement on the
For
AMC,
for
which I don't
those
know if it's above it right now.
for those watching the 200, I've got the 200 moving average. This is on the daily up here in pink. AMC. Oh, we're at $7, and the 200 moving average is at 540. Mediocre. Is that what you're seeing?
One second, let me see. I got the 200 at 666 on the daily.
Are you looking at the EMA or the moving average?
EMA.
I don't know. Mine's not including, for some reason, the current price.
But right now I don't have my current price on the daily time frame. I have to look at the 4-hour because I don't use after hours or pre-mark on the daily.
Okay. On the 1 minute, the 200 moving average is at 718.
Yeah, we're trading above it, so.
So
We'll
your analysis is, as long as we stay above that on AMC, then we have room to go up. Or what are your thoughts?
Yes, but we gotta keep in mind that we're in a pre-market, so.
Yeah, this is
take that with a grain of salt.
Always with every ticker, and I tell my folks in the Discord a lot of times on different stocks, whatever happens in pre-market often becomes irrelevant once the market opens and the big volume comes in. It's easy to manipulate stocks in pre-market, as you guys know. I say manipulate. I don't mean that in a evil connotation, but just from the sense that it depends who is showing up in pre-market.
Exactly.
Because the volume is very thin. If there's only, I was explaining this to Scarlett last night, if there's only buyers in pre-market and only excited people, you can have a good run-up in pre-market, and then the big institutions start trading when that bell dings, and you can get all of that momentum wiped out in a couple minutes. It just depends. It depends on volume and who's showing up.
Big money to move it
right
in the pre-market and after hours. That's why they tell you it's risky to trade in the after hours pre-market.
They tell you what?
It's risky. It's higher risk to trade in the after hours pre-market. That's why a lot of limit your after hours of pre-market time.
Blair, what's up? Blair says it's a wonderful day for a MOAS. Booyah. Is that Phil for real in the house? What's up, Phil? How are things down in Orlando, amigo? Good morning to you, sir.
Tony, I knew people were going to be up this morning. I'm ready.
Yeah. I knew mediocre, even myself, no matter how little sleep I got, that I was going to be curious what was going on. So I figured, I really do miss hanging out with you guys on the daily live streams. I'm looking forward to getting back to that soon once we are past all the damn drama. But so we will be getting back to that. But I wouldn't miss this for the world, hanging out with you guys. Whatever happens. Just to hang out and have community so people can share thoughts, ideas, concerns, questions, and maybe some celebrations. And for any of you that got calls on AMC, I am rooting for you that we hold into market opening up. I want to see some fucking people make some goddamn money this morning.
I'm actually going to buy.
You're going to buy what? What are you thinking about buying, Mediocre?
Thinking about purchasing some APE.
Really? At $1.65?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. I'm curious for anybody who's watching, who's thinking about buying AMC. Again, I'm not suggesting any trading. I'm just asking what's in your head right now? Are you thinking to buy AMC at 7? Are you good with the risk that you already have in the play, so you're just watching and hoping? And same question to people that are analyzing APE. Are you good with your risk? If your cost average is higher than the current price, are you thinking about adding while it's at $1.64, or is it too scary for you? I'm just curious where your guys' thoughts are at. APE is above my cost average right now, so I'm good. I'm in the green on APE. And I'm not looking to add, I'm not looking to add, Mediocre, to increase my cost position. Even if I think, there's a chance APE could go higher, I'm not looking to increase my cost position. I wish I could have grabbed some more at 70 cents on Friday, but I didn't move fast enough.
No, I appreciate what you did. I won't lie. You could tell them if you want to.
Yeah, we were all in a big Discord conversation on Friday when the news dropped, and it dropped to what did it go to? 67 cents on APE.
Yes.
And so I quickly went to the court and I pulled up the judge's decision, and I scrolled to the last page real quick. I was like, well, shit, she denied the settlement. And then I very quickly scanned through the other 60 pages, and I told Mediocre she just didn't. Well, I told Mediocre and everybody. There were dozens and dozens of people in that call. I said she did not like the APE release. And I think, Mediocre, right about that moment, you said, good, I'm buying.
Yes, I did.
So I didn't have my trading screen open, so I couldn't buy, but I would have bought more at 67, 68 cents. Hell yeah, I would have. But by the time I digested those few pages and could have got my trading screen open, it was already back at $1.50. So too late for me. I sacrificed for the team.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. Damn, Rick, what's up? Zelly Zell, good morning. Rave says, I only have APE units. Wolfie says, I know one thing for sure. Whatever they decide to do today to limit the price will cost them a shit ton more money than at any time previously per share. 1,000%, Wolfie. 1,000% agree. And 1,000% cost to borrow. Bitches. Yeah.
Can't buy until 7 a.m. Eastern.
You can't buy?
Nope.
Maggie says...
Excuse me for a minute.
Sure. Maggie says, since there will be a conversion, I'm thinking of selling AMC and buying APE. Yeah, I just want to say what I've been saying to the members of my channel on lives and in Discord. Anyone who's making a bet on APE conversion, just don't ignore that there is still some what we call legal risk, right? The risk of the unknown of what the judge will do. You saw what happened on Friday. It got obliterated. APE got obliterated in 2 minutes from $1.80 to under 70 cents. So if things don't go the way that some of us are expecting, you are going to get eviscerated on APE. That's the risk that you take, though. That's, as traders, we try and analyze a play, forecast an outcome, and then put your chips on the table and hope for the best. And no one knows for sure what's going to happen. Some people are just in AMC, some people just are in APE, some have chips on both red and black. So it's not my job to tell you what to do. I will help you analyze the positives and the negatives and talk about the risks. And then you guys make your own choices, because I certainly don't want you to blame me. But we try and talk about all of it here. And then you do what you think is best for your own risk tolerance. Todd says, did Mediocre get a fill below $1? He sure did. I think he told me he got filled at about 68 cents on Friday. He fucking had his screen open. I think he was selling something else, SQQQ or something.
Yeah, I was selling my SQQQ, so I had available cash for trading, which was amazing at the time. It just happened so fast. It was nuts.
Unbelievable. And you weren't the only one in the Discord that grabbed some that Friday afternoon, right?
No, Grandpa Barney got some too.
And I'm sure there were other people, but man, you had to be quick. And Mediocre, even if you just grabbed it and sold it in after hours, you could have doubled your money again.
Yeah, I did not do that though.
I'm curious. I know Owning the Float says that he sold his AMC. I'm assuming he sold it into that run up to $9. I'm curious. I haven't heard too many people talk about this. Whoever had a cost basis under $9, if anyone else traded out of the play and just took that opportunity to lock in some profits and walk away, just like wash their hands of it. I think the vast majority of people have a cost basis probably above $8. So a lot of people are obviously hoping for some way higher upward movement. But in y'all's guys in the chat, did you run across anyone else that traded out of this entire play on Friday? 740.
I try not to ask anybody what they do.
Okay. $7.40 on AMC and APE at 163. AMC is still moving up and APE is mostly, it's slightly down, but mostly holding flat in the $1.60-ish range.
It had that little run up to move it back up a bit, and then it just leveled off, which is okay with me. As long if AMC is running up, I'm good with it.
Flamin says Owning the Float got out of AMC because he straight up hates Adam Aaron. And I've said that many times, and I don't just mean for AMC. I look at like Mullen, for example. A lot of people ought to hate that CEO. I don't understand why people are holding Mullen when I see what he is doing to that company and many other companies. When you get mad and you don't believe in a management anymore, that's a good time to cash your chips in and get out. Because if you don't believe in the direction, what, Mediocre?
I did research on that Mullen CEO. He's got issues, man.
If you don't believe in the management, you probably should not be holding the stock.
He's easily Googleable. You'll get a lot of information on that guy.
Jack Wolf, good morning. English guy, good morning. Brian Wallace says they can't contain anymore. The options chain is juiced. Let's go. Hakan Bergland says maybe you should take taxes in consideration before exchanging AMC for APE. That is something you definitely ought to factor into your analysis. Yes, you're gonna pay some probably for people long-term capital gains, or you'll have a long-term capital loss depending on your basis for AMC. And if you're buying APE and hoping to trade out of it on volatility, if it converts, that will almost definitely be a short-term capital gain if you're newly adding a position into APE. So yeah, that's something obviously you must consider. Then it comes down to, if you think that APE is going to convert, what kind of gain are you going to get? Like I'm still viewing it as, well, I don't know if I should say what I'm viewing the potential gain on APE from $1.60 mediocre. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? And I'll tell you what I think it is.
What do you mean?
What's it? If there was a conversion based on these prices, where do you think the conversion price is going to be? $7.50 and $1.65. I've got a spreadsheet. I've got a spreadsheet. Let's just pull up the spreadsheet, see what it says.
Yeah, let's see what the spreadsheet says based off market cap.
735. I'm looking on the right hand side of this spreadsheet. 735 and $1.64. That gives us a market cap of 5.43 billion and a post-split conversion price of $36. If my calculations on this spreadsheet are correct, and I believe that they are, mediocre, I know you don't necessarily agree with how I'm calculating this.
No, I do.
You do now?
Going over that. Oh yeah, I went over that email yesterday from John Merriweather, and the wording that they use is vague for a reason. I'm going to say that. This is why I said what I said about Adam Aaron and the board being vague. That email is vague for a reason.
Because they want to lead you to believe something, but you got to be intelligent enough to decipher what does it mean in math, right?
Exactly.
So I'm calculating based on the price right now, $36 would be the reverse split conversion price. If we dropped the conversion in right this second and the market had no time to react to any news. What I'm anticipating though, if the judge drops news that approves conversion, you'll see AMC come down and APE go up. But let's just say that they move proportional and we post reverse split at $36. That means your AMC shares are going to drop in value and your APE shares are going to go up in value. If we go back to Friday's price, $4.40 and $1.80, we'd be at 26 and change on post-split conversion price, which is still a healthy increase on APE.
Yeah, we've gained in market cap.
Big Ad says, I don't understand how they could tank APE to 67 cents when the float is $1 billion. That's a good question. I was talking to my wife about that last night. And it's because in that 2 minutes, I mean, you guys can look at the volume bars. There were not that many shares traded. Okay. I know I've heard some people talking about it on YouTube. They were like, asked the same question. How did the price of APE drop? And someone said, well, there must have been hundreds of millions of shares traded to drop that. It was literally a couple million shares. A couple million shares out of 1 billion. It was not a massive sale of APE. There were a few people that ran to the door and got out of the play. A couple million shares, a very, very tiny slice. But in that 2 minutes, there were only sellers. That's how the price dropped. This is market dynamics, buy and sell. When there's only sellers for 2 minutes, the price is going to drop. And it got so low that people piled in then and bought it back up. That's why people took advantage of a market dysfunction. Panicky sellers, a very small percentage of them, and the price got bid right back up when the buyers came in. That's what happened. APE was very, very tiny volume. AMC, on the other hand, had massive volume. And why did that happen? Because shorts got fucked. That news caused people to get excited and the buying price of AMC to go up. And immediately some recent shorts, probably, and I'm talking retail traders, they probably had stop losses in place. And as soon as the price started going up, these small players got stopped out, and that cascaded on itself. Now, I don't think any big player covered any shorts on Friday. But retail traders, people that were trying to play the arbitrage, probably got slapped, probably got spanked, probably took the big L on Friday. Would you agree, Mediocre, or do you have a different read on it?
No, I agree with you, and I'd add, that's why I believe they released it in the after hours and they didn't do it during the market hours, because the stock price is easy to move in the after hours. If you don't have buyers and sellers like that. That's just my opinion. I think something funny was going on. I should just shut up about it, though.
G-Stack says the new settlement was denied last night. Where are you seeing that, G-Stacks? I didn't see when I woke up this morning any update on the court website, and no update from Chancery Daily either. But maybe my information sources are not correct. Give me a source and I'll go look it up. Because at the end of the day, all we care about is having the correct information. So if you're going to say something like that, you got to let us know where to go find it so we can share with everybody. JP, good morning.
Oh man, it's climbing. $1.70, $1.69.
Okay, Fakir Free. Hopefully I said that right. He says, I'm an ape from May 2021. I know almost all YouTubers. Before I form an opinion, I always want to be as widely informed as possible. Great strategy. And I hope all of y'all are doing that. I mean, I know a lot of people hate me and don't even listen to me anymore, but I think that is a mistake. If you're just getting one-sided opinion, then you are doing yourself a disservice. And in every ticker that I'm analyzing, I try and not only form my opinion, but look for other opinions that both agree with me and disagree with me, and then investigate their claims to see what really holds water, what has merit, to help better inform my own decision on a play. And I do that for every stock. If I'm holding it for more than a couple days, right? It doesn't matter if you're just day trading or momentum trading for a couple days. Just follow the chart then. But if you're holding something, you need to be open to a wide variety of information. That's how the pros do it. Do you think a pro just buys something and then only looks for information to confirm what they think, or are they always doing risk analysis? By pro, I mean the big money boys on Wall Street.
That's the other thing I wanted to say, Tony, is these plays are ever changing, right? Information changes every day. If you sit back and just believe one thing and you don't look into anything else, you're going to get hurt. New information comes out all the time. If you're not looking for it, I don't know. Just my thoughts on it.
Phil for real says, I'll never leave my homie Tony Denaro. Thank you, Phil. I bet you there's some things I say, Phil, that you don't like though, right? I watch Phil a lot. I appreciate his never-ending enthusiasm for AMC. But I would just wager that there are a couple fundamental type analysis things that I toss out there that Phil probably doesn't like. But at the end of the day, we all are here to make money in this play one way or the other. I know Phil is a fanatical supporter of the company and the movie industry, and just like myself. And there's a variety of ways to win in this play. Just like Mediocre was saying, evaluate what's going on, adapt. There are always ways to make money in a play. Douglas, good morning. He says, do you think all the calls are hedged by market makers? And there's a bunch of open interest at 10 on the monthly. I think that there's probably a lot of people speculating on the calls, and that there are probably big institutions that have calls also as hedging. Absolutely. In case things run up and they were short, they're going to have calls to mitigate any losses. That's why I said I don't think that any big institutional players got hurt to a run up on $8 on Friday. I think that some small retail shorts got spanked and stopped out. And good. Fuck the shorts. Any short. Grizzly Giant says, time for bed soon. Where are you at, Grizzly Giant? Still building this pergola. Are you building a literal pergola? And he closes with, one thing is certain, shorts are fucked. Wild Aces says, I'm just here for the info, not the drama. Amen, brother. I'm so damn tired of drama babies. When can we see the new settlement detail? Ben, I posted a video that had a link to all the documents yesterday morning. So go to my video from yesterday morning, go in the video description, and there are 3 documents there you can read. But the summary of them basically just is this. They're offering to strike the paragraph about the APE claims. AMC is saying we're willing to hang it out in the wind and take the risk of being sued by an APE shareholder. Let's just forget about Judge, we'll take the risk if you will approve the settlement. That's basically what AMC said. We will agree to drop the release on APE. We'll take the risk. Just approve the rest of the settlement. Everything else stays as is. We want a full release on AMC claims, and we will pay the 1 for 7.5. Someone came in my comments and said, Tony, you're lying to the folks, Tony. You didn't tell them that no one's getting paid 1 for 7.5 anymore. No.
Yes, they are. Who said that?
Someone in the comments of my video yesterday, like another person that doesn't know how to read, it very clearly said the entire settlement remains as is except for we're removing this one paragraph about the APE claims. That is the settlement, right? A settlement is where someone gets paid something. The give and the get. The give and the get for AMC shareholders is intact.
Right. If they weren't getting anything, then
it wouldn't even be a settlement.
It would be a dismissal. They'd be just dropped the lawsuit and looking for a dismissal. That's what you would have had if it went the other way.
Yep. G Immortal says the arbitrage is dying, the gap is widening. The gap is definitely widened, G Immortal, but the way arbitrage works, I'm not teaching you anything you don't already know. An arbitrage play will, by default, force the prices back together at some point. Right now, we're in this limbo of we're stuck in the middle of a decision of what is going to happen next. And people, some of them are willing to overpay for AMC right now because these shorts are literally on the ropes. AMC ticker is relative to APE overpriced at the moment because we are lacking information of what the judge is going to do. Some people are hopeful that this whole thing gets pushed out for many more months, and that could happen, right? We don't know what the judge is going to do. And because the shorts are on the ropes and the cost to borrow is so high, there is a chance if Judge Zern says, I still have problems, that you could get a next leg up on AMC. Absolutely. That's why the gap is wider. If Zern says this morning or this week, I'm good with the settlement, you're going to see that gap close up real quick. Do you agree, Mediocre?
I do agree. The only caveat I'd add is if Adam Aaron is already ready to do the conversion and reverse split, that could happen instantly too, and we would just meet on the other side, you know.
All right, someone sent me a tweet. Let's see. Someone sent me a tweet from yesterday's news. This is going over the revised proposal, which we talked about already yesterday. Zern denying the approval on Friday. Reuters could not immediately obtain the filed court documents. Well, I already released the filed court documents. So yeah, there's no news here on this Reuters article. That we don't already know. Wolfie, thank you. Wolfie says he needs to get back to work. Hat tip to you, sir. Appreciate you. He also says thank you to you, Mediocre.
Take it easy, buddy.
Kevin says, I've been tuning in with you, Tony, for the best exit strategy. Guys, I'm going to say this very clearly. Do not get your exit strategy from me. Do not get your exit strategy from anyone, but know your exit strategy. What is your plan? I don't know your risk tolerance. I don't know your position. I don't know your cost basis. I can't give you an exit strategy. Exit when you have a profit that you're happy with. Is that fair? Or exit when you don't believe you're going to get the profit you want. What were you going to say, Mediocre?
I was just going to say, you have to be in charge of your own portfolio. Nobody can trade for you. Like I'm in charge of my own portfolio. I watch it like a hawk. I can't, you know what I mean? So I don't really give price targets or anything like that, which is why I don't want to answer the question earlier about market cap.
Mediocre. I had a guy on Twitter yesterday. He's like, Tony Denaro, This was a guy that just joined Twitter, by the way, mediocre. Tony Denaro, you can't be trusted because I remember in 2022 when you said AMC was going to hundreds of dollars. Okay, Mr. Just Joined Twitter. Clearly, you've never watched my channel because I do not give price targets and I do not give dates. But it's funny to see the shills and the trolls come in and try and lob allegations. I've been adamant since day one. No targets, no brackets, no dates. You're not gonna hang me on that. I know there's people looking to crucify me. Have been from day one. I'm not that stupid. And I will not give you trading advice. I will talk about the good and the bad of whatever ticker you want to talk about and help you analyze it, give you some information. You make your own damn decisions, guys.
APE's at 72 cents.
What? What are you talking about, mediocre?
APE's at 72 cents.
APE is at 72 cents. What are you talking about?
Or $1.72, I mean, sorry.
Man,
Sorry.
don't fucking give me a heart attack. I was like, did my screen freeze? It's at $1.70.
AMC is 705. 703.
AMC 703.
I'm just clicking back and forth.
APE is at 170. Amit says, Tony, is it not in Adam Aaron's interest to dilute only when necessary and at the highest possible price? The CEOs definitely they would prefer to dilute on a run-up, Amit. Yes, they would prefer to dilute at the highest possible price. We saw that back in June of 2021 when the run-up was happening. And I talk about that on many stocks. Remember the CEO handbook that I did? They try and create FOMO when they've got a prospectus loaded. They try and create FOMO through their social media network. These companies, they utilize pumpers to push the price up so that they can dilute at a better get for them. Of course, they want to dilute into a run-up. Why would he flood the market with cheap AMC and dilute while shooting himself in the foot? I don't think he wants to dilute with cheap AMC. That's why he wants to do it after the conversion when the price runs up. And hopefully, I think he wants to do it after a unexpected beat on Q2 earnings. If I had to get in the head of a CEO, I would want to have all of this court case shit done and a prospectus filed with dilution ready to go before I drop a massive unexpected beat on Q2 earnings. And then cross my fingers that you get some buying pressure into that. Or some shorts covering into that. That's what I think. I don't know what's going to happen, but if I was the CEO, that's how I'd try and game it out. They certainly don't want to just give shares away for free or in a declining. They're greedy, just like we are. Mediocre, you scared Damien too. He said I was hitting refresh like a motherfucker. 70 cents on APE. What are you talking about?
No, I meant 172 is what I was trying to say, but I'm tired.
You spooked Phil too. You spooked a lot of people, Mediocre. I'm catching up on the chat.
I'm sorry. I apologize to all of you.
I'm literally sweating here. I'm sweating, Mediocre. Need to go turn down the AC. Todd says, can they? Huh?
AMC would have ran up high.
Yeah, if APE was.
If it would have dropped to 72 cents, it would have ran up high. Yeah,
if you see APE go down to 72, AMC will be running. If you see that, if you see AMC running and APE dropping, there is some news that we need to go find. But
Exactly.
Todd says, can you dilute AMC before conversion? They have no shares left, Todd. There's no shares left to dilute AMC with. That's why he needs the reverse split. When he does the reverse split, that drops the float, but the authorized shares is still 500 something million, and it's going to drop down to 150 million free float. So that gives him 400 million to play with without having to do any other paperwork. They already have 500 million and change in shares authorized. When you do the reverse split, and we're capped out right now, when you do the reverse split, you take that, and now you've got this many in the float and this many available to use again. Rich Money says he gave APE away for free. Yeah, we've had that conversation. I'm not going to redo the water under the bridge thing this morning, Rich. Hab says, Tony, love you, brother, for your honesty. I appreciate that, Hab. If Adam Aaron dilutes, wouldn't that cause the stock to go down temporarily? That's what I would expect, Hab, yes. It's not uncommon. It's mostly common when companies do a dilution announcement to see an immediate price drop. That is typically what I see. Now, I've had people argue with me to make a case, not argue like in a mean way, but just spirited conversations. They say, but Tony, would AMC go down on a dilution announcement if the market already knows that it's coming? Well, that's a good discussion to have, something to think about. I don't know. My gut still tells me that on a dilution announcement, when the filing drops, when a 424B prospectus filing hits the SEC, I would expect, just the way because of the computerized algos that are digesting this information, you will see an immediate price drop. That's the computers. They see 424B, boom, sell some. And then you see how the market really absorbs that news a couple minutes or a couple days later. Volume this morning is at, is this correct? No, that's not correct.
I can tell you apes right now.
What's the volume on AMC? This little stupid screen over here is not telling me the pre-market volume.
$37,830.
Wait, 37,000 on APE?
Yeah.
What do you see
AMC.
for? Someone was saying it was 6 million already. I don't see any candles that would add up to 6 million. Well, maybe there was pretty heavy. No, that was Friday. Yeah, the volume's tiny this morning.
Yeah, 40,397.
Okay. Yeah, very low volume this morning.
On the current bar, on this current bar. So total, I don't have the total.
People are saying 7-8 million. I mean, I'm looking at the 1 minute, 100,000, 20,000, 10,000. How could it really be 6 or 7 million this morning? Market Watch is saying, I don't know if Market Watch is calculating it correctly or not. Anyways, I'm looking at the 1 minute candles. It's very low. whatever it is that it adds up to. I don't know.
So the very first candle was 996,491 on the first candle.
Why does mine show 73,000?
I don't know, but mine's not showing the daily yet because it's pre-market.
Yeah. Mediocre, can you talk to them for a second or read some questions? I'm going to refill my coffee cup.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me log in.
Are you not watching the chat?
It'll be laggy. No, I am, but it'll be laggy because I'm behind.
All right. Well,
You know what I mean?
I just need 60 seconds.
You got it. Let's see. Fidelity 8.6, Webull 3.6. Yeah, I think it's the morning pre-market volume. The viewer says get some water too, Tony. Good morning, Grandpa Barney.
All right, I'm back. I turned down the AC a couple degrees too because I'm sweating up in here, Mediocre.
Yeah, better cool it off.
Let's hope it's about to get hot in here. It is already hot. I think you got me sweating with that 72-cent ape comment.
Thank you, Angelina.
Angelina ATF, how you doing? Grandpa Barney, good morning. I have the Discord open for any of you guys that want to come in and say hello. I'm up in the voice chat. Oh, Dan says maybe because brokers like Webull only report their own pre-market volume. Could be. Roseanne, good morning to you up in Maine. Maggie in Maine is, I saw her in the chat earlier. Maggie, are you still with us? Do you know Roseanne? I know that's... A lot of people think Maine, everyone up in Maine knows each other. I know it's a big state. Wiggy Wiggle says, Tony, are we going to take shots? Oh, man, I haven't even contemplated the idea of taking a shot. Should we set some shot targets?
No, it's freaking 5:30 a.m.
I do have to go to the gym today. I really don't want to get trashed in the morning. If
I
it
need coffee.
I'm drinking coffee right now. If AMC goes to $20, I'll take a shot. How about that?
Ape's at 174, Tony.
Yeah. Today's my gym day. And yeah, I'd prefer not to do shots this early in the morning.
703 for AMC. Come on. Let's do something. Go up. Let's go up.
Jack Wolf says Adam Aaron is afraid.
Good morning, everyone.
Tyler, how you doing this morning?
Oh, just driving.
Tyler, the deaf guy. Tyler, the deaf guy, is joining us in the chat. You guys might have seen him in the comments. Tyler, you drive a big rig. Where are you at today?
Somewhere in the middle of Kansas.
Kansas. So, are you going to be driving by? Are you going to be driving by Leawood, Kansas?
Not sure. I'm on I-70.
That is the headquarters of AMC, by the way. Maybe.
I have driven by it a couple on.
Maybe you can go drop off a message for the folks and tell them to make sure a short squeeze happens this week. So people would like to get paid.
Yeah, they don't want my peace of mind. I'd rather not upset or get arrested.
Alan, good morning.
Yoko, thank you for that Georgia coffee for telling us that we have 72 cents. Hey, I appreciate that.
Who wants to get me a coffee?
Stan, good morning to you in Jupiter, Florida. Jupiter is right outside of Miami. Is that right? My Florida peeps.
It's up a little ways.
Yeah, you got Miami. I forget. There's all these little cities. Fort Lauderdale is right up there, right? I forget.
I wonder if he's friends with Diaz. Diaz is from that area.
Jude said he's drinking Crown Royal and never went to bed. Wiggy Wiggle says, Tony, just think of lifting a shot glass as like going to the gym. I don't know if y'all were around when we were chatting this weekend, or when I was talking with Teddy Zane on the live last week about my gym routine and my struggles to get back into weightlifting, which I did at the beginning of this month, and I'm crushing it hard, guys. Like, I'm trying to get back to my max as quickly as I can, but I'm also respecting my age. And, I started in the basement again, and I'm slowly adding weight every workout. But Teddy and I was talking to Teddy about the struggles I'm having with squat. And my hamstrings are still lacking a lot of mobility, and I got to work on stretching, daily stretching. And I'm getting some ligament pains. And Teddy said, Tony, forget about all that heavy lifting. Just do the German volume training. So I tried that 2 days ago. And I'll tell you what. I had the absolute minimum amount of weight you could have on the leg extension machine, which I never use machines. And I did a couple hundred reps 2 days ago. I'm still fucking so sore that I can't sleep properly. And I was lifting pretty heavy weights on squats, but just doing 5 sets, 5 reps, and not really any soreness lingering, but I was starting to get some ligament pain during the lift. So it's going to be interesting to experiment now with this high volume, low weight. I'm going to try that for a few days on my legs while the ligaments get used to moving again. Old man problems. First world problems, mediocre.
Yeah, I'm getting upset, Tony.
Why are you getting upset?
We're almost back to where we were when we closed on Friday, on 8th.
I knew that was going to happen.
$1.74 and on APE.
Closing my steel deals, god damn it.
Well, why are you upset? You wanted it cheaper?
Yeah, if I could get it cheaper.
Maximus, how you doing? I see you up in the voice chat there.
Yeah, it's like 3 in the morning over here. I'm like, fucking just wanted to see what was going on, man. Is it worth even being up right now?
Well, I mean, there's no new news. We're waiting on the judge, and the volume is pretty thin. So AMC creeped up to 760. It's coming back down now. And APE had a corresponding dip, but it's going up. They're just doing that mirror image thing like you would expect in an arbitrage play. Or someone's worried that something is going to happen to one ticker but not the other. Derek says, Tony, you overdid your workout.
Like normal.
Derek, yeah, I started in the basement, Derek. Like, I literally started at half of my old workout weights on everything at the beginning of July, and I just add 5 pounds every other day. But as I'm as I'm approaching 300 on the deadlift, I'm feeling my hamstrings really tight. And I wasn't even at 135 on the squat, which is low. And already my ligaments were like, hold up, buddy. Hold up. Yes, I do need to stretch more. I do. I need to stretch every day, not just 5 minutes before I go in the gym. Void says the volume is not thin. All right. Let me pull up a different screen here.
Yeah, for us older guys, stretching is important, man. Every day, dude. You have to do it every morning.
Even worse for me being old and sitting in a chair, this sucks for your hamstrings. This sucks. You got to stretch that shit. AMC volume.
Gotta keep up with stuff.
Tyler, since you're sitting in a truck seat all day, do you have any stretching that you do to not get locked up?
Usually at the end of the day, I walk around the truck stops about 3-4 laps.
Now on the
About a mile each day.
I'm curious because you're a pretty fit guy. Do you have like a nationwide gym membership? Do you do any? Is that common in your profession or?
Did you just say I'm a thick guy?
I said you're
Calling me fat?
I said you're fairly fit. 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 You're in.
I'm about the same size as you are.
I know. Yeah, you're in good shape. Do you have a gym membership on the road? That's what I'm asking.
No. I walk a lot. I do a lot of heavy lifting though.
Okay. The heavy lifting helps, right?
Household.
All right.
So yeah, we're moving chairs, couches, stuff like that.
I'm looking at Market Watch now here, guys, for those of you that are yelling at me about the volume. It does say before hours volume 8.8 million.
Yeah,
I also
back at 179, Tony.
All right. Ape almost closed the gap. Mediocre, you know what I'm thinking. I know you know what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah.
Someone knows something.
I think we're going to do that. You know why they did that, Tony? I'm just going to tell everybody because they wanted to. The only ones who could trade at 4 a.m. is Webull. There might be a couple of others, but for the most part, all these other brokers, they don't let you trade, and they know that. So they lock you out of getting a good price. It sucks.
No shit.
What did you say, Tony?
I was going to say, I feel like with Ape pushing up like this, it could be due to the lower volume, but it also feels to me like someone might know something. Although, if I really wanted to go full conspiracy, if someone knew something, I would also expect AMC to be dropping more, and we're not seeing that. So, no shit. Sherlock says stretching is everything. Yeah. I keep on getting in this situation where I run to the gym and I have something to do after, and I've been shortchanging my stretching, but I also need to do daily stretching, even whether I'm at the gym or not. Douglas says,
both
go ahead.
AMC's at 708, so they're both kind of moving up. So
Yeah, that's excellent. Both of them move up. Let's fucking go. 8 cylinders, baby. Hit them all. Douglas says he is expecting but not hoping for a downward price action soon. Lots of options went in the money after close. Downward manipulation by market makers or selling off of contracts that open. That's probably, I would expect some people taking profits on call options when market opens as well. Douglas. Gary's asking, are we looking for something special to happen this morning? The biggest news that could happen this morning, Gary, would be some update from Judge Zern. Obviously, if her update is the settlement is going to be delayed 6 more weeks while they notice the class about the updated amended settlement and allow for objections, yada, yada, yada. If all that cycle re-kicks off, it could be very good for AMC and you could get some more shorts covering. So that's one possibility. The other possibility is we get no news and then we're just kind of hang out and see what the institutions, what they try and force the price into when the market opens. And then the third option is we get some news from Zern that she accepted the revised settlement. And then I think you'll see AMC come down and APE go up. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to be here with you guys when we find out. And I hope, you know, that whatever your expectations are, that you make some money today. Is there a scenario where both start running? The scenario where I see them both start running is if AMC were to drop a good Q2 earnings. Like if we're still stuck with 2 tickers in the first week of August and they drop positive earnings, I think they will both run up some. How high, I don't know. Depends on where they're at when we get there. Steve says perhaps yoga for stretching. Man, that would make my wife's year, Steve, if she saw you put that comment in there. She goes to yoga every day. She asks me every day to go with her, and I always say no. But I did tell her once I start going back to the gym, I know I'm going to need to stretch more, and I would consider it.
You know, in the yoga gym, there's a lot of moass there.
There is some moass there, yeah. Yep. I have done some yoga classes before. It is some pretty challenging stretching. And make no mistake, if you are really attempting, if you go to like a power yoga, it could be like a workout. I don't know if any of you guys have done it. And the scenery is often not bad too, if you know what I mean.
My ex-wife was a yoga. She would do yoga every morning, and it was probably the highlight of my day, just watching her do yoga.
She was a yoga teacher or a yoga participant, Tyler?
Participant. She was a massage therapist.
Okay.
She took her body workout very seriously.
So
Best part of the day.
About 7-8 years ago, before I started dating my wife, the girl I was dating for a year was a certified yoga instructor, petite little brunette, and she would drag me to yoga at least once a week. And that is the bulk of my experience. But she ended up being batshit crazy. What do they say? Strippers, yoga instructors, and hairdressers. The hot to crazy scale comes in full effect.
I'm not going to argue that.
I wish I could remember that video. He's like, up here you got your 7, and you got this is where you got your strippers, your hairdressers, and your yoga instructors. Down here you got your unicorns. If you find one of those, let us know. It's never been seen in real life.
That's the hot, crazy matrix. Bro.
Yeah.
That's the
I don't
scale.
know. I think the librarians are very interesting. They can be very sweet and kinky at the same time.
I dated a elementary school teacher that was pretty crazy too, Tyler. On the hot crazy matrix.
Don't get me started on teachers. Teachers are insane.
Anya T, good morning.
Nurses. You want to talk about nurses? Woo! They'll take you for a hurricane.
Kelly Boy says I'm single for many reasons, right? Let's see.
Hey, Tony, I'm not too loud, am I?
No, you're not too loud. Sherlock says, do you think the judge looked at the new settlement over the weekend? I was wondering that myself last night, Sherlock. I'm going to be honest. I expected her to answer yesterday so that we could have overnight to digest it or for the company to implement a corporate action. And it would not have surprised me to see at market open AMC and APE halted due to pending corporate action. That's what I was expecting this morning, that they would have, that was potentially an outcome. But also, I don't know, did the judge say it's Sunday, it's my family day, I'm going to go to church, I'm going to barbecue, and she didn't do anything? I don't know. We've seen the judge work on the weekends on this case, so I don't think it's unreasonable to think that she might have looked at it. But is there just one issue, just the APE release that she's thinking about? Or if that is out of the way, does she have issue B, C, and D? So maybe it's not realistic to expect that we get an immediate answer. I'm here with you.
Well, I mean, I wasn't expecting anything I wasn't expecting her to say anything, because think about it, a court judge, whatever she says goes on record.
Yeah.
She has to be very selective.
She does have to be thorough. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, when she says something, that's taken into effect. So she probably has looked at it and is weighing her options, looking at precedent, all of it, and then she will make her announcement. Also, I'm expecting something around 8 o'clock today in the morning.
You're expecting, Tyler, something from the judge at 8 o'clock this morning?
I would say around 8 when, she comes to work.
30 minutes before market open. That's
sure, why not?
Okay. 8 Central.
I'll be back.
All right, Max. Amit says, what are the 3 types of men to avoid? Broke, broke, and broke. There you go, ladies. Avoid the brokies. Dan says,
like those women that expect men to make $250,000 a year and be available, right?
Yep. Anya is asking, how was Barbie? Barbie was enjoyable, Anya. Make sure I can say this. Margot Robbie for 2 hours in tights. I mean, what's not to like, Anya? But for the ladies, it was funny. The audience was laughing a good portion of the movie. So I think if you guys have a chance to watch Barbie, that you will enjoy it. For me, it had a couple slow moments, but overall enjoyable. I'm just a man. I don't know shit about Barbie dolls or their whole history, and I don't know anything about that. Scarlett wanted to go see it, and I wanted to support the company, and it was an enjoyable time. Damien says, my wife's a 33-year-old doctor. Is that DR doctor? And she's crazy. Don't tell me doctors are crazy too. What, mediocre?
Tony, my opportunities are diminishing.
What's diminishing?
My buying opportunities.
Your buying opportunity to buy cheap APE is diminishing. Yeah. AMC's now at 677. APE is at 183.
Oh man.
I'm okay with that. Better than fucking 72 cents in the morning.
I agree.
Paul says, how does AMC avoid a new round of lawsuits? You said APE lawsuits, but I'm going to delete that and say, how does AMC avoid a new round of lawsuits? They don't. I mean, guys, the no voters are already planning right now, this weekend, they are planning a slew of new lawsuits. That is a fact. There will be.
Don't they understand that they're only hurting themselves?
They want to punish Adam Aaron. They want to punish AMC. They make no secret of that.
And yet hurt themselves at the same time.
I know for a fact that they're planning multiple new lawsuits. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what AMC does. There are new lawsuits planning in the planning stages right now. I watched one of Al's videos, not the whole thing, but just enough where I saw he has a sign-up sheet to get on board for the next class action lawsuit. Just give him your name, your full name, your email address, and your phone number. He promises it won't be used for nefarious purposes. It's not going to be sold to any institutions or hedge funds, wink, wink. But he wants all your information so you can be informed about that next class action lawsuit that he's planning on filing. And I saw in many, look, I keep in touch with and follow on social media all these guys that are filing lawsuits. There's zero doubt they're planning right now, actively, multiple new lawsuits. There's no avoiding it. These guys are not going to stop. But on the other hand, all of their shit got denied. So
And people just know when to take their losses. Just walk away.
English guy, 100% agree. All right, we just dropped through the VWAP on AMC on the 1 minute, 662.
So that we drop below the 200.
Yep, we dropped below the 200 on the daily.
I was hoping we stay above the 200.
Well, everyone was. But, I mean...
666, Tony, is...
Anything can happen
666
in pre-market.
200 EMA. Yeah, it dropped below it. I was hoping it didn't do that.
Good morning to you, Ralph. Scott, good morning. Angelina, how you been doing? I haven't seen you on the evening lives. Hopefully you're doing okay. Did I see you earlier say you had a surgery? Someone said Bitcoin's dropping. Oh, gosh.
Good morning, Grandpa.
Grandpa!
Why is this chart so screwed up? God, blast it. Now
That's the question we ask every day in the market.
why is it
I'm
dropping?
getting that funny feeling I had on Friday.
You're getting that funny feeling that someone knows something, Grandpa?
Yep.
Any updates on the court website?
Nope, I just checked.
We just got a pretty good size 5-minute candle, red candle on APE.
Ooh.
Push it down to 174. It's not huge, but you know.
BTC USD.
I mean, we did expect a lot of volatility.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for, pre-market volatility. Where it ends up between now and the next 3 hours when the market opens, anybody's guess. Anything could happen. Up, down, up, down. Welcome to pre-market.
That's why everybody's up early today. 'Cause
Right.
Everybody knows.
I just checked stocks at 1 o'clock in the morning on Weeble, and it's a straight nightmare.
You've been up since 1 o'clock, Grandpa?
That's the drawback.
No, I'm saying on Weeble you can trade Pacific time. You can start trading at 1 o'clock in the morning, and the volatility in the stocks moving up and down is insane. It's moving so fast I can't buy and sell.
What stock?
Well, whatever one's moving. Go in and find the runners in the morning on Weeble, and they're moving so fast that it's insane.
Hobbs says, Tony, if AMC is able to pay off half their debt, does that put them in a better fundamental overall for long term? Meaning, can they avoid bankruptcy paying off half their debt? That is an excellent question to think about, Hob. Here's my answer. Right now, our interest cost per quarter is about $80 million. $80 million on the income statement goes to an expense for interest payments. That's not a lot. That is not a lot of money. I mean, it sounds like a lot, right? But to cut that, our debt is $5 billion. So to cut the interest payment in half from 80 million to 40 million, you would need to pay off $2.5 billion in debt to get just a reduction in $40 million a quarter. Is that worth it? Yes, if you have enough cash, that would be okay. But I've not been one that's been saying Adam Aaron wants to raise money to pay off debt. I know people are saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I think that it is more important for the company to raise cash to improve the balance sheet, to improve the working capital ratio. I am forecasting. What, mediocre?
I asked Adam Aaron that very question in Boston.
And what did he say? Was he going to pay off the debt?
No.
He said no. So he told mediocre no. I would not, as CEO, of a company that's facing $200 million quarterly losses be considering paying off any large portion of debt?
All he wants is a strong cash position.
I would want my checking account loaded up with cash so that I can survive 2 more years if I'm thinking I might have more negative quarters.
That's exactly what he wants. That's exactly what he told me, Tony.
No matter what these guys are telling you, the clickbaiters on YouTube, the future for AMC is not certain that we're going to have positive quarters for the next year. I am forecasting negative quarters. I'm hopeful that the industry changes that and surprises me, but every indicator we have says that we're probably going to lose money in Q3 and Q4 and maybe some quarters in 2024. Of course, I would prefer that not be the case, but let's go with the numbers we have. If we're going to lose 100 or 2 million a quarter, we got to have a checking account balance of cash or we're going to run out of money. So if he raised $1 billion, that is going to be used to cover those quarterly losses, not to be paying off debt. So you're not going to hear me say raise money to pay off debt unless he raised $4 or $5 billion. And I don't know. I don't know how much dilution he's going to do or at what price. So if he raises $2 billion or less, I do not expect any considerable amount of debt to be paid off. Just speaking from a financial analysis, that would not be a good use of cash.
Tony, I have a thought and I'd like to run by you.
Yeah, what you got?
So you got all this, the writer's strike, the Actors Guild strike, and say AMC goes down. Regal is in massive debt and they're facing bankruptcy. Sunmark is not doing good.
Yeah.
How does Hollywood expect to make any money if they have no theater to show the films?
Yeah, that's a
great.
great.
Obviously, streaming is not doing that great either.
So, I mean, that's a good question, Tyler. What happens if Hollywood fucks us over and drags us actors and writers strike out for 6 months or a year and hoses the entire movie industry and starts putting theaters under pressure again? What happens? Cinemark is doing okay at the moment. Cineworld, Regal is just going through bankruptcy. The lenders are going to own that company. Shareholders are getting wiped out on Cineworld and Regal. And what happens to AMC if things go bad? AMC in the next year could file bankruptcy, and they would reorganize. Tyler, they would reorganize to restructure the debt, probably do a trade of debt for equity, relaunch the company, and we would get wiped out. And the lenders would own the company, just like Cineworld and Regal. Doesn't mean that theaters or AMC would go away, but they would need to restructure the debt, wipe it out to put the company on a stronger financial footing. And in that bankruptcy process, common stockholders would be wiped out and lenders would own the company. They would get rid of the debt and they would take new stock. They would take new equity. And then you start over. Everybody would be wiped out. Everyone would be wiped out, just like in Bed Bath & Beyond. There's way more debt than there is value. We would all be wiped out in a bankruptcy filing. And then the lenders would trade their debt, fix the balance sheet. They would get new stock, and then they'd relaunch it. They'd do a new IPO.
This hurt Hollywood in any way.
Hollywood can fuck us, and we need to keep the pressure on them to resolve that strike. Now, we don't got to worry about that in the next quarter or two, right? There's enough movies already in the pipeline that's not a concern I have for Q3 or Q4. Although we are seeing some Q4 movies getting pushed potentially. Let's just pray that they resolve this shit soon. I don't want to. I don't want to.
I got a friend of mine.
You got a friend? What?
I have a really long-time friend. I used to go to an art college. I have a lot of friends in the film industry, and they're not working. They are not doing anything right now.
I know. It's horrible.
And it's yeah. They're not getting paid. They're not doing anything.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Highcroft is up, by the way, this morning, mediocre. Someone just called out in the chat, 48 cents. I still think, guys, a pump is coming on Highcroft. I have not changed from the video that I made a week ago. 48 cents on Highcroft.
Highcroft is still a thing?
I think that there's going to be a pump, a push on social media. I'm seeing it. And a push by Diane Garrett. They did a press release. She teased that they're considering doing a share buyback. No, they're not. That's a fucking tease. Highcroft has a prospectus filed, and they will be selling shares. You can mark my words right now. There is dilution coming in Highcroft to raise cash for that milling plant. I don't know when, but soon. Soon could be months, but it's coming. And so I think that they want to pump the price and sell some shares. So I'm still predicting a pump in Highcroft. I might be wrong. Maybe the pump is just to 48 cents, but I think Highcroft could see a temporary push up to $1. That's just my guess. For a couple days.
Still got my calls.
I have calls also. I have 50-cent calls. And I have 50-cent puts. I have no shares. I have no shares left in Highcroft. I sold all those. But I'm expecting a run up and then a run down. So I have short-term calls and long-term puts.
I completely forgotten about Highcroft.
Darren says, why are people saying Adam Aaron killed the squeeze from a letter? I don't really know why they're saying that, Darren. Obviously, I saw some shorts. I know people on social media, on Twitter, that are confirmed retail shorts. And of course, those people are calling, oh, this is horrible. This is a pump killer. There was nothing in that letter that we didn't already know. Newsflash, Adam Aaron wants to raise capital. We've known this for a long time, but the shorts on Twitter are making sure that, this is bad. This is negative. It's nothing that we didn't already know, but they want to hammer that home to impact your psychology. And then, of course, the no voters glom onto that because they just hate Adam Aaron. Nothing he said in that letter was new. So I don't know why are they.
News.
The only reason they're saying that is to try and push the price down. In my opinion, social media is pushing that because the shorts want to scare you right now. They don't like the fact they probably loaded new shorts at $8, and they want you to be scared and they want to push the price down.
I thought the letter came across as desperate, like we need money badly and everything. I'm like, it could have worded it a little bit better.
They do need money, Tyler. And by the end of this year, they're going to need money.
I know, that's a fact. Yeah, I'm not denying the fact. I get that, but as a CEO, you kind of would phrase it a little bit more optimistic.
So I don't know. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I said I think he dropped that letter because he believes that the judge's decision is imminent and he wants to be very transparent about what is coming so that nobody is surprised when a dilution announcement drops. I think it was really that simple.
I agree with you.
I agree.
And I'm not an Adam Aaron fan, believe me. But he's trying to let his investors know what's going on. That's all. You know what I mean? I don't know. What are you gonna say?
I mentioned earlier. I mentioned earlier about an hour ago I was going to talk about Adam Aaron's tweets. Like, how can he be so exuberant and bullish and excited? We're making so much money, da 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 da, on all of these tweets, and then he drops a letter like that yesterday. We've seen a lot of bullish tweets over the last 2 years, right? And I've always told you guys, always, when you ask me, what do you think about his tweets? I do not fucking decode tweets from a CEO. Why? Because a CEO's job is chief marketing officer to Wall Street and to retail. His job is to pump you up. You have to be smart enough not to get taken by tweets. That's why I've never made one video or one tweet, unless it was a joke, decoding Adam Aaron's tweets. He is marketing to you. They all of them are marketing to you, to suck you in, to keep you in. You got to be smarter than that. Just recognize it for what it is. It's not illegal. It's not even immoral. He's doing his job as chief marketing officer. That's what the CEO's job is. So of course he's going to drop little nuggets to keep you excited. He needs you.
Right. And he wants you to like him.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. That's his damn job. But all of my analysis is not what Adam Aaron tweets. It's in the 10 Qs. And that's why when he dropped that letter, it exactly matched what I've been saying for the last 6 months. He told you what the 10 Qs say, what the financial statements say. They need cash. So if all you've ever been looking at was tweets, you're going to say, well, this doesn't make sense. It does make perfect sense what he said yesterday if you have been looking at the 10 Qs.
Aren't they trying to decode, apparently his signature change or something?
The what?
I saw some people talking about his signature.
Oh, yeah.
His signature.
I saw that he had
So, like, it's different. It's a sign. And I'm like,
yeah.
What?
I saw that. I saw someone tweet it, and I looked at the pictures, and it was 2 different signatures. I stopped my analysis right there, Tyler. I'm not going to decode signatures either. Sorry.
I'm like, what? What does the signature have to do with the financial statement or the market cap of a company? We bought AMC because we love movies.
Maybe Adam Aaron's been replaced by.
Have to do with the signature?
Maybe he's been replaced by a clone, Tyler.
I just love movies. That's why I buy AMC.
I just love this stock.
Yeah.
Silver Surfer, that is a good analysis. He says tweets are short-term, letter was long-term strategy. That is an excellent synopsis.
Most of the time. Then you read a tweet from our former President Trump. They're not long-term. Thank you.
We're talking a CEO's tweets. Paul says,
sorry, I made Kansas a damn team billboard for Trump for 2024.
Paul Kinney says, if Zern does not comment or rejects this proposal with all these shorts totally not hedged against any losses, AMC could explode. Mediocre, do you think that shorts are not hedged?
Oh my God. Shorts are not scared at all because of the financials of the company.
But
I just leave it at that.
well, I'm going to answer it. The shorts are hedged. If you are short on AMC and you're an institution, you also own calls. They're 100% hedged. Who is not hedged? Inexperienced retail shorts. People who thought they were going to be smart and copy an institution. Oh, I'm gonna go long APE and short on AMC. They're too dumb to buy calls and hedge their short. They're the ones that got burned on Friday. Institutions, 100% they're hedged. You can
Think about it.
bet.
That's why they're so happy with the 3-4%.
You can bet.
increase.
You can bet
Hey,
that
they're happy.
institutional shorts are hedged.
Yeah.
They might take a hit on their short position, but they will make it up on calls.
Yep.
That's how the game works.
Look at your text.
Who was that, Max?
It's risk versus reward.
No, it's grandpa.
Oh, Grandpa,
You know what I'm
sorry.
saying? The amount they spend on their call options are minute compared to what they're going to make in the
Yeah,
short position.
it's cheap insurance,
So-
right?
Exactly.
For a hedge fund, it's cheap insurance to buy some out of the money call options, and if the price runs away, they'll lose a little bit of money on their shorts. They'll have to cover them, but they make it up on the call options. Matt,
Wish people would learn to respect their enemy. That's all. Respect your
yeah,
enemy.
just understand how they play it, and then you kind of understand the game. Matt says, Tony, did I see Elon rebranding Twitter to X? I saw something from Elon when I woke up or before I went to sleep that said, what are your last thoughts before we rebrand to X? But is he renaming Twitter, or is it just the company?
I thought it was Twitter. He was renaming Twitter to X.
Well, I don't know what I think about that. Then what are we going to say?
mean, why would you rebrand Tesla? Tesla is a global recognized name, and you're going to move it to X?
Can you imagine if Twitter got renamed to X, instead of saying, did you see Adam Aaron's tweet? You could say, did you see Adam Aaron's X this morning? That just sounds stupid. What does that even mean? I don't know. Benjamin Israel, good morning to you. Jeff says, I don't think the apes are going to buy more today. They will just hold what they own. I think most of us in the voice chat probably agree with you, Jeff. I mean, I was thinking to myself on Friday, why are people buying at 7 or 8 when they could have just bought at $4.40? Who's buying right now? You had infinite opportunity, months to buy in the $4 range, and now all of a sudden you're excited to buy at 7 or 8. Who's doing this buying? Where were you last week?
The same people that bought at 70.
I'm gonna have to have some talks with some people, Tyler.
Same people that bought at $70 when they thought it was going to go to $1,000. What difference does it make if you're buying it $7 when you think it's going to go to $1,000?
Corrupt 87 says people are getting that FOMO itch. Well, I'm going to say what I always say to you guys. I want you to get a good entry and not buy into run-ups. But at the same time, I get it. To get a run-up, you need to buy into the run-up. This is more than just some random run-up right now. We're literally, you're going to live or die by a judge's decision, and you don't know what that's going to be. So understand the risk. That's all I'm saying. Whether you're looking at AMC or APE, whatever the judge says next is going to send one of these tickers one direction and the other one the other direction. So choose wisely. I don't know what she's going to say. I don't know which one's going to go which way. But if it's in AMC's favor, the ticker, that one is loaded for bear with the high cost to borrow. You guys know I'm leaning more towards, I think the judge will eventually approve the settlement. I don't know if it'll be today. I don't know if it'll be a month from now. That's what we're here to find out today, guys.
That's why we got up at 3 in the morning.
That is why we got no sleep last night. GFM says, why is AMC going down and APE going back up? I mean, the natural cycle of arbitrage is that the prices will tend to go back to a median. APE is already back right where it was, and AMC is overbought. If you're looking just at an arbitrage, AMC went way up, so it has more of a tendency to come down. Unless there's more news or more buying pressure. You need news or you need more buying pressure, and we're in pre-market. We're really not going to know. If there's no news before the bell rings, we're not really going to know what to expect from AMC and APE until the real trading starts. So most exciting thing would be is if we could get some news. Whatever the news is, I don't care, but that will make it exciting.
181, that's good. I'm okay with that.
Can I review all the possible things the judge could say? I mean, it's gonna be two things, right? Maggie, thank you. Hat tip to you.
Thank you, Tony.
How come the lights don't blink anymore, Grandpa? I got some debugging to do. What did Amit say? Oh, go through all the things that the judge could say. The judge is going to say one of two things. I accept the proposed amendment to the settlement. Or she could say, I accept the proposed amendment to the settlement, but we need to notify the class and allow for new objections, and that's going to take many, many weeks. Or she could say, I accept the proposed amendment, but I have some other concerns, and here they are. I don't think she's going to deny the proposed amendment because it addressed exactly what she had the problem with on Friday. Does that seem fair to you guys? The one thing she complained about on Friday, they addressed it immediately. So she has three choices. Tell us she has more concerns, accept it as is, or accept it as is, but add some delay for notification, allow time for more objections. But I don't think that what are people going to object to? All the other objections and exceptions were dismissed on Friday. So I don't see that being a likely outcome. I think it's going to either be I accept, I approve, or she's going to say, all right, I approve that, but I got another laundry list for you. And now that you got the big one out of the way, let's talk about B, C, D, and E. So I think it'll be one of those two. Accept or new laundry list.
It's accepted.
What do I know,
Easy
mediocre? I'm
talk.
just a dumb plumber. Isn't that what you say?
That's what I said.
I'm just a failed actor, mediocre. What do I know?
proceedings.
I object. I need a gavel. I need a gavel.
I object to not making money. Give me my money.
Joe Poe says we saw what happened to Gabe Plotkin. Yeah, definitely, Joe. Sometimes we catch them off guard, right? They get a little too smart for their britches, these hedge funds. They were quite sure that GameStop was going down the tubes, and we caught them with their pants down in January of 2021. They know we're not going anywhere. I think that they've gotten a little better at risk management. But I'm always hopeful we catch another one off guard. Believe me. Someone said APE is temporarily unavailable for trading on Webull. Anybody seeing that? Can anybody confirm? Someone go buy one share. Z Wade says, Tony, did you go to bed? I slept for about 90 minutes. We got home around midnight from... Huh?
Should I feel your pain? I didn't get much either.
Yeah, we got home from the Barbie movie around midnight. It took me about an hour to get to the point where I could fall asleep. And then, so that was 1 a.m. And then I had my alarm set for 2:30, 2:40, 2:45, 2:50. And I hit snooze 3 times. 2:45, I rolled out of bed, so... I'm feeling the pain, and I don't know how long I'm gonna last today, but I'd like to at least see, I'd like to see us get into market trading this morning. If the judge is gonna announce anything, it'll be pre-market, and I want to see what the direction is.
You're feeling the pain.
Oh, if the judge does not announce anything this morning, I still want to see what direction we start trading when the market opens. But I don't know if I'm going to be going from 3 a.m. this morning to 3 p.m. I've never done a 12-hour live stream. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if you guys feel like you still need me.
Try driving without any sleep.
That's not legal, Tyler. You're supposed to take mandatory federally required breaks and log them in your computer.
I did. Legally on paper.
Are you driving?
I shut out to sleep.
Are you driving right now?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I got 5 more hours to drive. Do delivery to Denver.
Do you want to throw your camera up there so we can see you?
You want to see what I'm looking at?
APE is still trading on Thinkorswim, so I don't know what's up with Webull, Tony.
Hold on.
Yeah, the last candle I see on Webull was 2 minutes ago. All right, let's...
Hey, can you guys see anything?
Yeah, let me put you on... Oh, look at that. There's Tyler. Yeah, we see you. In the big rig. Just outside Kansas City?
No, on the west side of Kansas.
Now, I don't want to make you wreck, but...
Side.
I don't want to make you wreck, but is your dog awake?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna take you off. Drive safe, Tyler. Always. Williams says, I don't see how she could approve the settlement when it harms the ape shareholders. That is still also a valid concern that I have, and I agree with you. She raised some concerns about potential harm to ape shareholders from the settlement. I don't know how she's going to sort all this out, but if anyone can do it, it will be Judge Zern. So be prepared for anything, whichever ticker or tickers you're holding. Anything literally still could happen. What's safe to say at this point is this is not over. Anyone who told you this was over on Friday does not understand what they're talking about. She's going to approve a settlement. She's going to not approve it. There's going to be a dismissal. Something is going to happen, but it is not over, not by a long stretch.
Do you listen to Casey Shaw?
Sometimes I do, Tyler.
His group really doesn't like you right now.
Nobody likes Tony Denaro. Tyler? You know how many AMC shareholders have blocked me on Twitter because I don't tell them exactly what they want to hear?
And that's why I listen to you. I don't want you to sugarcoat things. I want the cold hard facts.
I think it is more important for you guys to have facts, good and the bad, so that you can make appropriate decisions than just be spoon-fed hopium. And
that's why I don't listen to Matt Cords anymore.
I have ultimate confidence that in doing so, that there is a greater chance that taking that path will lead you in the correct direction than the alternate paths that everybody else is talking.
I'm going to mute for a bit. I'll be back.
Thank you, Tyler. Any two will do says they are trying to drive this price down as much as they can before 7 a.m. Yeah, we're about to get the Fidelity folks online in 2 minutes, right? Mediocre? 7 a.m.
Fidelity, TD Ameritrade, and Charles Schwab.
2 minutes, a bunch of new traders will be able to trade these tickers. So be ready. Countdown is in effect right now. It looks like APE is trading again on Webull. Yeah, Sam, same comment that the other gentleman said. She had some concerns about the settlement potentially harming APE shareholders. So I don't know. We're going to find out. I don't disagree with you guys that are pointing that out. I saw that too. I don't know how she sorts through all this. It almost makes me think like the logical conclusion is just let the two parties dismiss the case. No settlement. And let AMC move forward. But I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm glad I'm not a judge. Mr. Nicholas says the short interest is so damn high. What does this mean? It means that the lenders are not, they're running low on shares to loan. It means that there's not infinite shares available. The supply is running dry. For all these people that are saying there's trillions of shares out there, you would not see 1,000% cost to borrow if they could print infinite naked shorts. That's just my first thought. And the supply is running dry, and the lenders are treating that remaining supply as precious. And if you want to borrow those shares, you're going to pay through the nose. That's what I think. And if we get any good news for AMC, that high short interest and that low supply is going to drive the price of AMC up a few more dollars. Vitali Alpha says, dismiss the case with prejudice, Judge Zern. You guys know I've not been bashful in sharing my thoughts and my opinions, as unpopular as they are with some people. But I think ultimately, still my guess has been from day one that this case will be dismissed or settled, and the reverse split conversion will happen. Will I be right? Will I be wrong? Whatever, come what may. You can either carry me on your shoulders or throw me off a cliff. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, that's cool too. You're here to hear different opinions. My opinion has never wavered, and I voice it because that is my real opinion. But I'm no judge, guys. I'm no lawyer. I just read documents and tell you what I think. Oh, Angelina says, I like KC and Tony. I like KC too. I understand his listeners don't, and are not happy with me right now. I get it. Trader Tambayan says, a lot of people didn't buy at $4, but will if it hits $20. Yeah, I'm just wondering. I was wondering the same thing aloud a few minutes ago. Like, the people that are buying at 7 and 8 right now, where were you when it was $4? So David Davison says, Stonka Tracker says there's 0 shares available. Can I just get up on the soapbox for a second, guys? Stonka Tracker is hot garbage. Any YouTuber, Twitter, Reddit, anybody that tells you there's 0 shares available is full of hot garbage. You know why? Because all of those sources that everybody quotes, and I can tell you this with 100% certainty, all of those sources are getting their data from exactly one lender. So when you see Donahue George saying, where are these shares coming from? They said there's 0 shares available. One lender. These guys are making videos and telling you this bullshit. They're getting their data from one lender, and that is Interactive Brokers. Every fucking data feed that every social media person reports on is one lender. There are always shares available. And if you see someone report 0 shares available, they are getting their data from Interactive Brokers, and Interactive Brokers might have 0, but everybody else has some. You got to get smarter in this play and stop listening to this clickbait bullshit. Even Ortex. If I show you Ortex right here, you can see this over here, right? And you see short availability 0. What does it say right here at the top? Interactive Brokers short availability. If you click on the little question mark on Stonko Tracker or Chart Exchange or any of them, if you take the extra 60 seconds to read the fine print, they're all getting their data from that one broker. So stop believing the bullshit on social media. They are lying to you. There's always more than zero available. And I wish that people would learn this and stop repeating it. And I wish you would call out these fucks that are giving you misinformation. There's always shares available. How much are you willing to pay? What lender do you go to? Nana Ape, good morning, Nana. Nana says, I watch KC every day and I never heard anyone say anything bad about you. Yeah, Nana, I don't know if you were there. I just came in came in. That was going to sound bad. I went over and visited a couple weeks ago on a Friday afternoon the folks in KC's voice chat in the back of the big Tramp, sitting out on my back patio with a Miller Lite and talking with Foo Dog, and who else was in there? Yuka. You might have been in there, Nana. We had a great conversation for about 45 minutes. Yuka was making fun of my t-shirt, and we were just shooting the breeze about normal stuff, Friday afternoon post-market stuff. I know they might not like some of my due diligence, but I don't have a problem with anybody in there, and I didn't get the opinion that anybody particularly hated me. I know some of them might, but I don't know. It went fine by my vibe, you know, the vibe that I got from the group. Nobody was disrespectful or angry or said anything bad. And many of KC's viewers are viewers of my channel. So hopefully we all can just be at that place where we know we're all shareholders. We know we've all been here for 2 damn years. We all want to make money. We all want to ultimately see this company successful, except for there's a couple of these fucks on social media that say, I don't care if the company goes bankrupt. Well, fuck you. A lot of us do care. We want to make money, but we also care about the company. And the ones that say they don't care if it goes bankrupt, yeah, fuck off. Everybody else, whatever you're at on this trade, you know, as long as you're a shareholder, you're on my team. Nana Ape says, I was there. You were there on that Friday, Nana Ape. Thank you. It went well, right? Don't you think? It was a good conversation. We didn't even talk about stocks. We talked about beer and barbecue and chickens, I think.
Fidelity filling its effect on us. 175.
The Fidelity and TD Ameritrade traders are making their presence known. APE is now at 175, and AMC is at 638. Now they're both trending down, Tyler.
Great.
Z Wade says, Tony, you researched and didn't discover that all hopium is true. I mean, yeah, I've sporadically complained from time to time about this 0 shares available nonsense, but nobody wants to listen to that. I've even, you know, a long time ago sent Donahue George messages or tweets trying to help educate him, but a lot of people are more concerned about clicks and views than telling you the truth. It sounds a lot more sexy to say 0 shares available. These hedge funds, where are they getting these naked shorts from? Oh, my earpiece fell out. What? I'm just teasing Donahue George, but your information is bullshit, Donahue George. There are always shares available, and you are lying to the people because you are looking at data from one data source. And maybe you know that, or maybe you don't know it, but after 2 years, you ought to know better, my friend.
That's why I stopped streaming, Tony.
Because people don't want to know the truth, mediocre?
It somewhat seems that way.
And if you bring it up, like if I bring it up that all of this zero share thing is bullshit, then I get called a shill, a hedgy plant, a troll. For trying to educate you guys, I'm the bad guy. You can do the work yourself. Go look on any data source that shows zero shares. They will all tell you they get their data only from Interactive Brokers, and they will tell you further, do not use this as indicative of the entire shares available. Plain as day. Sammy boy, what's up? Sammy says, Tony, I've been pissed with you in the past. I know you have, Sammy. I remember. But who hasn't? Yes, join the club, Sammy. Fun fact, Grandpa Barney hated me for a long time. He's not in the chat anymore. Grandpa Barney used to fucking hate my guts. He's like, Tony, I hated you because of what you said, but then I realized that you only are trying to help educate us, even if we don't want to hear it.
I mean, I didn't really know you, Tony, but I wasn't really a fan either. I told you that.
I'm an acquired taste, mediocre. It takes a long time. Things that I say often take many months or longer to be proven correct. So in the meantime, you can hate me all you want. Just be nice so you don't get blocked, because you're going to come back at some point and say, motherfucker, I hated what you said, but you were right. It just took a long time for me to realize it.
Yeah, I never really hated you. I'm like, man, what the fuck?
Why is this guy such a
What's
dick?
That guy's
Story of my life, mediocre. That's why the ladies love me. Because I'm an asshole.
How many people are in the stream?
824.
Nice, at 7 a.m. There's a lot of people.
Z-Wade says most of the YouTube stock bros could not successfully make a 401k work. Ouch. These guys. They are a YouTube business. If people don't know that by now, it is your fault, people. If you don't realize who's giving you factual information and who's clickbaiting you and who has been incorrect over and over and over on ticker after ticker, they're pumping Highcroft, they're pumping Mullen. And what have I been saying for 2 years? Don't buy Mullen. Wait on Highcroft.
What are you saying, Mullen? I thought Mullen was going to short squeeze with a massive float.
If you haven't figured out by now who is giving you accurate information and who is not, then you're probably blocked on my channel already and you're not here right now commenting. God dang, man. Mediocre, do you know how many people I blocked on YouTube this weekend?
Know your Captain 10 Grit.
I don't know.
Probably 100. I literally
don't know where the fuck
I don't want stupid people watching my channel. If you're not willing to at least be open to hearing educational material, then you're not the future of this channel. You don't have to agree with me. Just be nice. I let every disagreement comment go through, as long as there's not a slur or an insult in there. Because the best way for us all to learn, me, you, everybody reading it, is to have conversation and disagreement. Disagreement's cool. It's the people that can't help but insult that are just irritating. Like, you're not operating in an adult world. Nice guys finish last, right, Robert? Gentlemen, little dating tip. Doesn't hurt to have a little bit of asshole in your demeanor. If you're still single. Although Scarlett might disagree. When she's got to deal with my stubbornness on a daily basis. All right, we got Tanton79 says, Tony, do you think if the judge makes AMC have a revote? No, there won't be a revote. I'll just stop that right there. There was nothing illegal about the vote. Trip Revoked says, good morning, all. Good morning, Trip Revoked. Has been a minute. Yeah, it's been a while since I seen you, bro. I'm doing good. Jim says, the only reason my 401k is healthy because I don't touch it. That is a great plan, Jim. Just put that money away. Do your monthly or quarterly contributions if you're working for a corporation. Get you some index funds in that 401k and let that ride, and then have fun and gamble a little bit with your personal trading account. Y'all, any of y'all that are gambling with your 401ks on these squeeze plays, I don't know about all that jazz.
We know a couple.
What was that, Tyler?
We know a couple people who are gambling with the retirement money.
Oh, yeah, I bet there's a few, Tyler.
Unfortunately.
Dana Young woke back up. Good morning, Dana, again. Tom, greetings to you in Germany. Guten Morgen. German apes holding strong. Tom, are you in close communication with all of the German apes? I know Mr. Alexander Holland is a German ape. We have quite a few viewers of this channel, subscribers of this channel over in Germany, but we have quite a few German apes that hate Adam Aaron and AMC also. I'm just curious how tightly knit the German ape community is. Eagle Eye Productions says, we're gonna be so fucking rich. Mr. Nicholas, Tony, do you think AMC will touch 10 today? If Judge Zern comes out and says she's got some additional concerns and this is going to drag out for a few more weeks before she can approve the settlement, yeah, there could be some more upward push. If there's no news this morning, well, I think you'll know in the first 10 minutes of the market opening what's going to happen. If there's no news at all, my guess would be AMC trends down and 8 probably stays right about where it's at. Look, stocks move up on excitement, and if nothing changes, what do they always do? They come back down to the mean. And the mean for AMC right now is 440. So we got to have news. We got to have buying pressure. Or it will trend, in my guess, back down throughout the day today. And then the minute you get news, the second there is new news, you will see things pop again, one way or the other. Wherever they're at, when news drops, something will happen. Lack of news, it's going to fizzle back down until the news. Just my guess. I know that's not what everyone wants to hear, but that's my guess. You can have a different guess. I want everybody to make money. I want there to be some news to give you what you want. That's why we're here. I want to hear people cheering. Dean says, what do you know about TD Ameritrade closing positions and transferring accounts to Schwab? TD Ameritrade is getting bought out by Schwab. So not closing positions. No, I have not heard that. But 100%, if you have a TD Ameritrade account, they have already contacted you and given you instructions and a date to transition to the Schwab platform. That is in progress. If you, depending on the alphabet of your last name and what's mediocre? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm having an old man moment. What is the trading platform on TD Ameritrade? The fancy one?
It's Thinkorswim.
Yeah. Sorry, I just having a senior moment. If you have Thinkorswim, you're at the end of the transition, because I have Thinkorswim. I have also many accounts, including a TD Ameritrade. I'm one of the last ones. They've given me my date. I forget when it is, August or September. Everybody will be transitioned to Schwab. They did not tell me that any position needed to be closed. It just said, make sure you have your Schwab account set up. And one day we're just going to transition. All your shit will move from A to B. For some people,
same thing. I haven't even got my email yet.
For some people, the transition has already happened, but it is months long. Not everybody's going on the same week.
Yeah, I'm still on TD myself.
I still have mine, but they have given me a date.
I'll have to go look at it. I haven't even looked, to be honest.
I have seen some random tweets over the past couple of weeks about things like certain transfer agents saying that they were no longer going to allow DRS of GME shares, or no more DRS in retirement accounts. But I haven't heard anything about TD and Schwab forcing you to close GameStop. William says, will the market makers have to buy shares to offset all the puts that are out of the money and all the calls that are in the money now? I would guess, William, that already happened. So depending on how far in the money or out of the money the market makers, the options market makers are constantly hedging. There's this belief in retail that they're going to let things run up and then have to go scramble later to buy shares the next day. Doesn't work that way. They are constantly buying or selling shares to hedge. I'm talking options market makers. If a ticker goes in the money, they're already 100% hedged. As soon as that's happening, that is part of what drives that gamma squeeze. The faster tickers, the faster strike prices get in the money, the more buying they got to do, and they're doing it in that moment. If it's far out of the money, they might be 5% hedged. The closer the stock price gets to the strike price, the more shares they're buying as that is happening. And if the price starts going back down on call options, they're offloading shares. That's called staying flat. They're not going to let their risk just run away. So there's
Tony,
no...
I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, mediocre. There's no hedging the next day, all this Lou nonsense, Reddit nonsense. It doesn't work that way. It's live. They are live hedging. The options market makers are staying flat on their risk constantly. Mr. A Trade says he's calling for Adam Aaron to resign. Who would you put in his place, Mr. Trade? They should have a vote for this on the shareholders. Yeah, I hear people often saying we should fire Adam Aaron. Unfortunately, guys, we don't get to vote on the CEO. That is another clickbait title. We can vote every year on a couple of the board members, and the board hires the CEO. We have 0 vote on AMC's CEO. It's a great clickbait, but it's not factual. Grizzly says, Tony, they are going to attack you, brother. They attack me nonstop. Have you not been paying attention for the last year? It is relentless, Mr. Grizzly. It's all right. My armor is strong. Brian is saying that he thinks that the market makers are under what's the word, that they did not hedge. Well, I guess we'll see, Brian, at market open. AMC now at 652. APE at $1.80. Let's take a quick look at the Ortex and see if we got any updates. Up here in the sky, we have 27.99% short. The last update over here we got on the right from Interactive Brokers, short availability. I'm going to keep on, I just need to say this. Probably should start saying this daily so people start getting the picture. 0 shares available at Interactive Brokers. But the live short interest is 27.99, and our cost to borrow numbers disappeared for the moment. It was close to 1,000% cost to borrow an hour ago when we looked at it. How many times do I think the stock halts today? Alan, if I had to put money on it, I would say 0. But I hope that we get a massive run, and I am proven incorrect. And I hope that those halts happen on the way up if I'm wrong. Jim says you need a whale with a ton of shares to be able to rattle the exec team. Yeah, we would need someone to come in, institution with a massive ownership position in AMC to say, look, we're majority shareholders of this company and we want to shake up the board. That could have some effect. Us as retail, we don't get to vote on the CEO, and the board members overwhelmingly get reelected every year. So I don't even know that retail just doesn't fucking show up to vote, right? We can't even get 200 million shares to show up and vote. So, and even when 200 million show up, I've looked at the last few years, overwhelmingly the exec board members get reelected, overwhelmingly. And the few people, the small percentage that hate AMC, that want Adam Aaron kicked out, they're just not going to be able to muster enough votes to kick Adam Aaron out. But they're going to push for it, just like they pushed to halt the reverse split and conversion. They absolutely will be pushing for it. Richard says, is this an AMC only channel? Only this morning, Richard. No, I cover a lot of different tickers. I'm not doing any day trading this morning. We're expecting potentially news on AMC with a massive movement if it happens. So we're just kind of hanging out and chatting. But folks in the Discord, folks that watch me live, know that we talk about and always have many, many, many different tickers and plays. Although when I was watching the Barbie movie last night with my wife, And Ken was saying, people think I'm a lifeguard, but I'm not. I just beach. It made me think of people think that Tony Denaro is only an AMC YouTuber. No, I just stock, you guys. I just stock. I'm so much more than AMC. I'm so ready to have free time where there's not daily AMC news, where we can talk about other shit. I try and slide it in when I have time. And I always answer you guys' questions on the evening live streams. And as you know, back in the old days on the daytime live streams, I'm so ready to get back into talking other shit. There's so many other plays. But right now, people need someone with a good head on their shoulders to talk AMC, because there's just so much bullshit and nonsense out there. So I'm willing to do that role for the time being. When can you sell options? When the market opens. So about 2 hours. Yep, 2 hours, my friend. Do I think a lot of short sellers are going to bail out of their AMC positions? I do not, Don. I mean, unless some news drops. If some news drops, like what happened on Friday, like if Zern says that she's going to drag this out for another month or two, that could buoy the price right back up to $8 or $9 and make some people cover. Yes, absolutely. If there's no news today, there's not going to be any short covering. They're looking at the 10 Qs, they're looking at the fundamentals, they're looking at the financials, and they have no reason to get out. We need news. We need news. Lordy, good morning to you. Guten Morgen. Another German ape in the house. I'm doing swell. I'm a little bit tired, Lordy. I'm working on 90 minutes sleep from last night. I slept for an hour and a half. And I'm going to be ready for a nap and then go to the gym later today. That's my plans. I guess I had a nap. You could call it a nap. I didn't even really sleep. I'm ready to get 6 hours sleep is what I need. Dean says our international exchange is more honest than New York. I think, Dean, that it might be fair to say the information is... My gut reaction would be it's easier to do Fugazi in international exchanges. That's my gut feeling. Jennifer says, can you short in pre-market? I believe that you can, Jennifer. I have never shorted a stock, so I can't tell you for sure. Somebody who knows, let me know. If you have shorted a stock in pre-market, let us know. I presume yes. Jim says, London Metal Exchange, corrupt as fuck, right? Good morning to you, Ole Nielsen in Denmark. JC, good morning to you in the UK. Good afternoon to you guys over there in Europe. What is it? It's about your lunchtime over there, right, guys? I'm surviving this morning on caffeine and nicotine. Jim says, yes, you can short and pre and aftermarket. That was my presumption, Jim.
Do those folks over there in England, do they open their market a little later, or is 9:30 their time?
They open about 6 hours before us, Tyler. Germany and UK markets are, you know, on a different time zone, so they're trading before we even wake up. I'm gonna stand up, guys. Hang on a second. It's gonna look weird. Where's he going? Oh, gotta stretch my legs before they lock up. Michael says currently eating beans on toast. Wow, that sounds like a very UK type meal. Beans and toast. Lordy, Ortex.
That sounds disgusting.
Tyler doesn't like it. Ortex this morning. Our cost to borrow, an hour ago it said 1,000%, but now it's saying not applicable. We're at 27.9% on the live short interest.
That's pretty high, right? 29%?
28%, Tyler. 27.99.
That's still pretty high, right?
Yeah, that's very high. I mean, I'd like to see it 100% like GameStop was. But 27.99 is high. We're on the threshold list also.
Forget about
But
the
I don't really care about the threshold list. One day I'll do a video for you guys talking about the threshold list, why it doesn't matter. But short interest is interesting. Sammy Boy says 2:30 UK time market opens. Is that 2:30 our time, Sammy Boy? 8 a.m. Michael says the market opens in the UK. Don Trin says that the cost to borrow is 142% on Fidelity. Yeah, sure would like to get an update on Ortex. I don't know why they zeroed it out. Paul says, how about an AMC Worldwide Taylor Swift concert video? I wish AMC would do more UFC fights and concerts. I would definitely go to see a UFC fight in an AMC theater. Hycroft trading at 48 cents this morning. GameStop is up almost 3% at 22.80. Antonio Williams says, I bet you're happy it's going down now. Why would you say that? Guys, I want you to make money. Why would I be happy it's going down? I feel a torch coming on for Mr. Williams. I don't think he understands this channel. He may have drunk some of the clickbaiter channel Tony Denaro hate. Just disappointing. Disappointing to me that you guys would think something like that. But I get it. There's a lot of people that lie about me nonstop. I see it all the time. Anybody who watches my channel in my Discord, anybody who's been with me for the last 2 years knows that I want all of you to win, that I support this company probably more so than any fucking YouTuber hack. You're not going to find anybody that spends their disposable income at AMC more than me on YouTube. I post weekly, sometimes twice a week, me going to the movies, supporting this company. Why would I want the stock to go down? Don't be a dumbass. Shin Kyoku says he read a few that said UFC at AMC was better than live. Yeah, I'm going to be looking for that next time there's a good UFC fight. I'd much rather pay to go watch it in a theater than in some crowded sports bar or cough up a bunch of money at home. Now, you invite me over to a UFC party because you're paying, I'll toss you a few bucks and bring a six-pack. Probably Amazon, Doc Breezy. Yeah, my Ring doorbell's going crazy. I have multiple rings around the property. So you'll hear multiple alerts depending on where somebody is trespassing at. Where's me gold doubloons? Headstock harem, right? Earl White says, my apologies if I jumped the gun on passing on something. What did we miss, Earl? Rugged says there was a block trade on Friday at 5:43 Eastern for 2.5 million shares of AMC. There was big volume after hours. I'm quite certain that some people and some institutions did a bit of covering on Friday afternoon, no doubt. Not a ton. We got a few of them out of their positions on Friday. Recent shorts that were close to the current, $4 or $5, $6 price. Some of them jumped out on Friday. David says, do I hunt? I grew up hunting, David, with my dad. Mostly went duck hunting, pheasant hunting, dove hunting. Here in Texas, I've been deer hunting, but only with bow and arrow. So I have a bow. Have not been recently, and I have never gone deer hunting with the rifle, although I'd like to, and I'd also like to at some point go do some wild pig hunting, which is really popular here. Done a lot of fishing in my day as well, depending on what state we lived in. Everything from trout to largemouth bass, a little bit of catfish, trot lining, crappie. We got crappie here in Texas. Yeah, I've spent some cold mornings in a duck blind. Spent many, many mornings walking through cornfields, trying to roust out some pheasant, some dove. I'm in Austin area, Joseph, Central Texas. Rugged says, my wife loves catching trout or trout. Yeah, the hog hunting is very popular in, if you got land in the southern part of Texas. Good Lord, the heck. Void says, well, back to $5. I should have reminded myself not to get excited about AMC price movement ever. We're still at 610 voids, and we still got, about a hour and a half. We'll find out what is really going to happen. But yeah, I mean, if you were tuned into my Discord, any of our chats over the weekend, we 100% on to my viewers, we've been saying expect AMC to go back down. I'm telling you guys right now what I've been saying all weekend. My expectation is without news, AMC is going to trend back down. I get it. Everybody on social media is saying the exact opposite. I'm just analyzing. It got bid up, and then we had Saturday night news from the attorneys. We need more news to show the next direction. Otherwise, it's going to trend down. I know that's not as popular. Doesn't get all the social engagement, but I'm honest with my viewers, subscribers, Discord members. We literally were on Discord calls for 12 hours a day, Saturday and Sunday, talking this shit out. Maybe more than 12 hours a day. Kelly Boy says, I'm a late night bartender in a tourist town. Kelly, I'm just curious, as a bartender, are you single? Because if I was single, seems like that'd be a sweet gig. At least one night a week in a tourist town. Come on. Angelina says the wild pig, is that popular hunting in Hawaii? Can you hunt in Hawaii, Angelina? Can you own a gun in Hawaii? Phil says, is it possible that AMC could use the resistance as support? We were looking at the 200 moving average, and it fell below that now, Phil. So Ellie says, yes, he is single. Smart man, bartender gig in a tourist town.
Yes, thanks, Tony.
I don't think I didn't think about it, Kelly boy. I've been with Scarlett for 7 years now, but there was a long period where I was single. Don't think that I didn't think about getting a bartender gig for one night, just for that. But I didn't need the bartender gig because I learned how to country western and salsa dance, and it was like a open menu, Kelly boy, and I didn't have to work. Anya says, I'm guessing that is in in Hawaii, Anya. The locals hunt wild boar with guns. Jeffrey Jones, good morning to you. Yeah, gentlemen, if you're single, if you have any sort of salsa community, take a couple lessons and it will change your life. Or, you know, find some hobby that you enjoy. Mountain biking, something where the ladies are going to be. And ladies, you know, same to you. Find something you enjoy where the opposite sex enjoys it too. Gym, yoga class, running, marathons. What are those, you know, the marathon, but there's obstacles in it. Where's Super Steven when I need him? He challenged me to do one here in Austin in March of next year. The like 10-mile run where you have 20 obstacles. Not Ironman, but you got to climb a wall and go through the electric shock fences. Tough Mudder, yeah, thank you. Super Steven challenged me to do one in March. He's like, come on, Tony. I know you're old, but you got 9 months to prepare for that shit. I've always wanted to do a Tough Mudder, and I am seriously considering doing the one in March. Ironman, I don't know if I could do that. Every time I've tried to train for a full marathon, I make the mistake of training like 60 days before it starts. Now, I can do a 5K, no problem. But when I start training for a marathon, I don't give myself ever enough time, and I end up injuring a leg from overtraining too quick. You need to, if you're not a full-time runner, which I'm not for distance, you need to allow yourself a lot of time to let your body, what's the word, get in shape. Unless you're young. If you're young, you might be able to train for it in a month or two. I can't anymore. Those days are gone for me. $5.90 now on AMC, $178 on APE. Weave says he's done Tough Mudders and Ironman at the age of 45. I'm 56, Weave, and I think that I will try and do the Tough Mudder in March. Now that I'm injury free, my knee is healed up. I'm back in the gym. I am running. I'm not running no 10 miles, but I got time. Angelina, that would have been badass. Ironman in Hawaii. Shane says, how many APE and AMC shares do you have? Shane, we don't ask anybody on this channel to reveal their shares. That's nobody's business. If you are a shareholder of the company, that's all we care about. Weave says it took 3 years to build up to the Ironman distance. Yeah, I don't know that I could make that kind of commitment. But I admire anybody that can freaking do an Ironman. Holy shit. Shane, asking someone how many shares they have is asking them how much do you have in your checking account right now. Who the fuck cares? Why does it matter? I don't want to know how much shares you have. No one wants to know. There are people actively gathering intel and information to use it against you. They're certainly trying to use it to use it against me. So I say to all of them, fuck off. That's been the position of this channel from day one. Do not reveal your position to anybody. Jeffrey Jones, yeah, he's agreeing with me.
Asking someone how many AMC shares a person has is like asking a woman her age or weight.
It's nobody's damn business, Jeffrey Jones. Shane says, I just think it's fair to see if you have skin in the game. This sounds like a fucking shill comment. Somebody, there's a couple YouTubers who can't get off of let's see if they have skin in the game. Motherfuckers, do you see how much money I spend at AMC every week? Again, I dare you to find one AMC YouTuber who posts as publicly as I do, going to the movies and spending an obscene amount of money on concessions once or twice a week. You won't find one. Why would I be doing that if I don't have skin in the game? Why would I be talking about this stock? I don't put out 10 videos a day. I might put out one a week. I'm not doing this for the money of YouTube. These fucks who are clickbaiting you with wrong information 10 times a day, they are the ones who don't have skin in the game and are here to cheat you on misinformation, clicks for views. Get out of here with that nonsense. Come on, man. It's not a fair question. It's a fucking shill-ass troll question put out by dumb fucks on YouTube. And I know exactly who they are. Let's see if he really has skin in the game. Fuck off, man. Fuck off, you YouTubers. I'm good with my one video a week, having a drink with you guys in the evenings, answering your questions, and spending my money on my investments where it counts, at the box office, at the concession stand. And if that's not good enough for you, I don't care. I've been here for 2 damn years, occasionally talking about this stock, slowly talking about it less and less. I'd be happy not to talk about it at all, but people keep on putting out misinformation, and that pisses me off. Scars in the game, right, Donkey? If I had no skin in the game, I would not still be here talking about it. I'd do a tray and go on about my way. I have skin in the game. That's why these fucks who keep on putting out the misinformation piss me off. Winnie says Margot Robbie is mid. I couldn't get that phrase out of my mind as I was watching Margot Robbie on screen and ogling her in tights for 2 hours. I was like, who would ever say and believe that Margot Robbie is mid? Come on, man. Yeah, no problem, Shane. Believe me, I get bullets shot at me every day from every side in this position, in this play. People that are over the top hopium hate me. The shills and the trolls and the Adam Aaron haters hate me. Everybody hates me, except people that want to learn why reading financial statements and fundamentals matter so that you can actually predict this shit. Hopium does not help predict what is going to happen. Anybody who listened to me over the weekend in my Discord knows that we were saying this price is likely to go down unless we have news. And then, well, that's why I'm here, hoping we have news. If we don't, I'm probably going to go back to sleep. I slept 90 minutes last night. Because what? Because I went to see a movie and I spent $67 at the bar and concessions, not counting our ticket prices and my A-list membership. And we're scheduled to see Oppenheimer middle of this week in IMAX. Fly High and Enjoy says, what news do you expect? I honestly was expecting some update from the judge Sunday night or this morning before pre-market, to be honest. I don't know if we'll get it. I don't know if she worked on Sunday, if she thought about it. I'm seeing two big bars right now. Let me see if we got any update. Nothing. If you're wondering what I'm looking at, you can pull up this screen and you can help me refresh it on your end. Just go Google Delaware Chancery Court opinions. This is right here, the opinion page. This is where the update's going to come, I think. It might go to the docket, but if she issues a final, it's approved, it's going to come here. So just keep hitting refresh on that today. You'll probably know by the price action before you could refresh here and know what's going on. So that was two big bars of volume on AMC and APE. Big for pre-market, 22,000 AMC and holy shit, 79,000. Oh wait, no. Am I seeing that right? 570,000 APE. 22,000 AMC. Are you guys seeing that? 570,000 APE in 1 minute. $2 million, 2.6 million AMC. There's some fucking news. Someone's doing something. Someone said it's the 8 a.m. spike. Maybe so. Maybe there's no news. Maybe it's just 8 a.m. I'm too excitable and not enough sleep. All right, Interstellar. I do trust you, and I don't see any news, so. That was big. Got me excited for a second that we might have something. But going back to what I was saying, I was expecting the judge to potentially drop something Sunday night, and she didn't. So then my next hope was that she would drop some news before pre-market today. And my only concern is if she did it in pre-market, that they would halt the trading, depending on what the news was. So my preference, my actual preference would be after market. We'll see. Tom is asking, what am I expecting on open? I mean, it's tough to say in a play like this, Tom. Pre-market, we expected a lot of volatility because low volume. But if I had to guess, and there's no news, if there is no news, I expect today AMC will slowly trend down and APE will slowly, well, it's already back up. APE will stay where it's at. That's what I think. Can I guarantee that? Is that what's going to happen? We're going to find out in 90 minutes. Cupid News says, I think the judge will not play into any part of the stock going up or down. Safest way for her to do it is after the close. Yeah, I agree. And I think that since we didn't get something last night, I'd obviously like to get some news sooner rather than later, but she probably doesn't want to affect, like you said, the price in pre-market. So we're going to hang out for 90 more minutes and see if she surprises us, but if not, make sure you're paying attention after hours. Make sure that you have alarms set on your broker for price and or volume spikes. You don't want to be caught unaware. Keep your phone with you wherever you're at, as long as extended hours is going. If you have a trading plan, if you've got a price that you want to take some action on, keep your damn phone with you or stay by your PC, because you might literally only have minutes to react. Tom says, been watching you for years. Thank you. And thank you back to you, Tom. I appreciate you. Ooh, man, my eyes hurt like a motherfucker. Going back up to 640 now on AMC. APE out, going down to 174. See if we got any Ortex updates yet. Negative, no change. Kelly Boy says alert set at any every $25 interval up. That is the way to go, my man. Now I set mine for a 5% move. If it moves 5%, I want to know. Jay Jones says, I think we'll hear something from Zern by next Sunday, whether that be a response to the settlement next steps or timelines. I think it is a very safe bet. We'll know something by the end of this week for sure. Dog Mom, what's up? She's asking, will AMC earnings be coming up shortly? Should be around the first week of August. I am surprised, Dog Mom, that there has not been more talk in the media about upside surprise on earnings, because I forecast it. Now, maybe I'm just all washed up that there will not be an upside surprise, but my analysis of the numbers says there will be an upside beat, maybe even a positive earnings per share for Q2. And I'm surprised that more analysts haven't been doing upgrades. So maybe I'm just completely wrong. But if they keep their expectations low and we come in hot, that is a great catalyst on our short-term horizon. And that is also why I think Adam Aaron wants to get all of this done before that news comes out. I think he really wants to get this case behind him before Q2 earnings. Annie Swanson, thank you. John's Touchpad says, when does the court go on vacation? According to Chancery Daily, she was the one that told us many months ago that the court basically takes off the month of August. Now, I don't know what that means other than that's what she said. I don't know if that means the entire court is empty, if the court clerks are gone too. I don't know if that means Judge Zern will not be working the month of August. Will she still be working on this case because it's important? I will ask Chancery Daily if she can clarify that. That'd be good to know, right? If we if we get to the end of this week. What really does that mean? So all of this talk about the court being off in August stems from Chancery Daily telling us a couple months ago that the court essentially is on vacation in August. But what does that mean exactly? I don't know. Yeah, let's talk about the new Delaware law, William. William says, when the new Delaware law gets signed, will AMC need to vote again? So, point of clarification, because I put out that video this weekend talking about the new Delaware law. I said that the governor needs to sign it on August 1st, okay? That was in error. I made a mistake. Write it down. Chancery Daily sent me an email. She said, hey, Tony, the law passed the legislature. You were correct. She said, but the governor already signed it. It will go into effect. It's already signed. It will 100% go into effect on August 1st. So I was slightly incorrect. I thought it was pending the governor's signature. I assumed he would sign it. No, he already signed it. It's a done deal. And that is important for all of you to know as retail traders, especially if you're investing in penny stocks or companies that have negative earnings. The game is about to change on August 1st for reverse splits. They will no longer need these massive votes or tricks like rigging the APE Ontara vote. All of that will be out the window. It will be very, very easy for Delaware corporations to enact a reverse split starting in 8 days, 7 days, however many days it is till August 1st. Now, to answer the second part of your question about the AMC vote, AMC could, I don't know, like, let's just say that they could, let's just daydream here for a second. They could do a new vote in August. We got an annual meeting coming up. We've got another vote, another proxy, another ballot that they're going to throw at us with board members on it. So, vote for the auditing firm. What if they said, look, this other vote in March was too contentious. We get it. We're gonna cancel that vote. We're gonna ask you to vote for a reverse split on August 30th, just on common. Forget about APE. Could they do that? Maybe. Forget about conversion for now. We're going to ask you to vote on a AMC common reverse split. And we only need a majority of whoever shows up to pass it. Now, 71% of people that showed up in March on common voted for the reverse split. It would easily pass if they did that. I'm not saying no conversion. I'm just saying reverse split the common. That could happen. Sure. I think so. It's a possibility. What if they just said, screw March, cancel the lawsuit, we withdraw, we give up. Oh, and by the way, we're doing a new vote just for common, just for reverse split on August 30th. Yeah.
What would that do to APE value, though?
Yeah, Jeffrey, I don't know what that would do to APE value. It's a valid concern, right? It makes APE still a preferred share. It makes APE not reverse split. It makes APE massively more valuable in terms of ownership of the company. Can you imagine if you were holding common and you did a 1-for-10 reverse split and it goes from 500 million shares to 50, but there's still 1 billion apes out there? Now you got 1 billion apes with 1 billion votes on other stuff. I mean, it puts ape shareholders in control of the company. That has some value, right? Having a vote has value. Would it make ape more popular because it's not being reverse split and people hate reverse splits? I don't know. It's a lot to think about, Jeffrey. But yeah, guys, the world is changing. AMC is incorporated in Delaware, headquartered in Kansas City, but like many companies headquartered in incorporated in Delaware, and the law is changing in just a few days. Paul says lawsuits can be filed in August by e-file. Yeah, probably so. Dan says you probably can't reverse split AMC because APE is pegged to AMC at 1-to-1. Yeah, let's think about that. What I know, Dan, is that with the current vote in March, it is pegged 1-for-1. But the way that the March vote happened and when and if the conversion and reverse split from the March vote happens, the order of events is going to be AMC will reverse split 1-for-10. APE will not reverse split because I don't think you can reverse split a preferred stock. But then they've got to bring APE over, right, for the conversion. So if you read the paperwork, because AMC already reverse split, these are basically going to happen at the same time. But if you read the paperwork, they said they're going to bring APE over at a 1/10 ratio. So in effect, by finagling that ratio in the paperwork, it's there. They're going to bring APE in at 1/10 because AMC already split. That keeps the 1-to-1. So maybe if they reverse split AMC, they say, oh, and by the way, each APE is now worth 1/10 of a AMC. So yeah, okay, I see where you're going with this. So APE would not have control because they would have to adjust the conversion ratio. You're right. Thank you for helping me mentally walk through that. If they reverse split just AMC, they would have to annotate that the conversion ratio of APE would then become 1/10. So APE would not have control of the company, other than the fact that the float is still bigger. All right, hopefully that made sense to you. You math guys, hopefully you followed that. Punchy Nuts, what's up? Time for a shot, Dan says. Tony, you're getting too technical. Just drink a shot and shut the fuck up. The pain train said they'd be sued like crazy. No, I mean, there's nothing illegal about what I just talked about. On August 1st, they can reverse split common under the new Delaware law. They only need a simple majority vote. Whoever shows up to vote wins the day. And then we already know that APE and AMC are tied 1-to-1, so they would annotate that all APE, in the event that they convert in the future would now be at 1/10 of the current common. If it was only the common that reverse split, there's nothing illegal about that. People might sue, but they would not win. There's zero illegality there. Weekend Warrior says, if APE has voting rights, then why can't we do a reverse split on APE? I don't think that you can reverse split a preferred. That's why if you read the final paperwork about how this whole reverse split conversion is going to happen, they are reverse splitting common and they are converting APE at 1/10. WLN says, man, you don't know jack shit. And he's unsubbing. Adios, bitch. I'll do you the favor and give you a permanent ban, too. See ya! Dan says, since they sold APE at a 1-to-1 conversion ratio, they may not be able to alter it. I mean, yeah, they can alter whatever they want, as long as they keep that ratio intact, right? If they reverse split common, they just have to annotate that the conversion, the future conversion of APE would be at 1/10. It'd still be equal. The idea, the current idea, MaxDog, yes, is to merge. Yes, that's what we voted on in March. Angelina. What's the point of doing a reverse split without the merge? All right, Jeffrey, good follow-up question. The whole reason they're doing the reverse split is because we have about 520 or so million authorized shares of AMC common, and they're essentially all used up. And if they reverse split and drop the free float down to, let's just say common reverse split 1-for-10, the free float would drop from 516 million to 500. Where is it? Yeah, 516 million. It would drop to 51.6 million. That still gives him 450 million shares of common to do a new issuance on. New equity raise. He could still equity raise on common without converting APE. They could not do that before before August 1st, because they can't get half of us to show up and vote. That was the whole point of getting Antara bought in, was to make sure 50% of all the outstanding shares voted. Retail just does not show up and vote. So they had to finagle a deal with Antara. After August 1st, they will not need to do that anymore. They don't need 50% of all shares to show up. They just need a majority of whoever shows up. If 100 million show up to vote and 50 million plus one say yes, that's all they need after August 1st. Mommy Reed says, will those who can't buy during after hours miss out on the squeeze? I would urge you guys to contact your broker today and find out what you need to do to get after hours trading enabled on your platform. Yes, you could miss out if you cannot trade in after hours. Absolutely. It all depends on how violent any price changes are and how long they last. I can't tell you how long they'll last, but like that run up to almost $9 didn't last long. If you wanted to maximize a sell into that on Friday afternoon, sometimes we get a multi-day run, but how do I predict that? I would prefer you all have the most options, the most choices available to you, and that you figure out how to enable after hours trading on your platform. Good assignment for you today. Jeffrey says, would that mean that they wouldn't need to sell APE to raise funds and APE is less relevant? That's what I'm worried about, Jeffrey, right? I am concerned about that. If they just have a new vote in August to reverse split common, I haven't thought enough about it. What would it mean to APE? Does it just become an orphan? Will they say we're going to come back and address conversion at some later date and APE just kind of peters out? I don't know. I need to go off to my cabin in the woods and think about that, or have some other big brains help me brainstorm what it would mean. I haven't thought about it enough. All right, Rugged wants us to look at costs real quick. It does have some spicy pre-market moving, 28%. Check that one, guys, if you're looking for something moving in pre-market. KOSS, is there news? No. No. No news. Could be moving on a meme algo. Mr. Lenoge says, can you catch me up on what's going on? We are waiting for a judge to decide on a lawsuit settlement, Mr. Lenoge. We got some news on Friday that she didn't like one piece of the settlement. We got a further update Saturday at midnight where the attorneys attempted to fix what she didn't like. And now we are waiting to hear her response again. That's where we're at. Yeah, Jeffrey, I hear you. It could be in bad faith to APE shareholders if they just split common. There's a lot of things to think about in that scenario. I hope we don't have to go there. I'm just saying, like in the world of possibilities, that is one that we should be now thinking about and talking about, because it is now going to, in a few days, be a possibility if this is not resolved by the end of the month. Good day to you, Grizzly. Have fun. What time will she respond? We don't know. I think the safe bet is she will respond by the end of this week. That's about all I'm willing to go out on a limb and gamble but you could literally see it at any time. Most likely scenario is she will drop some news in after hours. What day of the week? I don't know. Will it be during the week or wait till Friday again? I don't know. In the meantime, barring that news, expect wild times ahead. And when that news drops, expect even more wild times. More volatility. Whatever you are hearing out there, people making wild predictions, trying to read charts, please. Trader says APE is just for the vote if they don't need to convert. It was to raise money. That was the original idea. And then the price got rammed down. And then they secondarily utilized it to get enough votes to pass a reverse split. And now we're stuck. Now we're stuck waiting on a lawsuit. At the end of the day, guys, look, I've seen so many different companies do weird things that retail doesn't expect to make sure that a vote goes their way. Like Mullen. Remember when David Mishery sold himself one preferred share? He sold himself one preferred share that had like millions of votes just to rig the vote. And as soon as the vote was passed, his one share was automatically canceled. You have no idea the links these corporations and these executives will go to get their way when they think they need to make something happen. So don't trust anybody. Expect the unexpected. And rarely are things going to go the way that you want. The upcoming Mullen vote, the one on August 3rd, they already have enough institutional votes. Doesn't matter how you vote, I think, in the upcoming Mullen. I still think if you're in Mullen, vote your conscience, but by my rough calculations, they already have enough to get a yes on everything they want. Unfortunately, all those recent shares, the billions, the new 2 billion that they just sold, the big institutional shareholders are going to hold enough until August 3rd to ensure that vote goes the way that David Mishery wants. When they think they need to raise capital, they're going to do what they have to. Yeah, Rugged, we were just talking about that huge trade on AMC and APE right after the top of the hour. We can see these massive candles right here. Well, I don't know how much you guys can see it, but right there. And there was one on APE at the same time, right there. $570 million on APE. 570. Sorry. Guys, I'm working on little sleep here. 570,000 on APE. My brain is fried. Jim says APE failed because people like Wrench and Matt Kors, and don't forget Meet Kevin told people to dump it because it would be diluted. I mean, it was true. It was going to be diluted. But I think it was also true that the company expected less social media backlash. And they expected retail to support APE, and clearly we did not. All the big media influencers, all the big social YouTubers, they all came out and said, dump this bitch. And so to me, it's not surprising it got run down. You had institutions selling it. We know that story now. I didn't think about that then. But on top of that, we had social media turds saying to sell it. So Steve says, I hear you on interactive brokers. I guess he's talking about the zero shares available. Interactive brokers are they a middleman? Well, they're a broker, right? They have hundreds of thousands or millions of accounts. And
if AMC didn't convert APE and simply raised funds by a new split vote under the new law, this would likely yield APE class action. AMC wouldn't want.
Oh yeah, I mean, Jeffrey, they're going to find a way to sue AMC for anything, right, brother? They being all these people filing the lawsuits now. They'll find any excuse. Interactive Brokers is a broker with millions of accounts, many of those in margin, and those are the shares that they have available to loan out. Right now, they have none. They have none to lend out. Jacob says, when do we expect to hear more from Zern? Your guess is as good as mine. Jacob, what do you think? What is your guess? I think we said the safe bet is the end of this week, and we're gonna take that to mean by Sunday. But it could be today, could be in pre-market, could be after hours today, could be Friday. I think it's a safe bet that we'll hear something this week. Judge Zern has a very light schedule on her other cases this week. She's not working. What? I posted it. She's got 2 days off, Wednesday and Thursday completely. I think Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, she's got a half day. Big Daddy Chet says he's in Meet Kevin's Discord and they talk nothing but crap about AMC. Yeah, I mean, look, if I wasn't in the play, if I didn't care about movie theaters, if it weren't for those two things, if I was just an outside guy looking at the financial statements, it's easy to talk crap about any company that's losing money. But I think that they are discounting the fact that the box office is coming back. That's what I think their fatal flaw is. Now, how many people are willing to stick around that long to see it through that long? If there's no short squeeze, I don't know. I don't know. I hear people saying all the time, oh, it's definitely going bankrupt. I don't think there's any definites in this play. I bet those same people definitely weren't expecting a $300 million domestic box office this weekend because of Barbie. I bet they weren't expecting every Oppenheimer and Barbie screening for a week to be sold out. So I don't think it's not easy to say definite. I see streaming services struggling. I see movie theaters recovering. But there is still the problem. We have too many screens in the US. We need less screens. We need somebody to close something. Or we need Hollywood to really start putting out more movies and better quality. That is really the bad thing in this play, that we're held hostage by this ridiculous crap coming out of Hollywood. Fly High and Enjoy says, I thought we only had 2 quarters left in cash. It depends on what the losses are in Q3 and Q4. Fly High, if we lose 200 million in Q3 and we lose 200 million in Q4, we'd be in bad shape by the end of the year. If we lose only 100 million, we might be able to stretch it out another quarter. I'm saying 100 million in Q3, 100 million in Q4. We might be able to stretch it out 4 quarters, but we can't just go forever losing money. We will eventually run out. And the more, in the short term, can you get a short squeeze this week? Yes. Absolutely. That's why I think these people that are shorting it are stupid, because they have major risk right now. But in the long term, if this thing drags out and there's no short squeeze, if they keep on dragging out these damn court cases, in the long term, AMC is going to get drained on cash, and the shorts are not scared of that. That's what they want. They want this dragged out. They want AMC to slowly lose cash with no ability to add new cash. That's what I'm talking about. In the long term, over the next couple quarters, dragging this lawsuit out is a short's dream. Drag it out, bitches. Keep filing objections. Hold up their ability to raise money. Let them slowly bleed out. Them being AMC and the checking account. The shorts are loving the fact that AMC can't raise cash and that there's all this contention. Angelina, happy birthday to you. Is it really your birthday? Mine is already in the past for this year. Alas, Angelina. And we did not have the birthday catalyst this year. Remember this last big spike up in 2022? That was my birthday. We did not really get that this year, sadly. Phil says, are they loving having to pay 1,000% cost to borrow? I'm not talking about the, look, I mean, do you know every short agreement? Do you know, are they paying on the daily? Are they signing monthly agreements that are adjusted? How often? We don't know every borrow agreement out there. I take a more cynical view that not every big institutional short is paying 1,000% annual borrow fee. I think there's some that are locked in. I think that the new shorts are paying that, yes. But I think that there are some locked in with a lower rate. Someone just posted that Fidelity, the borrow fee is 142% this morning. So you don't hear me talk about or tweet about cost to borrow a lot. I love to see it high. And it definitely gets new recent shorts in a precarious position if you can make some action happen on the stock. But I don't know that every short right now, all of them are paying 1,000% annualized on a daily basis. And you know that's annualized, right? 1,000% is the annual cost to borrow. So you've got to divide that by 365. It's still high. It's massively high. All the recent shorts are counting on some short-term play. And then you got all the other shorts that are counting on AMC running out of money. I'd like to prove all of them wrong. Derek says, outside of stock, is there any good money making opportunities? I think, guys, if you are interested or have the ability to buy real estate, there's going to be some fantastic opportunities if you're in the right city to pick up, especially I'd be looking at duplexes, depending again on your city, or single family homes, 3 or 4 bedroom. Maybe at some discounts. I'm still expecting a bit of a real estate crash as rates go up. Lordy says that's 2.7% per day. Yeah, I think people, you know, if you haven't worked through the math of what a 1,000% annualized cost to borrow is on a daily basis, it's really not as big as you think it is. It's big compared to the fact that the normal borrow rate on most normal stocks is 1%. Yeah, 1,000% is huge. But for a big institution, when you break it down to a daily, it's not that big. And a lot of them are trading in and out, in and out, in and out on the daily volatility. What do I think about the massive FTDs? Just my guess, Phil. Some of them are dragging their heels on delivering because they're hoping to deliver it at a lower price. That's just my guess. I think they're purposely failing. Sometimes, could they get the stock? Yeah, they could get it, but they don't want to pay too much and they're hoping it goes down. So they're dragging their damn heels and they're purposely failing to deliver. 1, because it's hard. 2, because they don't want to drive the price up. And 3, they're hoping they can delay it as long as possible and buy it back cheaper. Jeffrey Jones says, how is Interactive Brokers? I'm thinking of switching from Thinkorswim. I had a Interactive Broker account, Jeffrey. It's a fine trading platform, maybe one of the best. However, they turned off the buy button in 2021, and I moved all of my funds out of there.
Interactive Brokers? I'm thinking of switching from TD, think or swim. How is order execution / speed?
Trying to get logged back into my account here. It timed me out. I want to have my trading screens open and be ready. Interesting. I had some limit orders set and they just canceled all of them. Why? Why? They were good till canceled. You bastards. I had multiple limit orders set in different brackets and they canceled all of them. Sons of bitches. Been set since last week. What's good? Owning the float. The retail investor is always the last to know. Amen, brother. Give me a second to resubmit these good till cancel orders. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. How dare you? How dare you, sir? I have part of my position set with the prices that I want to sell at, not all of it, because I want the opportunity to get a moonshot, but I have my own brackets, and I want my trades to go through at the prices I want in those different brackets. How dare you cancel all my good till canceled orders that have only been in place for a few days? It's not letting me put a good till canceled with extended trading on. Why? Maybe I don't know. Why did you let me set it last week? Good till canceled can't be set during extended hours. Fuck off. Steven, what's up? No sleep yet, Steven. I got a nap for an hour and a half. That one, Chad, is on Fidelity. Tammy, thank you, Tammy F. If you are listening in, where are we at on prices? AMC holding at $594. APE holding at $177. And we have, 35 minutes to go to the bell, and then we're going to find out. We're going to find out how this day is going to go real quick. Refreshing on the court opinion page. No updates from the judge. Let me check Twitter. Nothing breaking on Twitter. Yeah, Market Watch says the AMC volume in the 4 hours is, approaching 31 million. That's like average volume on a day, on a normal day, is 18 million. We're double the daily volume in pre-market, guys. Crazy times, crazy times. A-Trade says, if AMC splits, I bet Adam Aaron gets a huge bonus. His bonuses are not tied to splits, A-Trade. The Executive Compensation Committee publishes annually the executive bonuses and how they can get them. It's tied to EBITDA and is not tied to reverse split. Now, that is a type of trick that David Mishery does over there at Mullen. Anytime that company has an announcement of anything, oh, we have a new feature, we have a new partner. Every time they announce something, you look at his executive compensation plan, you can tell what they're going to announce in the next year, because if it's in there, he's going to find a way to make it happen. He's set all sorts of little honeypots for himself. But AMC's bonus structure is set for the year. It's based on EBITDA, and it has nothing to do with the reverse split. They are incentivized to try and drive profits in the company. That's how they get their big bonuses. And I would urge you guys to go read that executive compensation plan. I think the last one was published in the annual meeting proxy last year, June of 2022. If you go onto the SEC Edgar website, type in AMC, go to June of 2022, pull up that proxy, the DEF 14A, and it's 40, 50 pages. About half of those are all of the breakdown of how the executives get their bonus. And it's important that you read that, I think. And then you don't make assumptions like he'll get a bonus if the stock splits. That's just not true. They have a committee that decides all of that bonus structure a year in advance. So all of the executives know what their target is. They know what profitability they need to hit, and they have tiers. If they get this much profitability, they get 75% bonus. If they hit the target, they get 100%. If they exceed the target, they get a 200%. So they know, and they're working to make that positive EBITDA happen. And that benefits us, right? Positive EBITDA. Market likes to see that also. Jennifer says volume means nothing if there's downward pressure. Well, that's a true statement, Jennifer. Volume means there are just a lot of shares trading hands right now. We have mostly been on a downward slope for the last 3 hours. So that tells me there are more sellers than buyers in this pre-market. And if we don't see something exciting shortly after market opens, then I'm probably going to go try and get some sleep, because today will be boring. Ape Rage Game says, how many shots are you doing if AMC runs to 20? I said this morning I will definitely do a shot with you guys if we run to 20. That is the target. Just one. I have to go to the gym today. I can't be getting wasted. I was pretty impressed on that live stream we did the other night. What night was that? Friday evening, right? That was the last. Oh no, we played Monopoly on Saturday night. I had one beer, sat the entire 2.5 hours that we were playing Monopoly, just for fun, you know, to not talk stocks, just to hang out and smoke and drink. That live stream's up there if you want to see what I'm talking about. It's just a few people hanging out. I had one beer and then I opened a second one towards the end of the game, and I didn't even finish it. I threw it out. Now, if you've been around for some of my live streams, you know that is a lightweight night for 10 grit Denaro. But I really didn't want. I didn't want to finish that second beer. Who ended up winning? Okay, this is funny. It's not funny. It's irritating, Patriot. Anya got booted. It wasn't even her turn. The game just booted her, and she got replaced by a bot. That happened. And we had 4 players, and then my turn came around, and I owed somebody like $20 rent, and I was low on cash because I had been buying properties and building houses. So I was going around the board trying to figure out what I could mortgage, maybe sell a house to pay that $20. And it gave me like 60 seconds, and it said, sorry, you took too long to decide. And it fucking bankrupted me. I was so goddamn pissed. Like, can I have a minute to make up my mind without you bankrupting me? Why? And then a couple minutes after that, we still had Steven and Tally Foreman. Yeah, Steven and Tally Foreman were the 2 left in the game at that point. And then Steven was the host of the game. He had sent the invites. He timed out. It came up on my screen. I was just watching them. It said host timed out. I was like, well, this game sucks. This game sucks. I paid $15 for that shit to watch Anya get booted, to only have 1 minute to make up my mind, and then to watch the host get timed out. This game sucks. So now we're downloading. Steven, what's that game called? Prominence Poker. Prominence Poker off of Steam. And we're going to try that next, I think. So if y'all like to play poker, go on Steam, download Prominence Poker. It is free. And I guess you build up rep in the game and you can level up your character and your look and stuff like that. But we haven't started. We haven't played a game yet. We all downloaded it. There'll be some Prominence Poker games coming. Yeah, and that Monopoly game is a pain in the ass to set up too, by the way. Prominence Poker was very easy to set up. Yeah, and we did get some interest in people playing Risk. I would like to do that. I need to go read the reviews. I read the reviews on Monopoly before I bought it, and they said it was buggy as hell. Should have listened. I should have listened. If the reviews on Risk are okay, I would not mind paying for it. I enjoyed playing that game as a Ute. I'd like to take some of y'all on a strategy game like that. Maggie, good morning. Welcome back. You didn't miss much yet, Maggie. We got 30 minutes to see if Zern drops any news. Otherwise, this is going to be a boring trading day, I feel like. Dan, I wonder if I don't think YouTube would let us play strip poker, Dan. Canton79 says we are playing Risk with AMC. Leslie, what's up? Leslie's in Thailand, where the U.S. stock market opens at 8:30 p.m. Oh, man. So if you really want to keep up with what's going on, you have to stay up literally all night. Holy shit.
I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, Risk was our, when I was growing up, and I mean, that was around the era that the Atari 2600 was just getting released with Pong. And then the tank game and a couple other ones, Air Sea Battle. Before the Atari came out, Risk was our rainy Saturday game. The neighborhood would come over and we'd have some massive all-day games. Jonathan, what's up? Jonathan says, so there's no way they could have submitted a revised settlement agreement from Friday's decision till now. They did submit it on Saturday at midnight. Hopefully you saw my video Sunday morning, Jonathan. You can go look in the video description. All the documents are there for you to read. And so there is a revised settlement submitted, and we're waiting on the judge. Here come the judge. Here come the judge. Jake says he tuned in to Matty K, Duck Boy. And he's shit talking Adam Aaron. That is just amazing to me. Did you see that goddamn tweet that he posted last night? I managed to get a ticket at a Regal. How do you go from embracing this community, the community made you, to just shit talking them nonstop? Matt, you should have just, in regards to this play, I would recommend you shut the F up. There's a lot of other CEOs to trash talk right about now. Why? Why this one? What are they paying you, Matt? You and your little gang, you and Kevin and Wrench Capital. What are they paying you, Matt? Why so bitter? Why so bitter, Matt? I tell you what, guys, if the day ever comes where I give up on this play because I don't like Adam Aaron or I don't like the fundamentals, if I give up on this play and move on, I will not be back to trash talk any of you or the company. You guys have been my family for 2 years. What kind of asswipe does what Matt Core does right now? Knowing where he came from 2 years ago.
That's why some of us are a little disappointed with Matt Kors.
I get it. I get it. He might not like Adam Aaron. He might not like the fundamentals of AMC, but knowing where he came from to just shit on everybody that still likes movies, likes AMC, just seems a little bit shilly in here. Tyler.
It's really hard. I followed Matt Kors daily, listening to him, learning about the market for a year. And then all of a sudden I found you, and then he started changing. And yeah, it was just really sad to see.
I don't get it.
Yeah. Somebody paid him off, or he lost too much money. And that was the thing with Matt Kors. He took way risky bet. Way risky.
I mean, at least Trey had the decency to just move on with his life, right? You don't see Trey coming back to badmouth the company or the people.
But Trey made his money, and he also admitted he wasn't that much of an expert, and he knew, like a lot of us know, being in the market, you have a very high probable chance of losing all your money, and it's not like you're gonna win a lottery ticket. You're not gonna win every time.
Yep.
Well, that's the problem with Matt Kors. He thought he was gonna win every time, and he's just a fanny pack. That's what he is. Fanny pack.
I haven't watched him in 2 years, Tyler, so I don't know what he's saying.
I check in on him every now and then.
I don't know what he's saying, but he pops up in my Twitter feed usually when someone reposts and is mad at him, and I just can't believe what I see. Like I said, I get it.
He just posted something last night.
I know. I know. It made me very. It made me very angry.
Rachel Rico? What we do? Fuck you. Yeah. But good thing I know where you live, Tony.
You don't.
Have a ton coat on, that's I'll come and find you.
You don't know where I live.
Okay, I don't know your address, but I know your favorite restaurant, I think.
It is one of my favorite restaurants, yeah. That was some good food, wasn't it, Tyler? You got to admit.
It was good food. I was pleasantly surprised how good it was. It was like Japanese and Mexican together or something.
It was Japanese. It's a Japanese Japanese barbecue. Texas barbecue and Japanese fusion. So the two chefs.
That's right.
The two chefs that started that restaurant, one has a chain here locally of Japanese restaurants, and the other has a barbecue chain. And together they decided to open this restaurant. And it's just this melange of delicious, unexpected foods. You can get everything from Thai, Japanese, brisket. You can get everything there, and it's all fantastic.
The service could have been a little bit better, like putting in your entree and then putting the apps out afterward. Kind of annoyed me. Other than that, the food was nice.
If you want to check it out, guys, if you want to Google it just to see some photos of their food, it's Loro. Loro Austin. If you're ever in town, great place to go. Man, when that place opened, Tyler, the wait was an hour long every single day of the week. And you saw, we were there in the middle of the day. It was packed, right? Absolutely packed. And the inside and outside, packed. Austin loves that restaurant.
I know a lot of good, good things about Austin, Texas. They do love their food. And there's a lot of really experimental food there.
That was a Monday you guys were all here, right?
I don't know.
Because I remember all the barbecue places we wanted to go to were closed. Whatever day. Because originally,
it was Monday.
Originally we were going to go have Texas barbecue.
Sunday or Monday.
They were all fucking closed.
Was it 4th of July?
I forget.
It might have been Monday or Tuesday, because I was in the town making a delivery. I'm just happy I got to share my Flippy with you. I'll never forget that.
Well, it was good to meet you in person and your dog. What's your dog's name again, too, Tyler? Emma. He's got a very sweet Aussie. She's an Aussie, right?
Aussie, Australian Shepherd Husky.
The only Frankly Smith says the only game worth playing is Catan. I don't even know what that is.
Maybe we're just too old. I've been playing a lot of Zelda. The new Nintendo Switch that came out a little while ago. I bought the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Probably one of the best games I've ever played.
Zelda, really?
Oh yeah, man.
That is never one that I got into, Tyler. I know it has a massive fan base, but I don't think that I've ever played Zelda.
I'm surprised. That's a very puzzle-oriented game.
I can remember a couple of games that I played on the PC and Xbox. Age of Empires, Call of Duty. Yeah, that's about it.
I would definitely check out, look up some of the trailers or gameplay on the Nintendo Switch for Tears of the Kingdom. Check it out. It's I was surprised because I haven't played games in like 20 years. The last game I played was Nintendo 64, GoldenEye, Grand Theft Auto, stuff like that. And then my buddy got me to play this game, so I played it, and it is amazing. And the puzzles, and the game, and the story, I'm just like, holy crap. The games have come so far.
Was Zelda the one that recently GameStop had those massively long lines for a month or two ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Came out 2 months ago. They sold, what, 70 million games in 2 days or something?
Unbelievable.
7 million.
10-minute warning, guys.
It is like a lot of
10-minute warning to the bell. All right, I'm going to check it out, Tyler. I actually, now that my son went to college and I moved his Xbox, it's right here on my desk, and I have it hooked up to the PC in case the day where I'm so bored that I decide to stream a game. It's ready to go.
like I said, look it up. Nintendo Switch. It's it's kind of like an advanced version of Game Boy. Remember the Game Boy?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like a really advanced version.
Josh says, what do you think will happen to Ape today? Barring no news, Josh, just my general thought over this weekend is that we'd see Ape trading around this range and AMC come back down close to the 440 price. Now, obviously, if we get news or we get some institutional or retail buying pressure once the market opens, we may see AMC go up. But it doesn't look like we're going to get news. So is retail going to come in and buy when the market opens? That's the next thing I'm going to watch. If they don't, then I think that AMC will slowly, maybe not just today, it might take a few days if there's no news, it will slowly trade
Sony,
back
have
down
you played
into
Red
the
Dead
fours.
Redemption 2?
Red Dead Redemption 2, I have not, but I've heard of it. The other ones that look interesting to me.
It's a great game.
Yeah, no, I have not seen that one. That looks pretty badass.
Gaming has changed. Gaming has changed. They're open world system now, where you literally can. I'm 120 hours into my Zelda game. Not have even come close to 20% of the game.
Well, I tell you what, guys. I'm looking forward to the day where I'm not doing AMC research 12 hours a day, that I could have time to play a game.
It's something to get your mind off, I think.
I know. I don't even really watch that much TV, Tyler. Like, I'm legit doing this shit.
Oh, yeah.
You're in my Discord. I'm fucking doing this shit from the second I wake up till I go to sleep. And I would prefer not to, honestly. There's zero reason to be spending 15 hours a day on one stock.
No.
But it is that irritating to me, the amount of misinformation. So I keep plugging away.
Yeah. I try and stay away from all the online information and YouTubers. It's just too much.
Jack Wolf says, is the drop due to Adam Aaron's letter? I think, Jack, the drop we started predicting on Sunday morning was not due to, Adam Aaron's letter didn't even come out till Sunday night. We were in our Discord conversations, which went on for the entirety of the day from 7 a.m. till 9 p.m. is when I got off Discord last night. The entirety of the day, we were saying to ourselves that AMC would trade down on Monday, not because of Adam Aaron's letter. We didn't even know about it then, but because of the revised settlement agreement. And that it was much more likely that the settlement and conversion were going to happen So that is my expectation. Adam Aaron's letter, I think, had little to do with it. There was nothing in that letter that the market didn't already know. We know that they're going to dilute. There's nothing new. That was a transparency heads up for all the clickbaiters, all the people who don't read the financial statements, who haven't been paying attention to the news of what he is intending to do. Same thing that he communicated many, many months ago. So long before that letter
But
came
it's all
out.
news. It's all news to everybody else.
I don't know why it would be news to anybody. If that was news to you, then you haven't been paying attention, or you're just watching clickbaiters. We were already
Exactly my point.
We were already saying Sunday morning in our Tony Denaro and mediocre chats that we logically expected that without any new news, due to the attorney's attempt to amend the settlement and move on to conversion, that AMC would probably go down. And I get it. Nobody else was saying that. I read social media. Literally nobody else was saying that. But that was just kind of the logical take on it. What we are hoping for, I would love to see any sort of news that gives a pop to AMC and runs it up and lets people have an opportunity to take some profits. And then after that, then we go into a conversion and reverse split. I'd love to see where everybody gets something. That'd be the best outcome. But we're going to have to see, guys. We're going to have to see what Zern says next. Anything is possible. How long can it take the courts to come back with something for the new form? I mean, I was expecting something, honestly, Nelson, Sunday night. And I guess the judge took the evening off. So one day this week would not surprise me. One day this week. Tristan, good morning. Shots at $20. If we hit 20, I am going to be live with you guys doing a shot. Every dollar after 20, I will do a shot. How about that?
On APE or AMC?
AMC. Do I think the revised settlement cures the judge's concern? At face value, yes. But as we were talking a couple hours ago, the judge also expressed some concerns on behalf of APE shareholders with the settlement. So I really don't know what's in her mind. At the very basic level, yes, it addressed her concern. They threw that trial balloon up Saturday night at midnight to see if the judge would bite. And we're going to have to wait and see if she says okay or if she has some additional thoughts. Chancery Daily wrote up a very long post Saturday night around 3 a.m. And she had some other thoughts. She thinks that there is a chance Judge Zern might have some other thoughts. So I don't know. I'm no attorney, guys. I'm just trying to guess what's going to happen like you guys are. I'm certainly no judge. What I do know is she raised one concern 4 times on Friday. They all had to do with the release of APE claims. I know that she raised that, and I know that she dismissed all of the other objections. That much we know. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, if I look at those two things, all objections were dismissed, and we got to talk about this APE thing.
How many shots of dollar APE hits $20?
How many
goes up, AMC goes down, it converts at about 350.
How many shots if APE hits $20? I'll do a shot if APE hits $20 too, but APE is not going to run without AMC running, I don't think. If
$35 conversion.
If there's news like Q2 news, they'll both run. If there's Judge's news, which one runs is going to depend on what she says. So, all right. I think the markets are open.
Run to $20, I will live stream me running naked in front of my truck. Okay, I'll just let you guys know.
Don't know.
Run to 20, I will go out and show you all my beautiful hell and shake my balls in front of y'all. Pay the fine, no problem. 20 fucking bucks or 8, I'll be fucking happy.
Oh, Tyler. Don't nobody want to see that.
Hey, I'm a big crap. Oh, 9:30.
All right,
go.
guys. We are live trading now in real time. No more pre-market. I managed to survive. From 3 o'clock till now. 5.5 hours we've been on already, Tyler?
I don't know.
Are you fucking kidding me? Good Lord.
Time means nothing to me right now. I'm throwing fucking answers.
Angelina says it
Oh, I
can.
forgot to pick how.
Angelina says in a gamma or squeeze, it can go to any number. That is technically correct, Angelina. I agree with that. Especially when you have close to 30% short. I mean, if you get the news to get this thing moving, you got a loaded options chain, you got a high cost to borrow, you got a high short interest. Any number is technically possible to the upside until they shut it down. Take away that nasty buy button.
Something that's fucking illegal. It needs to be illegal.
Kevin, free from it all. Long time no see. That's probably my fault, Kevin. He says, wonder where they're getting shares. My interactive broker says no shares available. Yeah, I don't know. I look, guys, I think that you had a run up to almost $9. We know that some people were selling. I don't judge anybody's decision, but we know at least one YouTuber sold. He got out with the profit. That's good. You know, I want you guys to get out with the profit. And you always got to make what is the best decision for you. So I know he sold. I know he's probably not the only one. People were taking advantage, especially if you bought at $4. You've had the chance for the last aftermarket and pre-market to sell at a healthy profit. If you bought at $4.50, $3.50, you could have more than doubled your money. There are people selling. Is there some shorting going on too? Yeah, as they can find shares, probably so. But I think it'd be naive to say no one's taking profits. There's day traders, momentum traders in this play. We're going to need to let this.
AMC just halted.
We're going to need to let this wash out and see what happens. Yeah, why did AMC halt? That was not enough of a move to halt.
What the fuck?
The fuckery has already begun, my friends. Let me check the court website. No updates.
Is that why it's not letting me do anything? They halted the stock?
Yeah, they fucking halted it.
Already?
Didn't we talk about that last night?
Well, we said it might open up halted, not halt in the first 3 minutes of trading. On it went from 526 to 590. So that was a 10% move. That's why it halted. What a fucking... Why? It didn't halt on the way down. Halted on the way up. As always, right?
It was like, I thought it was downward halt. It was at like 5:45 or something. That's chicken shit.
Chicken shit, motherfuckers. Let it run, bitch.
This is why I want to get out of the fun.
So Mav said it halted on 10% down. I have a halt tracker in my Discord. Let me see. Let me go to that room. Halt. It did not report the AMC halt yet. But I trust you. Someone said it halted on the way down, but I mean, the last candle is up, so. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Trading. Okay. I believe you. Downward halt. It's currently at 520. I wasn't looking at the candles, so and I can't change my interval to smaller than a minute. I can on my phone, but yeah, it's probably just tied up in that candle was a 10% run down from 584 to 526. I do see 526 as the last price, so that makes more sense. And please bear with me. I'm working on 90 minutes sleep here, so little brain fog. That's probably my fucking Hekinashis. Now I have regular candles. I don't know, guys. I'm tired. All right, she's trading again. Jeffrey says it could have been a volatility halt. What's up with the robot voice? It's so slow now. Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, it was. Is that Bigum's in the house? Is that for real? Okay, Kevin, sorry, getting back to your comment. It says nothing's happened with the decision. Adam Aaron is trying to get the judge to change her mind. I don't buy into all that, Kevin. Adam Aaron's not going to write a letter and get the judge to change her mind. The judge is going to decide on the law. I think that Adam Aaron was making one last attempt before the judge rules in his favor to be very transparent with retail traders, because some of them have lost their damn mind and not been paying attention to all the press releases that this company intends to do an equity raise through dilution. It was his last ditch attempt to say, look, I told you guys that we're going to dilute. I think that's what that letter was. There is Bigums. What's up, amigo? What do you think? Bigums. What do you think Adam Aaron's point with that letter was? Was he trying to kill the squeeze?
It could have been a volatility halt.
Was he trying to just be transparent because some people lost their damn minds? They are totally disconnected from reality. And he don't want no blowback. You didn't tell us you were going to dilute, Adam Aaron, Adam Arno. David says if you click the M on the right side of the range, you can click the 1 second interval. Am I about to learn something here? Son of a bitch. Yeehaw! Son of a bitch. How did I never know that? I guess because I don't trade on the 1 second interval, but sure enough. It reminds me of this guy. Reminds me of this guy on YouTube. He's like this country dude. He's like, he watches a TikTok. He's like, can you really peel an egg like that? I gotta try this. I forget what his little shtick is, but then he sees some little he sees some little skit on TikTok, and he goes to his kitchen and he tries it. He's like, it works. That guy's got a good little gig going with his TikTok YouTube shit.
There's a guy that's a mechanic. He does the same thing with tools. He's like, what? You can do this with a hammer?
Yeah.
What? I love him. Great. No way. Ain't no way that. Oh, come on. Great.
Scott says, I don't understand why Adam Aaron would release it before the market opens from the weekend. My guess, Scott, was, this is just my guess. I think that Adam Aaron thinks that the judge is very close to ruling in his favor. And he wanted to get that out there before she drops her final say. I don't know if that's right. But when I saw the letter, I was like, this ruling is very close. I even thought maybe he got tipped off. I don't know. But then we got nothing. We got nothing all Sunday night. So I guess I was wrong on that. Jack says, are you open-minded about Adam Aaron's intentions regarding retail? Are you asking me, Jack?
I would assume so.
Is that what he says? What? No way, fuck's sake. What's up, Gus? Hey, Gus, we're in the voice chat if you want to come on and say good morning. Paolo says, è un bastardo. È un bastardo. Oh, Paolo. Jack wants to know, am I open-minded about Adam Aaron's intentions regarding retail? I'm not sure if I understand the context. Oh, shit. All right. Apes down 8%. Did we get any news? Or is this just trading? No updates from the court.
We need to bribe somebody in the court.
Jack says, I'm watching out of both eyes about Adam Aaron. I think that's what you should do, Jack. Guys, trust no CEO, understand their job. If you can just ingrain that in your mind, everything makes sense. Do I get excited about tweets? The little rah-rah moments? I do not. Because their job is to market the company. So you don't see me talking about that stuff. All the nonsense tweets over the last 2 years, all the times you guys asked me to tell you what it means, I have always said no. And I think the most that I've said when you guys ask me, what does he mean by, what's that phrase that he uses a lot? What does Adam Aaron always say? Anyways, what he means is he's taking steps to ensure the company doesn't go bankrupt. That's what he means. How we get there, you might not like the end result. Yeah, win pounce. Choke on that. What does he mean by choke on that? He means he's putting in steps to ensure the company doesn't go bankrupt. That's what he means. How he gets there, we might not actually like the end result. But he's thinking like a CEO. He's thinking, my mission is to not let the company go bankrupt by whatever means necessary. So that's why I don't like decoding tweets, because what he means and what you're interpreting it at could be two very different things. I don't like getting in that conversation. His job is to market, and our job is to be smart. Our job is to wait for a good entry and have, get out when we have a profit. And that goes for all CEOs. If you understand their job, their mission to drive profits, to get out of negative earnings, everything starts making a lot more logical sense. You can much easier predict what's going to happen. People think I'm paid or fed inside information about what's going to happen. No, I just read the damn 10 Qs and use logic. It's really that simple. And yeah, it often appears that what happens is different than what he tweets. I get it, but logically, everything that's happening makes sense. I get it. It's not to a lot of people's desires, right? 100%. I get it. Kevin's calling last support. You're calling support on AMC at this level, Kevin? Bye-bye. Love you too. Don't work too hard. Don't work too hard. Oh, that's fucking costs. God damn it. No wonder it was looking so goddamn weird. All right, that's what Kevin's talking about. Your support on the 200 moving average on the 1 minute chart. Is it also the same on the 5 minute? No, we're well above. Wait, no, the 200's way down there on the 5 minute. MotoGP, what's up? He says, what's your possibilities on APE AMC when the lawsuit is done? Please clarify. What date was APE dropped? It was early August 2022, right? Real Rugged says, news from AMC, sales of concessions like popcorn and soda had their second best weekend ever, as the theater chain had the highest attendance since 2019.
Did the shorts cover? No? Then what are we talking about?
Booyah. All right. But that's the type of press release that you got to also take with a grain of salt, right? They're trying to give you breadcrumbs, and people are going to say, well, how can this company go bankrupt? Didn't you see the news from AMC? The highest day of concessions since 2019. These hedge funds are naked shorting trillions of shares. Anyways, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think. Yeah, one day, one weekend is not the entire year. So just take press releases with the grain of salt that they're meant to be. They want you to be excited. I want to be excited. It's fantastic fucking news. Yes, but we need that every weekend. We need that every weekend. Nick says, remember when Adam Aaron bought Highcroft? How's that investment paying off? Well, Nick, I don't know if you've listened to Adam Aaron's talk on that. We've gone over it many times here, as well as a year's worth of due diligence telling people not to buy Highcroft. Are you aware of that, Nick? Have you listened to any of my videos saying do not buy Highcroft, Nick? Or should I just boot you now? You're the wrong fucking channel to fuck around with, Nick. I ain't in the mood this morning. But anyways, Adam Aaron's communication on Highcroft is a 5 to 6 year plan, 5 to 6 year investment. Why? Because they're not mining right now. They're exploring. They need to build a milling plant. It's years away from pulling ore out of the ground. If you don't understand that, it's going to look like a stupid investment. It still could go bankrupt, which is why I take all the arrows in the back from the fucking clickbaiters and pumpers of Highcroft that don't like me telling you the truth that it's too early to invest in Highcroft. They are years away from generating revenue. You have plenty of time to be patient and see if they get to the next step. And if they do, it'll be a fantastic investment for AMC. If they don't, then Highcroft will go bankrupt. It's going to be one of the two. And we have very clearly covered that. And I've taken all the arrows for a year saying that exact same thing. Don't be a dumbass. Wrong fucking channel to mess around with this morning because I am tired. Love ya. Why would be making a 5-year investment when AMC is hurting in cash? I mean, guys, he spent $28 million and got 100% bonus and warrants to double his shares. And at the time he had $2 billion bucks. What's the percentage of 2 billion? What percentage of 28? What percentage of 2 billion is $28 million? You do the math. I'm tired of doing the math for you. If in 5 years he doubles or triples his money, that's gonna, in retrospect, look like a fucking fantastic investment. If it goes bankrupt, I will throw that motherfucker off the bridge, as he should be, for wasting our money on a speculative play. Right now, it's just simply too early to call. I've been telling you what was going to happen with Highcroft. No revenue. The price is going to go down. They're going to need to dilute. There's going to be dilution coming in Highcroft. And it is a play that will take years to evaluate. So if you're going to, some of y'all have no ability to do a long-term investment in something or understand why someone might take that gamble. Will the gamble pay off for Adam Aaron? Way too damn early to say. But if they go bankrupt, I will throw him under the bus for that. 100%. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. AMC 502, APE 167. Did I miss anything? Someone said BBIG is up. Is that right? BBIG's halted. Up 33%. Did they have news? Oh, Kevin, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Especially on 90 minutes sleep last night. BBIG, what the heck's going on? No news. Stock is pushing. Let's look at a couple other tickers here real quick. Everything's red, motherfuck. Kevin, how you been doing? I haven't checked in on your channel in a while. I've been like buried in AMC land. Highcroft was up and pre-market is now down 3%. Kloss is up 15%. Are we getting a little squeezy on some meme stocks? Mullen, oh my gosh, Mullen's getting obliterated. Down 10%, 1270. Holy smokes. Oh. And I feel like I'm getting a sore throat. I hope I'm not getting sick. If I got COVID at the movie theater, it's going to be a problem. Sue Adam Arno.
Tip your streamers, don't be stingy. Here's an AMC share, Tony.
Oh, Phase. Okay, let's look at Phase. I don't have that one saved anymore. I think I have it on my failed retail plays. Let's see. Oh, where retail fails. Is Phase in there? This is my special list of all the abandoned retail stocks. Yep, there it is. You know what it takes to be a failed retail play? It takes something like a massive run up and dump, $24 to 43 cents. Takes a special criteria to get on that list. But yeah, there was a nice little spike this morning, 64 cents back down to 43. Yeah. Super Reggae Man says, I'm sick of AMC, Adamir, market makers, and all these motherfuckers. I agree. Kevin says, I'm okay, a bit moody because AMC is costing me money right now. Had one member make $1 million since January, though, on AMC, or just other plays that you're recommending, Kevin? That's some badass news. It's good to see folks making money, and thank you for helping people. Morning Wave says, Ken Griffin, the evil Ken Griffin, laughing at people who thought they would become millionaires today. Well, I mean, we needed news. We needed something to extend the buying pressure. Nine o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock my time. 5:10. Well, what happened to all my voice people? I see Steve, I see Tyler, mediocre. Where'd he disappear to? DFL.
What's up?
Oh, I wanted to hear Mediocre's thoughts. Because
Well, fuck you too.
we were
After talking, we're here.
yeah, I just saying we were telling you guys to expect it to we were telling you to expect AMC to drop back down this morning. Dragonfly Energy Holdings. I'm not familiar with that company, but yeah, that is some nice momentum into the morning. Dragonfly Energy joins Nevada Battery Coalition as a founding member 2 hours ago. So that is the news on that one, it appears. Kevin says his member did not make $1 million on AMC. Justin, what's up, amigo? I know there are a lot of people in that boat of being exhausted, my friend. Exhausted in a lot of plays, exhausted with the market being in a downward trend. On top of that, this week we've got to deal with the Fed probably raising rates a little bit more. Probably not going to be the best overall week for the market, but let's hope that we can salvage something out of this play this week. We can get some goddamn news. What's my take on XRP tracking with AMC? I think that is a clickbait thumbnail. That's my thought. I think people that want to push XRP or push some theory look for patterns that don't truly exist. I know that's cynical. Haven't looked into it a lot, but you know how many times I've heard Bitcoin tracks with AMC, Doge tracks with AMC. Just tired of all that. XRP has its own news. AMC has its own news. They're on two separate news paths specific to each one. If there's any similarities, it is, in my opinion, coincidental. I don't know. What do I know? Yeah, maybe we could, Kevin. Kevin says, let's exhaust the shorts right here. Here's the problem, right? You got that concern that the settlement is going to go through, and so the price is coming back down. So we what does that mean? We're probably going back to where we were on Friday before all this news and people got overly exuberant. What the heck, Finny T? What's the BBIG community saying about that run up? Like, why? I mean, I'm ecstatic for them. Was it shorts? Let me. BBIG. I think the short interest is low on BBIG. I know that there was that whole thing about the board. Okay, well, it's 18%. Pretty decent. I'd be cautious on no news. I'd like to know what's making it run. That is another little dedicated community, though, aren't they? The BBIGers. They are some fanatical fans in that little community. Super Reggae Man says, Tony, are you a DRS or no DRS guy? I've said for years, Mr. Reggae Man, do what you want. Right? If you DRS your shares, what are the benefits? Ostensibly, can't be shorted. You're taking it out of the tradable shares, the loanable shares. The second benefit that we just learned is that you will get your postcard first. You're a real shareholder, not a beneficial shareholder. So there's a new benefit we didn't even really know about. We didn't ever think about. But on the other side, if I had to, give the pros and cons, I haven't really seen any benefit to GameStop, which is way ahead of us on having the percentage of their float DRS. It hasn't really prevented them from being shorted or their price getting knocked down. And secondly, I want the ability to trade my shares at the second of my choosing without having to worry about calling somebody, worrying about a small company getting flooded with phone calls and millions of people trying to get their shares out and trade them. I personally don't want to mess with that. So I don't have any instructions for you. I don't have any hate for DRS. I don't have any love for DRS. It's just a neutral to me, and people hate me for that. But you asked, so there you go. The pros and the cons. Bigham says, how many times, Tony, have you heard that Adam Aarons killed the squeeze today? In the comments right here, Bigham's, at least twice. I'm not looking at social media. I'm not looking at Twitter. I bet it is full of it. David Davison says, BBIG has the highest OBV to price discrepancy of any meme stock. All right. Teachable moment, guys. I want you to go find my OBV video. It's going to rock your world, and not in the way that you're hoping. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. There are much better indicators of money flow than OBV. It is the most clickbait, pump, hopium, false indicator that is in existence. Once a stock has squeezed, I would submit to you that OBV is useless when someone is showing you a chart that includes the squeeze in it, because it's going to look like OBV ran up and no one sold, right? Why is that? Because all of that massive volume spike, every single order was counted as a buy, and you would need a day that it came down by the same volume, that there was a red candle on the day by the same volume. And when you go from trading 1 million shares in a day or 10 million to 1 billion, you're going to have a massive green candle on OBV because every order is counted as a buy. It will never go down. It'll look flat to infinity. No one sold, but the price comes down. Why? Because OBV, the way it's calculated, nobody understands it. Nobody explains it. In my video, I explain it and I show you a couple better indicators. It really pisses me off, this OBV pump hopium nonsense. If anyone makes a video talking about OBV, I automatically know they are a clickbaiter and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Anyways, go watch my video. Let me know your thoughts there. And we can have a discussion. I have yet to have anybody present a rational disagreement to that after watching that video. But I'm open to discussion. Certainly open to discussion. Not today. Go comment on that video and then we'll hash it out. Anya says, I want Tony to get a t-shirt that says, sweet, sweet lies. Sweet, sweet lies that the clickbaiters tell you. Jeffrey Jones says, I preferred anchored VWAP. I have not looked at that, Jeffrey, but I will. The other thing, you know, with OBV, if you're looking at any stock that's squeezed and you're looking at since then till now, it's always going to look like straight up and then flat. But if you push the squeeze off the chart and just look at this week's time frame, you'll see OBV moving. You can see movement, but
I prefer anchored VWAP.
It's when these people, they always include the squeeze because that will fuck up the chart. It's in statistics or math, we just call that outlier. It's an outlier. It's bad data. It was real data, but it fucks up the chart if you include it. Juicy, got you crazy. RIPOBV. I just want you guys to get better educated so that you can see through what's real data, what's a real indicator, and what is clickbait. When people say no one are selling, well, if they're showing you OBV, it's probably clickbait. Or just unintentional, the person doesn't know what they're talking about. Scott says, has anyone ever asked Adam Aaron why he didn't sell APE at $10? Yes, they have. And he explained. Gus says, might get a little pop on APE. Yeah, it's coming back up. AMC's coming back up too. All right, maybe we got past that early morning coffee break, 9:30 dip. Come on, bitches, come back up. Juicy, how was your weekend, my friend? MotoGP says we all should have sold at $10. Without a doubt, in the past year, my single worst mistake was not selling APE at $10. without a doubt. And my second, I had 3 mistakes with APE. Not selling at $10, not thinking through the institutions would be selling because they couldn't hold APE or they didn't need to for their index funds. I should have realized that. But even if they did do that, my third mistake was counting on retail to buy it. And there was way more retail selling than buying APE. And that was the fatal blow right there. I will not make that mistake again, counting on retail to buy a dilutive instrument. Sometimes you live and you learn and you do not make those mistakes again. I'm not ashamed to say when we make mistakes, and that was a horrible one. Of course, I would have loved to sell APE at $10. But like a dumbass, I thought retail would buy it. And I bought some. I got my cost basis now is at $1.50. But yeah, would I have liked to sell at $10? Sure. All right, we got BBIG halted on the way up. Let's put AMC and APE up here on the top. And we got GameStop bottom left. Let's put BBIG in the bottom right. This guy says, what happened? I got $8 calls. Please don't die on me. BBIG. Bought 10 before the halt. This is the way, folks. HODL. You bought 10? Woo! $50. All right. Shorts piling in after the halt. Puts might be juicy, Camel Joe says. Bankrupt those hedgies. Shorts are scared. I love seeing all the parallel conversations between the communities. It's always the same comments. Jason says, I got nervous and bought more AMC. Muggsy says, because most are bots disguised to be apes. Probably so. Probably so. Most of the commenters in the Weeble chat are bots. You're probably correct. AMC coming up. It's coming up. Ape is too. Let's fucking go. Richard says Neo rocket today. Is Neo moving? Yeah, it is. 8.5%. Not bad. 9%. What's Tesla doing? I guess what? All the Mullen people are switching over to Neo. They're like, screw this. See ya, David Mishery. Under 13 cents on Mullen, but Neo is up 9%. Beautiful. Where's Kevin at? Kevin, do you remember ENDP? ENDPQ up 144%. But it's a nickel. Trish says it would be good if this AMC play was over this summer. Amen, Trish. Be good if it was over this week. All right, BBIG's moving again. I'm gonna sit down again. Oh. Finding Neo. Can I explain BBBY's OBV? Yes, any stock, literally any stock that had a short squeeze in its past, you'll see a massive run up on OBV. And then if you include that run up day in the OBV, every day after that's going to look flat. All of them. Any stock that had a squeeze with a massive change over normal daily volume, they're all going to look like that. But if you push the squeeze day off your chart and analyze OBV in a smaller window, you're going to see the fluctuations. But nobody ever posts that chart. They just post the nobody's selling. That's all they post because it tells a good story to support a narrative, but it's not factually correct. Clearly, people have been selling BBBY, right? Chad says, look at BBBY's OBV. I will take a look at it, but you guys already know my view on BBBY. But I will take a look at it for you. If there's something interesting there that I can update my OBV video with, I will certainly do a follow-up for you guys. Steve says reverse split, post-conversion price of around $29.50. Let's see. I've got my handy dandy chart here. You say what? $29.50. Mine says $29.62 right here. So yeah, we're in the ballpark. If we add in a settlement of for 7.5 shares, that'll drop it $1. So let's say 28 to 29.50. Yeah, that's in the ballpark. You are in the ballpark, right damn close on there. Mexican Silverback says, did we dress up in pink for Barbie. No, you guys know me better than that, Mr. Silverback. In fact, I said to any of the gentlemen in my live stream the other night, if I see a picture of you dressed up in pink to go see the Barbie movie because your wife told you to dress up in pink, I'm going to know who wears the pants in the family. No, that's a hard no. I don't even own a pink item of clothing to wear. But we did go see it. Scarlett also did not wear pink, although she has quite a bit of it in her wardrobe. I don't think she knew about the whole dressing up thing. It was a funny movie. The audience enjoyed it. It was late at night, 9:30. So we got out of there at midnight. The audience enjoyed it, packed house. And I think if you go see it, you'll enjoy it. If you're a single dude, yeah, maybe not, unless you just want to. And I wouldn't blame you for ogling, like I said, ogling Margot Robbie for 2 hours in tights. Just for that, it would have been worth the price of admission. Is Finger on my watch list? Yes, I've been watching Finger. And the last time I talked about it, you're not going to like this, but I tweeted right here on this day that the people saying it was going to keep going up were not to be believed. In other words, I was trying to nicely tell you guys that the top was in right here, and I got obliterated on Twitter for 3 days. You're a shill, you're wrong, fuck you. Meanwhile, I mean, when it doesn't take rocket science chart reading skills to know this was at the top, and all these fucking pumpers on Twitter were still saying it's going to the moon. The short interest, they are lying on you. They're lying on you about the short interest. They're fucking lying to you about the short interest. And so I spoke up on July 12th and said, bullshit to all you pumpers. I took all the arrows, and gladly so, because since then it's lost almost 50% of its value, and I don't regret calling bullshit out when I see it. And they are fucking lying on Twitter. They're lying on you guys. They're lying on you.
What about your pink cowboy hat, Tony?
Oh, Lordy. I have no pink items in my wardrobe. I think in high school, back in the 80s, there was a year where pink polo shirts were in, and I probably had one in the 80s. Since then, no. That's a hard no. Yeah, Ovid is running with Finger. Ovid is wrong. And I didn't say anything in the run-up on Finger, because I love to see run-ups and I love to see you guys making money. But when Ovid and Ham and these fucks are still pumping it when it's turning down, I am going to speak up, and I did. And nobody liked it, but I was correct. While it's pumping, mum's the word here, guys. Make your fucking money. That's what we want. Let a run happen. Make the money. Get in, get out. Move on. Abdul Aziz says, what is your opinion of Adam Aaron's letter yesterday? I think it was the same thing that I've been saying here for 6 months. 6 months, Abdul Aziz. And if you've been paying attention to the news and the 10Qs, the financial statements, there was nothing in that letter that was a surprise. There was nothing in that letter that was a surprise to my audience, because we've been talking about everything that was in that letter since APE came out. So I think it was his last attempt to be transparent for all the people who have had their head in the sand since the end of last year about what is coming. And I think he thinks that the judge is going to approve the settlement, and he wants you to know what's going to happen. And let no one say that he didn't warn you or tell you what is coming. But there was no new news in that tweet. So it is ridiculous to say that that was a pump killer. It was all the same news. We already know all this stuff. Did I wear the white blazer back in the Miami Vice days? I definitely had some Miami Vice clothing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had like a... look, I loved Don Johnson. What was that? Tubbs, and what was Don Johnson's character's name? Tubbs was the black guy. I can't remember Don Johnson's character name. Crockett and Tubbs, was that it? I was in love with that show. I wanted a cigarette boat. Wanted the cars. And yes, we did dress like them at that time. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure I had a white sports coat and some neon green t-shirt. Crockett and Tubbs, yeah. I'm absolutely certain that I wore that outfit and blasted the soundtrack from Miami Vice in my car as I patrolled up and down the street on 6th Street, downtown Austin, with my shitty ass used car and my shitty ass stereo system, thinking I was all that. Did I wear the Drakkar Noir cologne? That is not one that I've bought. That was what Miami Vice came out sometime in the mid 80s into the late 80s. So that was around my senior year in high school into early college years. Definitely was an influence at the time. And then I moved on when that wasn't cool anymore. I probably did have Polo cologne for sure. Now I'm more the I still like Calvin Klein Obsession, and what was that other one? The Burberry. Some chick bought me Burberry a long time ago, and that one tends to do well, if you know what I mean. AMC at 512, APE at 179, BBIG flattening out at 525, GameStop at 2240, up 1% on the day. I've tried a lot of other colognes, guys. Some that I've just gone on and tried, some that girlfriends have bought for me. You ever notice like everybody's body chemistry is different? You think it smells really good on the little testing strip, but then you put it on and it doesn't really smell the same. So I've found a couple that work for me, and I'm good with those. And generally, I just don't even use cologne. I almost never use it, especially now that I'm married. And Scarlett's like, I love your smell. What is that? I was like, soap? Man.
What's up, Tony?
Steven, what's up? I have girlfriends. Not anymore, Chad. I'm married. But there was a long time where I was single.
I got a question for you.
What's up?
Where the frick is Zern?
She's not going to show her face till after hours now. And I don't know if it'll be today. I don't know if it'll be today. Mediocre.
This is it's getting spicy, isn't it?
It's kind of like exactly what we talked about Sunday morning.
It sure is.
I was explaining to the folks while you were gone, they were asking what's going on. I was like, well, we kind of were telling our folks on Sunday morning, expect it to trade back down unless there's news. And that was kind of going against the grain, but we were just kind of taking a logical view that it had gapped up too high. So we'll see. I mean,
It's kind of like arbitrage, I think, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, that arbitrage works like a magnet, right? It draws them back down together. Hopium can't overcome lack of news.
I have to agree, man. Arbitrage is an actual thing. It's amazing.
Mizzy Woe, yeah, I have thought about Creed a couple times. They call that the panty dropper, right? Did you read that article back in the day? I have thought about buying some Creed.
Yeah.
But then it got to the point where I just got so good I didn't need it. Buy the dip. Rolf, what's up? Buy the dip, baby. Steve says, I like the fact.
Things settle down a little bit.
Hold on, other Steve. We got this Steve Hopping. He says, I like the fact even with this volume and the market desire to drive the price down, the AMC is still up. It's up 17%. That is respectable. I thought we'd be at Friday's close price by now. You mean you thought we'd be back to 440? Is this due to the Barbenheimer push? Certainly, guys, a $300 million weekend is going to help buoy the stock. Absolutely. Would you agree, Mediocre?
Yeah, I would say higher prices equals higher market caps, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you have a good weekend, and this literally was the best weekend since April of 2018 for the theater industry, that's going to help buoy the price a little bit. 100%. 100% agree.
Exactly.
If we could do that every fucking weekend, we'd be in a different game. This stock would not be under pressure.
The other thing I'd add is, people who think that we're rooting for AMC to plummet in price. I want AMC's price to rise.
Yeah.
I want both stock prices to rise because if they both rise, it makes the market cap larger.
And it makes the conversion price larger, right? We'd love for both of them to go up.
Exactly.
You guys want to hear another weird cologne story? When our little group of friends from Austin went on the salsa bachata cruise out of Miami, where the entire boat was sold to salsa dancers from around the globe. We had our little party set up with adjoining cabins and the neon lights and all the liquor we snuck on board. So we'd bring the girls down from the big party up in the ballroom. Oh, you want to come down for some private lessons? My buddy, his cologne, and I shit you not, was that vanilla. What do you call the vanilla that you use in your cooking? What do you call that, Steve? Vanilla extract. He was putting vanilla extract. I was like, what are you doing? Oh, Tony, the girls love this. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Give me some of that. I did try it, though. I don't know that it made any difference. It's not hard to pick up a chick on a salsa cruise. Just saying. Single guys. Aventura dance cruise.
Super Steve, on you there?
Vanilla extract. I don't know if he was a cheap motherfucker or if it really just worked, but he believed in that shit.
Probably said something like it's aphrodisiac or some shit like that.
Tony, it reminds them of cookies and ice cream. Someone says, check out the motion Rose Izzo's lawyer just filed. All right, give me a second. I'll pull it up. Excuse me while I whip this out. I don't see a motion on docket alarm yet. Let me check Twitter. Mediocre, I'm fading.
I'm fading too, buddy. I'm tired. I can't hear you.
All right. Breaking news. Objector Rose Izzo seeks intervention or appeal. I don't have the whole document here, just what someone posted on Twitter. Objector Rose Izzo through counsel hereby moves for clarification of the scheduling order, or alternatively for maintenance of the status quo order pending the appeal of any final judgment. Oh, Lord. In contrast to defendants' predictions of financial ruin following the rejection of the now defunct settlement, the opinion caused AMC common stock to surge above $7 per share and after hours trading and APE units to tumble. Good news. Even Adam Aaron concedes there is no imminent crisis. His tweet in response to the opinion admits that if the company is unable to raise equity capital, the risk materially increases of AMC conceivably running out of cash in 2024 or 2025. In a few weeks, AMC will release its second quarter earnings results, which will shed more light on the company's financial status, and which I think will be positive. I will tell you this, guys, and I know where she's going with this. Maybe one day I'll do a video on this so you can see what I'm talking about, but there is consultants to the financial industry, to corporations, that will tell you when you know you're going to run out of cash in a year, you don't want to wait for 12 months to elapse before you try and raise cash, because then you become buzzard bait. His advice to CEOs, and I'll find this video for you and link it. His advice as a consultant to CEOs on raising capital was do it well before you need it, because if you wait until you need it, you are fucked. That's all I'm going to say. Just for a little bit of perspective, what CEOs like Adam Aaron are being told by finance people is do it now before you really need it, or you will be fucked. That's not my opinion. I mean, I'll find the video and link it for you in the community tab. I saw that a year ago. Sufyan, what is up? How do you think the community will react with this fake after hours hype? Are you talking about Friday? That wasn't fake, Sufyan. That was legit shorts covering. And then they were done. I mean, we could look at the chart from Friday. You saw that spike up almost to $9, and then that was shorts covering a few smaller shorts. Then they were done, and the price starts coming back down. Same thing we see in every little small short covering event. Once that buying pressure of the shorts covering was done, and then we were talking about that on Friday, and then we had the attorney's letter Saturday at midnight. Once Sunday morning came around, we, in this circle, were expecting AMC to trade down this morning. I know that's not the prevailing. I know that's not the prevailing thought, but that's what we have been. Not on social media, just because we don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but to our people that want that information, that's what we were telegraphing. Expect it to come down.
Yes, correct. And the thing is, you know, if we did put it out, nobody's going to listen to us anyways. They're
Right.
just going to be like, you guys are bearish on the stock, and I'm not bearish on the stock at all.
Right. We put out due diligence that we believe to be factual so that people can be thinking about that. And we don't put it out on mass social media because, like Mediocre said, no one's going to want to hear it and no one's going to believe it. So why be the Debbie Downer? But for those in our Discord, I mean, we were telegraphing without news that AMC would come down this morning. But would we like it to run? Yes, we'd love for either one or both to run. Absolutely.
Both, please. But even if it's only AMC, run that thing up to $20. I'll be happy.
Run it to $100.
Exactly.
None of us are short on AMC. Run the fuck out of it. Make some people some money.
That's right.
Andrew says people are taking their BBIG profits and putting them into GTII. Well, I mean, that's like taking manna from heaven and throwing it into a dumpster fire. Did he just say that?
Oh, man.
That was a good one.
You got a gift. Why are you going to throw it in the dumpster? Don't fucking put your money in GTII. Wait for it to come back down to 40 cents, then buy it. GTII is a fucking pump and dump just like Finger. Same two fucks pumping it. And they are wrong. They are lying on you guys. They're lying on you. Don't fall for that shit. Let it come down. And then if you want to hold it for the next run up, if they can pump it again, they will. But they're lying on you right now. These GTII pumpers.
I mean, it's like, throwing your money in the best automotive company out there.
Why do I say GTII is a dumpster fire? Because I've looked at their financial statements. I don't believe any of that bullshit that Ham Short Killer puts out. It's full of crap. He's a pumper. There's no short interest on GTII. They have no revenue. They got no product. It's just absolute trash. But it is good for an occasional pump. So if you want to play that game, wait for a good entry. Or wait till it's moving up. Don't throw your shit in it when it's trending down.
Tony.
Yeah?
Put the call into the court. I know you and Judge Zern are friends. Get us the info we need.
I got her on speed dial, Mediocre. Let me text her with a praying hands emoji. Please, Judge Zern, send us that. I don't have her number on here.
Call Adam Aaron. You got his number. You guys are buddies.
Adam Aaron has never once answered me on any email or tweet that I've sent him. Nothing. He's never even liked one of my goddamn posts. Motherfucker.
Hey, Tony, do you think he was talking about you in his post this weekend?
Which part? About the emotional people that are going for social media clout by spreading misinformation? No.
Yeah, that part.
No. Who is this? Mr. Eho says, Tony, when are you going to have a blue eyes baby? Is that Scarlett's dad in the chat? Every time he comes over, Tony, when are y'all going to have a baby? When are you going to give me a grandbaby, Tony? Mr. Ehos. The pressure is on, let me tell you. I don't know. It's probably soon. Dad. How old is my wife? She's in her 30s, Chad. That's why the pressure's on. I hear it from her dad and I hear it from her. She's not getting any younger, Tony.
What the fuck you doing on YouTube? You should be working right now.
What do you what do you mean?
Never mind.
Oh, you mean I should be working on a baby?
Yeah.
She's at her job right now. I have my own businesses, as you guys know, that I run from home, including when I have the time and have fun and have the right market environment and pick the right ticker. I enjoy day trading too. But no, I don't need a real job anymore. I did the fucking real job thing for 15 years and I left that world behind 20 years ago. And I'm just having fun in life right now. Mediocre knows what's up. Bow chicka wow wow. Mediocre. Tony, go get busy. Put a baby in me, Big Daddy. King Louie. Go Bind says GTII and Finger will both run massively. And you're also a pumper. How am I a pumper? Tell me how. Anybody with a green fucking name, what am I pumping? By telling people to read the financial statements and that the company's losing money? I'm pumping? Really? By the price targets I never gave, I'm a pumper? Get the fuck out of here.
Tony, Steven wants you to read his comment.
Get the fuck out of here. Steven says, what have we learned about retail investors in the last 4 days? I don't know, Steven.
Steven, tell us what we learned.
Come in the chat, Steven, in the voice fucking chat. Man up and tell us yourself. What did I do for my real job in the past? I worked for a tech company, and I did a variety of jobs. 15 years at one company. The probably last 75% of which I was an engineering manager in a variety of different roles. Everything from manufacturing to supplier management to sustaining engineering, product support. I changed jobs in that company every 2 years because I could. And I suggest that to you guys. If you're lucky enough to be at a company where you have the opportunity to move up, always apply for a job 2 pay grades above where you're at. That's what I did. I got turned down 75% of the time, but I don't give up. And every 2 years I would move up 2 pay grades. I started out at $24,000 at that company. I left making $120,000 with $1 million in stock option grants. $120,000 a year, $1 million in stock option grants. So it was not a bad gig, if you know what I mean. Apply for a job, multiple pay grades above where you're at. Make sure you're qualified for it. Every time I took those pay upgrades, those job title upgrades, they said, Tony, we can't bump you up this much in pay. This is like a $20,000 pay grade bump. We can't increase anyone's salary that much. I said, okay, give me half and catch me up on the next increase cycle. Okay, we can do that. Just be patient. Work the system. Don't be afraid to reach for the sky. I did that every fucking move up that I made. And I would go, once I was in a new job, I'd target a new area in the company that I wanted to work in. I'd go meet the managers in that area a year in advance. I'd ask them, what are you looking for? What qualifications are you looking for? I already knew where I was going to go next. And I would spend that year or 18 months becoming qualified, taking whatever classes, whatever training, whatever knowledge, anything to be ready for that job in 18 to 24 months. And yeah, I applied for a lot of jobs and got turned down internally. But Be persistent. Little tricks of the trade, guys. And if you don't work for a company where those opportunities present themselves, don't feel bad. A lot of people are stuck in that situation. The next logical thing is, once you're comfortable in a job for a year or two, start looking outside. Don't get comfortable where you're at. You increase your lot in life. You increase your pay by being bold, by seeking outside employment. Look for something better paying. Find out what it takes to get there and just fucking do it. Don't get comfortable. Don't get comfortable with the people. Don't get comfortable with the job. Don't be lazy. Take some classes. Take some anything. You are the only thing holding you back. Go Bird says, you've been making AMC videos for years. I have, yeah, because have you seen the amount of clickbait and nonsense out there, dipshit? I'm like literally the last person trying to help these people see their way to factual information. And if I got to cover AMC for another year because people are putting out bullshit, lying on these folks, I will continue to do it because they deserve that. And I happen to like the movies. We have covered the financials and the sorry state of the company's financials many, many times, ad nauseum, for the last year. Why do you think AMC pumpers block me? Why do you think AMC pumpers make videos calling me a paid hedgie? Wake the fuck up, man. I am no pumper. You know how many people pumping AMC hate me, hate my channel? Fuck off. In fact, I'm gonna fuck you off. Bye. Fucking troll. Thank you for letting me say that, though.
Be careful, Tony. You're starting to sound like me.
I'm not even drinking yet, Tyler. Let's do a shot.
I deal with stupidity every hour.
AMC is
and
moving
you,
up.
Now you understand why I fucking got it?
AMC's up 24%. 548 for anybody watching. APE is at $1.94. And GameStop, $1.98. 1.98% up, sorry. BBIG up 41%, but coming down off of that high an hour ago. Guys, I would much rather be talking with you. As we have said a million times, I want you to buy profitable companies. If you're playing squeeze plays or penny stocks or pump plays, I want you to allocate a small percentage of your portfolio to that because you should expect to lose all that money. You know, when they tell you, don't invest money that you can't afford to lose, I want you to hear, I'm going to lose all this money. I want you to hear that in your head. I want you to hear me say that. That will force you to only allocate a small percentage of your portfolio to those plays. Put the rest of your money in companies that have profits. And you don't got to worry about all this nonsense and anxiety. Why am I so chill? Because I didn't over leverage my portfolio on one money losing company. Do I like AMC? Do I love the movies? Yes. Do I think there's a potential for volatility on news? Absolutely. Look at the fucking cost to borrow. Look at the price. Look at the short interest. But I manage my risk. And a lot of y'all didn't do that because I wasn't here in May and June of 2021 when y'all bought. You were listening to a couple kids who made me so angry that I turned on the camera in July. Matt and Trey made me so fucking pissed that I said, fuck these guys. Anyways, we're a long way from there. Now I just love you guys. I mean, I want to see everybody come out of this the best possible way. We've talked for the last 8 months about what my ideas on that was. Buy cheap APE. You could have bought APE earlier this year for 68, 70 cents, and you could have bought it again on Friday. You could have already doubled your money from Friday. Some of y'all were buying APE for $4. You could have doubled your money on Friday. AMC. Take fucking profits. Look for a good entry. Understand who's clickbaiting you and who's giving you real information. Understand who can read financial statements and who can't. And join the fam. Join the fam. By that, I mean watch some fucking videos. You don't need to join the channel. What happened to Trey? I think he got tired of the drama, honestly, Jason. You know how much shit I got to deal with from people on Twitter and YouTube comments on a daily basis? Now, I'm old and I'm pretty impervious to insults from random people, but Trey, being a little younger, maybe he didn't know how to handle it. And that's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So he's off in his happy place, not dealing with drama. Watch out, cat. Come here. Remember, my views on AMC from 2021 have definitely changed to where they're at now. Like once we got to November 2021 and the recession started hitting, I stopped buying AMC and said, we're in for a rough ride in the whole market. I did not buy any AMC after November of 2021 until I might have bought some around the $4 range, but as the company draws down their cash and as the market is under pressure and as interest rates are going up and as institutional money is going into bonds instead of the equities market, you have to fucking evolve with the play. You have to evolve with the market. You have to evolve your thinking, your analysis abilities. Plays are not static. All these fools who have not changed their message in 2 years have trapped you into stinking thinking. You still there, mediocre? Steven, am I lying? I don't know. Steven might be at work. He might not be able to talk.
You're not lying, Tony.
Who was that?
Mad Max.
Maximus, what's up?
APE is the key to prosperity.
We hope so. I had to say a million times this weekend, even as people were getting overly bullish on APE after the attorney's letter on Saturday night, I had to keep reminding people, we still don't know for sure what the judge is going to rule. We have our belief, but I will always point out the risk in everything to you guys. Just so you can't say, you guaranteed me that APE was going to squeeze to the moon. There's legal risk. We've talked about that many times. Do I think that it will ultimately be settled out, reverse split and conversion. That is my belief, yes. Can I guarantee that? No.
Most people are adults, and if they believe that everything is, going to happen in life like that, and don't have any, of the other, then they're going to be freaking burned bad. Nothing's for sure in life.
At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, no one is making you push the buy button. You analyze all the information you get from multiple sources, take in the good and the bad, and make your own choices when to buy, hold, and sell. Massalorian's wife's in the chat. She said, I told people to sell APE in chats and I got blocked. In retrospect, that was good advice, Mrs. Wife. I wish I would have listened. I wish I would have listened. Man, you guys are hitting me with all sorts of news. Someone said a drone strike in Moscow. Someone else is saying North Korea firing off another missile. What is this world coming to? Son of a bitch.
The world's trying to stop the MOAS, Tony.
It's a global conspiracy by the one percenters to put enough negative world news to stop the MOAS. Maggie says, can you put a link to the new lawsuit? There is a new motion from Rose Izzo. It hasn't been dropped on docket alarm yet. If this is what you're asking about. So yeah, I haven't seen the whole thing yet. But, I mean, they're going to say things like Adam Aaron said they're not going to run out of money till 2024 or 2025. Well, that is the facts. And you need to start raising capital before you run out, not when you run out. That's common sense, which Ms. Izzo does not understand. But I get her point, right? They are trying to force a short squeeze. I don't fault her for doing that. And I hope that that a squeeze pops off. But just the common sense in this is, the judge is not going to buy this kind of argument. And even if we will probably post positive Q2 earnings, but probably not Q3 and Q4. So they're going to say, oh, see, the company's profitable. Look, they just announced positive earnings in Q2. 1 quarter does not make a year. Look what happened to GameStop. They posted positive earnings and then people got negative on it again and the price came back down because you got to have back-to-backs or you burn cash. So, yeah, I mean, look, guys, they have multiple new lawsuits ready to go. It's not surprising that they're going to keep filing motions in this one until it's done. Maggie, if you search for Daily Blend 2 on Twitter, that's where I found it. That's Mr. Tuttle, by the way. Mr. Tuttle, the objector. At Daily Blend numeral 2. I'm sure probably some other people have posted it, but he's pretty good about getting the information quick from his friends. Or the fact that he's probably on the docket. Maybe he gets some, I don't know. Sometimes I get documents early because I know where to look, and then people accuse me of having inside information. I just know where to look. I don't have all of my tabs open with my source sites right now, so. Jeffrey says Adam Aaron needs to raise money to buy a couple more mines. If he buys another mine, I'm going to kick him in his ass my own damn self, Jeffrey. No more mines. No more cash bonuses. No more Nicole Kidman. Just fucking conserve that cash until we get profitable and figure out more ways to get us profitable. That's all I want to hear, Adam Aaron. Don't fucking spend our money. And yes, no cash bonuses. You heard it. Stock bonuses, I'm okay with. I want them incentivized only to drive the stock price up. Kill those cash bonuses, Adam Aaron. We're tired of it. Stock bonus yourself to death, because then, and maybe set a floor where you're allowed to sell it at. Don't give yourself 100 million shares and then sell it at $5. That ain't gonna fly. Make it tied into net earnings or EBITDA so that we can at least get the price go up. I agree, Kevin. They should not be getting cash bonuses when the company is losing money. I agree. All the people on the no voter side who said that, I agree. Always have. 100%. No to cash bonuses. No, no, no. I voted against every executive compensation plan that's been put in front of us for the past 2 years. And I don't care if they're disappointed and their feelings are hurt about it. Fuck off with your bonuses. I'm afraid, Jeffrey, if we say no shares, no bonuses at all, we won't be able to keep the people. They'll be pilfered off to somewhere else, and you won't replace them with another person at that level without bonuses. It's just how the fucking executive job pool works. It's a fact. It's a sick fact, right? How all these CEOs across the board are overpaid. I like companies that have, I don't even remember which one, but like the CEO will not be paid more than 10x the lowest paid employee. Some rule like that. Like there should be across Wall Street reasonable standards for executive pay. It's just ridiculous what these people, all of them, are taking home. It's sick. I'm not in agreement with any of that. But I do want them to have some stock compensation and appropriate targets to drive the stock price up to get that compensation. What do I think about PWM? Oh, that one. We were marveling at it when it ran from 4 to 30. I'm going to, and then it came all the way back down and then ran up again. We were marveling at it a second time. I did not play that one. I think we had a few people in the Discord that were in it. I think this was one Teddy was talking about, right? But I'm not interested in buying it on the way down. It's too volatile for me. I don't know anything about this company. I read the prospectus. It was a fantastic play for the first couple days. If I had bought it, and I have bought these IPOs and uplisting type plays, I almost always sell them in the first day or two. So I would have done that and not looked back. Not looked back. Now there's going to be people still talking it up for a long time as it trails down. trying to get it to run up again. I just don't want any part of that. But it could. I mean, you get people that want to talk up a play. But I say read the chart, and right now it's coming down. I read the prospectus. I was like, yeah, I'm going to pass on the $4, $5 IPO, whatever it was. And then all day, I remember it traded flat, PWM. And then after hours, it's like somebody flipped a fucking light switch. And I was like, holy shit. Those who had the balls to hang on got appropriately rewarded. I probably would not have held it all the way through to after hours like that. Street Credit says, looking at the detailed quote for AMC on TD Ameritrade shows market cap is $8 billion. Yeah, you know, a lot of these brokers get their data feed from Bloomberg. Sorry, from Morningstar. Sorry, guys, I'm working on 90 minutes of sleep. They get their data feed from Morningstar. And I traced all of them back. You can dig into their terms and conditions, You can find that almost all of them get their market cap data from Morningstar. So I went to Morningstar. I have a Morningstar paid account so that I can provide information to people in my Discord. And I looked at Morningstar, and sure enough, they have the market cap incorrectly calculated. So I wrote to them many, many times and had conversation back and forth with them and explained to them why it was incorrect. And they explained to me, well, we think it is correct. We think that the market cap is $8 billion. I was like, look at the outstanding shares, 519 million, 516 million. The price is whatever, $7, whatever it was back then, 3 months ago when I had this conversation. How do you get 8 billion or whatever? And they, well, that's just how we do it. This was their answer. They basically blew me off. We're good with what we got and we don't plan on changing. I was like, well, you are fucking everybody up with your bogus data. Sorry, Mr. Denaro. So that's why you see Yahoo and all these brokers, many of them with incorrect market caps. It's all blamed on Morningstar. And they don't apologize, and they're not going to fix it. Anyways, you can do the market cap. You don't need to, like Kevin says, you don't need to look at a data site. Look at the shares, look at the price, get your calculator, use that little X. Shares times price, that is the market cap. If you see a data site that doesn't agree, that data site is lying on you. They lying on you, ladies and gentlemen. Will says they give us bad data on purpose. It very well could be. I mean, I called them out. I have the emails. I posted them on Twitter months ago. They basically said, fuck off. We're doing it the way we want, and we're happy with how we're doing it. I was like, clearly you're incorrect. They had the shares outstanding of AMC in their calculation, as I'm looking at it, at 1.5 billion. That is not correct. You can't, even if you say, well, I'm going to take AMC and APE and count all of those as shares, you can't multiply that times the price of just AMC. They don't care. So some would say, and I wouldn't argue, it's on purpose. Why? I don't fucking know. Laziness, corruption, manipulation. Pick your flavor. Whew. Andrew Dow, what's up, amigo? He says, can we set up a GoFundMe page where shareholders can all donate $100 a month to clear debt? I mean, Andrew, I guess you could, but why would you? Would be my question. I am not donating my money to any company, even AMC. I'm going to say hell no on that. I'm either going to exchange my money for goods and services, i.e. a movie and concessions, so that I receive some benefit from that, some immediate benefit, and I still am contributing to the income statement in by exchanging my money for revenue on their top line. Or I want some shares in the company. And if you want to spend $100, wait till the dilution's announced and go buy stock. Even if you bought stock, Andrew, at $40 and it dropped to $20, you'd still have 50% of your money. If you do a GoFundMe, you get zero in consideration of your money. So I just can't get behind that strategy. I get the sentiment behind it, but as a finance guy, I don't like giving away my money for nothing. So I either want some utility out of it, some entertainment, some food, some entertainment, or I want equity in the company. I'm not giving my money to a GoFundMe. Not even to save AMC. Just won't. If you guys want to do it, I'm not going to talk shit about you, but don't expect me to advocate that. I want utility or equity. King Louis says, wake up, Grandpa. Listen, guys, I know he's probably kidding, but I was at a movie supporting AMC last night, got home at midnight, went to sleep at 1 a.m. and got up at 2:30 a.m. 90 minutes later to start this stream. We've already been streaming about 8 hours, I think. Something like that. I don't know, what time is it? It's already been a full day for me, and I've had a 90-minute nap, so deal with it. I'll just quit it. I'll just stop the stream right now. How about that? Y'all can go bother somebody else. I'm just teasing. 569 on AMC. APE at 175. GameStop at 2281. BBIG 467. Mullen, what's Mullen doing? My Mullen fans. I'm not a fan of Mullen at the moment, but it is at 1297. Highcroft Mining. It's in the red today. I have 50-cent calls on Highcroft, and I'm gonna, if it drops below 40, I'm gonna dump those. I'll be out. But I'm still hoping that we'll get some more good news from Miss Diane. A little more pumpy on Highcroft, but maybe 48 cents was the pumpy. We'll find out. Stay tuned.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah. What's up? What's
Why
up?
don't you just go on to subscriber only chat?
Do a what shot?
Go only to subscribers only chat.
That's okay, Tyler.
Maybe that'll help you.
These guys are being lightweights compared to the bullshit I see in my comments every day.
I know, but you've had 90 minutes of sleep. All right? We haven't even gotten through lunch yet.
They're not even trying hard yet, Tyler. I need some more people to boot this morning, but they're not trying hard enough.
I got an hour and a half left to drive. So
I don't know how effective my gym workout's going to be if I don't get some sleep, but as long as I'm good, I'll hang in here. It's still going up. That's worth hanging out for.
You're gonna pass out over the weights or something and be like bent over.
I'm waiting for that $20 shot, Tyler. RK858, good morning to you. Is it still morning?
Yes.
10:26. Whoa.
10? It's 9:30 for me.
I'm going to have to get some sleep before I go to the gym. I'm not going like this. Will says, I would troll you, Tony, but I don't have the energy. I know. I feel you. I know, King Louis, I know you were joking. King Louis is cool. At least I think he is. Chris, New York City, hot dog stands, ladies and gentlemen, in the house. Go check this guy's channel out. If you're a fan of Chris, if you're a fan of Chris's, if you're a fan of New York City, or you are a fan of hot dog stands, check out Chris, New York City hot dog stands on YouTube. And for those who are just tuning in, my youngest son, I have two boys. My youngest is in New York. And Chris interviewed him in a video last week. So you want to go see my kid? And you want to see some Nathan's hot dogs? Where'd you take him, Chris? Anyways, my kid is doing his degree in finance, master's in accounting. He's up in New York working for a private equity firm for his summer internship. Real estate, not stocks. All you trolls. Tony Denaro's son works for a hedgy. It's a real estate private equity firm. Stop. Anyways, he's up there getting some experience. I gave him May's number, told him to go do a live stream with May, but I don't know if they hooked up yet. So, anywho, we'll find out today if that happens. But thank you, Chris. I'm glad you got to meet Marcus, and I look forward to doing a little tour with you next time I get up that way. Very mature for 21. Yeah, both of my boys were absolute gems. The youngest is working on his future in the finance industry, and the oldest is finishing up his PhD in psychology. So they're both doing very well. Very proud of both of them. I got lucky. Got lucky with two good kids. Hannah Versa said it'd be funny if Tony passes out live and sleeps through the. Remember the days. Now I don't want to bring up a name that's going to get a lot of booze, but remember the days of Astro going to sleep on his couch while people were haranguing him and chatting. I thought about just taking that desk, swiping the guns and the computers and the rockets off back there, putting a pillow and a blanket and just go to sleep there. That would be funny, no, but it wouldn't be comfortable. That's a hard-ass slab of wood. Why are we going up now? Mike wants to know. Is it because the West is coming in? I don't know. We'll take it, whatever it is. All right, so our test level of this morning is 587. We're at 579 right now. If we can break through 587 in the regular market hours, that would be bullish. We're on a great upward trend. Let's see what happens here in just a couple seconds. Richard, thank you. I don't know if I'll be around for after hours, but I'm going to hang out as long as I can. Javier says he's up 1,000% on my $10 calls for next month. Javier, I'm not telling you what to do, but if I'm up 300% on calls, I'm selling part of them. If I'm up 1,000%, that's manna from heaven, friend. Now, I know some of y'all are moonshotting your options, and that's certainly your choice, but don't be scared to at least get your cost basis back out of them. If you want to let the rest ride for the moon, that's cool. Don't lose money on options by holding them too long and watching a rug pull. At least get out what you put in. So if something bad happens, you're not losing money. Come on, baby. Can she break 587? Angelina said Astro is back. What is he covering, Angelina? Please don't tell me AMC. Please, nobody seriously tell me he's covering AMC after all his trash talking. I know he's got his little algorithmic trading thing he's trying to sell. Please don't tell me he's covering AMC. Grandma Lou says, I wish you were on when it ran up the first time. I wish I was too, Grandma Lou. I would have been telling y'all the same thing I'm saying now. Don't get greedy on your options. You know how much fucking money I made in June? I had bought options in late May when it was cheap, and I sold them into that run-up the first week in June. And, you know, shares became irrelevant at that point. And I'm watching Matt buy calls as it's running up 40, 50, 60. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? This is the time to sell. You don't buy call options when it runs from 7 to 70. That's just stupid. Angela, seriously? Okay, he cut his hair, fine. But if that SOB is pumping AMC, you guys want to know a story about Astro? I can't even talk anymore. He and I, back in the day when he was covering AMC, he and I tried to do a live stream back when he was bullish, and he didn't show up for 2 of them, so I was just like, fuck off. And I didn't try and reach out to him to do any collabs after that because he blew me off. We scheduled it. It was thumbnail up, and then he didn't show up twice. And then, out of the blue, many, many, many months later, I get a message. I probably still have it somewhere. Hey, let's do a collab. No. And then what happens? A few days after that, he's like, fuck AMC, man, I'm done. I was like, that was a fucking trap. He was trying to trap me. He was trying to rope me into tarnishing my reputation, I think, by going on with him right before he trashed AMC. I'm so glad I did not fall for that shit. He come out of the blue. Oh, yeah, we need to do a collab. Something not right there. Something not right. Why is AMC not halting? You got to have a quick run up to get a halt. As long as we got this nice gentle incline, it's not going to halt. Don't jinx it. Stop saying the H word. Be really, really quiet. We're hunting rabbits. Be very, very quiet. Come on, you bastards. You scared to let it go over 587? Slow and steady wins the race. Where do I know that phrase from? Not the turtle story, but from some game. I hope so too, Angelina. All right, let's look at, we got AMC up 31%, 578. Bullish. Hold my nuts. APE at $1.74, down 3%. GameStop up 3.29%. BBIG, nice run up in the morning, but it has slowed down. Still holding up 40%. What else we got good going on today? Tupperware's running. Woo! Pax Media is back in the news. PXMD up 28%. Tupperware, TUP, up 28%. AMC is leading the gainers list at... that's pre-market. Let me go to 5 minute. All right, AMC's not at the top anymore. What do we got here? Tupperware up 69%. What the hell? How does Tupperware have a run? Tupperware spikes 64% as shorts get put to the test. All right, let's just for giggles, let me check the short interest on TUP. That was not even on my radar. Get out of here. 25% short interest. AMC got 28%. You 269% cost to borrow. That's amateur leagues. Have you seen AMC, Tupperware investors? Why don't you help put our shorts to the test? Angelina says she can recite the Gettysburg Address word by word from the 3rd grade. Angelina, holy shit. You know, I helped write that speech for Mr. Lincoln. He was giving the speech. I was behind him.
I'm still new to investing, 2 years.
I was behind him,
if this ignorant question,
mouthing the words.
Why was there price action outside of extended hours and pre-market? Like it was moving after midnight this morning.
Did y'all see that lady in Congress that was mouthing the words to the speech and then correcting the senator or representative, whatever her name was, when she got it wrong? That was funny. That was funny. Kristen says, I'm still new to investing, so don't know if this is an ignorant question, but why was there price action outside of extended hours and pre-market? Like it was moving after midnight this morning. I didn't start looking until 3 a.m. my time. I don't know what time zone you're in. And to my knowledge, I don't have a Robinhood account, but to my knowledge, I don't think you can trade AMC or APE 24 hours a day. So 3 o'clock Central, it did start trading on Webull. I don't know if that answers your question, Kristen. Should not have been trading at midnight, but it depends on what time zone you're in. All right, Nick says, if anyone's worried about if AMC will continue up, just zoom out to the daily. Let's take a look. Woo! Yeah. We got to stay above that 200 moving average, which is at 541. If we could stay above that on the daily, that'd be a beautiful day. Truly would. Hopefully we go far higher than that. Backyard Boogie, what's up? He says, am I ready for the X Everything app? I only saw one tweet from Elon about the X app, and I didn't know if he was 100% being on the up and up that he's going to rename Twitter. But if that's the case, I don't know what to think about that. Hey, did you see Donald Trump's X today? Oh, he re-X'd me. Let me re-X this. Sounds kind of weird. I'm going to like your X. That really sounds weird. Oh, look, Adam Aaron liked my X. Creep. Sorry, I'm losing it. Was I born before they invented cabbage? Well, I mean, back in the day, we helped teach the Indians how to propagate cabbage for cultivation. I was involved with that, yes. Gettysburg Address, that's the one that starts out 407 years ago, right? That's about all I know of that. He should just call it Grimes. Oh, sick low blow. Will. How did he ever get involved with Grimes is what I want to know. Was he like, well, I never dated a stripper and Grimes is available. Every man's got to have a stripper at least once. Grimes is available.
I'm in Los Angeles, Robin Hood. I saw it dropping massively at 1 or 2 a.m., 2 hours before pre-market.
Huh. I don't know, Kristen. Grandpa or Pam, anybody on the West Coast, were you watching it? 1 a.m. your time would be 3 a.m. my time. And that is exactly when it started trading. I know that for a fact. 1 a.m. your time is 3 a.m. my time, and that is when it started trading. All right, Devastator says, need someone to calm me down. Company submitted my personal cell to some service I didn't agree on, and they didn't explain to me. The company you work for? What kind of service? They signed you up for something what you got to pay for on their behalf? Dan says, Tony's so old, his face was carved in Mount Rushmore before we even had presidents, Dan. That is a true story. They remodeled it when George Washington got elected. That is true. Saheb, I asking about the Fed meeting. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the market is expecting a 1/4 point rate hike this week. And if that is still the case, I'm going to go with the market consensus. I don't think we're in quite a point where they can stop raising rates, even though I hate saying that. Derek says, Tony's so old, I was hiking, ran across a cave, and his picture was painted in the cave. True story, too. I remember posing for that picture, Derek. That's where I got the very first idea to become an actor. I was like, oh, will you sit for a photo? Let me get my finger paints out here. Hey, Krug, bring me the brown. Okay, Glog, I'll be right back. Let me run down to the river. Dig up some herbs and whip you up some brown paint. Dupless says, what's the difference between basic and VIP Discord access? The VIP, there's a separate chat room, and eventually I'll just be spending the majority of my time in there. But right now, I kind of bounce around between all the rooms. And with the VIP, I post all of my trades in there. It's not a chat room. It's not buy or sell advice, but some people just want to know, what am I trading? How often am I trading? Just for their own, maybe they're more of a beginner trader. I'm not trading as much right now in the down market. I mean, when we get back in a bullish cycle, I'll be trading many, many times per day. But the VIP, You have access to the trading records and a private chat, which is not as populated. Like when I go on Discord, the first thing I'm doing is checking for VIP chat, because it's a couple dollars more per month. So you're going to get the first answers. It's your way to ask questions without 100 other people chiming in and the chat scrolling off the screen. What processor am I running? I don't remember. I can probably tell you. It's not the, it's a gaming system, not the $20,000 one. I bought something reasonable. Let's see. But I mainly bought this system. I upgraded it about a year ago to be optimized for editing, because I got multiple screens here. I got a lot of high utilization apps running, and my old system was bogging down when I was editing videos, so I upgraded it. Oh, here we go. Processor is says 11th gen Intel i9 3.5 gigahertz. It was, you know, at the time I bought this system a year ago, it was a fairly decent processor. 64 gig of RAM. I'm not the type to spend an extra $3,000 to get a little bit more. Carlton says, what do you hedge your portfolio with? I have SQQQ right now. If I'm worried about a specific position, then I will buy calls or puts depending on what direction I think it's going to go. But for overall hedging right now, I'm holding the SQs. Leonardo says, whatever happened to Natalie Wood is what is happening to AMC stock. Why Intel over AMD for your workload? I don't know that I have a great question, a great answer for that question. I remember looking at both of them at the time, and I'm just gonna maybe use the old-fashioned excuse. I mean, I've worked with Intel before, like personally. I didn't work for them. I've worked with them, and I've always just, I mean, I could debug an Intel processor through the entire boot up sequence. I've just always been familiar and used to using Intel products. Are they still the best? Does AMD put out a great processor? Yeah, but maybe just being lazy and falling in with what I'm familiar with. If I could be honest, who was asking about the system, Jay Thomas says you have a good top tier setup for the time you bought it. Yeah, it was decent enough, right? If money was no object, if I was not frugal in how I spend my money, I would have liked about a $20,000 Apple server. I looked at it. I don't know what they cost. 10,000, 20,000. They're sick expensive, right? Yeah. If I just didn't care about wasting money, I would have bought something like that. But you know what I'm always thinking in the back of my mind? Shit breaks. And you know how pissed off I'd be if I spent $15,000 on a computer and it broke? Even with a warranty, I'd still be pissed. And, you know, I like to keep them for about 3 or 4 years until they're just not too doggy to keep getting utility out of them. And I can't waste that much money on a PC. Couple thousand on a desktop. I'll keep it for a couple, 2-3 years. Wipe it clean, resell it for a few $100, buy a new one. It's easy. And more importantly, it works well. Works well for what I need. What are all these alarms? AMC price raised 3% in a short time. I thought I had it set for 5%. Notice how they ran that all the way up to 584, but they were scared to let it go over 587. We're about to make a second run for the border. Come on, Amy, you can do it. Ape's just hanging out. Ape Rage says, when we get to $10, you have to talk in the Macho Man voice. I might not have a voice left. Where's my Hulk Hogan? We have a Hulk Hogan in the chat somewhere. I don't know if he's on today. I wonder if I still have that message from him. It's pretty funny. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Chris P says, any precedent for the courts halting trading on both stocks and allowing the conversion to happen off the markets? Not the court, Chris, but the market could halt the stock, yes. If there is a corporate action pending, yes. But I think it would be more likely to happen at market close based on news that the court drops, and then AMC drops the paperwork that they're going to do the conversion. The exchange could say, all right, we're going to halt trading while we implement this. Oh man, I can't find that damn Hulk Hogan. Recording. I think I know where it is. Here we go. Here we go.
You know, brother, let me tell you something right here, right now. We've got all these shills out here running wild on YouTube. They're out here, you know, Frankie Muhammad and Mike the Marine, brother. You know, I used to really like him, but then he turned into a shill, and all of a sudden, you know, they're just running wild, man. But here's what we gotta do, Tony Denaro, brother. We need to all unite, brother, with the largest force in the universe, brother. We have the largest army in the universe, man. It's called the AMC Maniacs, brother. And with Hulk Hogan, the ultimate champion, man, what you gonna do to the Shield? And I say it right now, what you gonna do when we run wild on you?
Oh man, that cracks me up. Someone left me that DM with that voice. Back in beginning of June. Got these shields running wild, Tony Denaro. Rarefied Tennis, what's up? He says, stretch when the candles are green. Yeah, I stood up for a while till my feet hurt. If I get tired of sitting, I'll stand up. My eyes are starting to sting from no sleep, though. Angelina says, Thomas James says, Elon Musk is supporting and buying AMC. Well, there you go. Must be true, Angelina. AMC's volume approaching 150 million. Holy shit. Yeah, I see someone asking about the docket. I have the docket up here. Right. All right, they finally dropped. Let's see what we got. This one we already know about. This is the one we talked about yesterday, the letter from the attorneys. This one we started reading, but we didn't see the whole thing. 16 fucking pages? Are you kidding me? Damrick says, Thomas James has never been wrong. Elon Musk buying AMC, squeeze tomorrow. All right, let's continue on Izzo's letter here. The court, following 67 pages of analysis, ordered the parties to confer on and submit a schedule for the remainder of the case. Thus, the opinion appeared to lift the scheduling order's provision prohibiting class members pending final determination of whether the settlement should be approved. Yet, at 11:07 p.m., before the ink had even dried, oh man, so much drama in here, the plaintiffs filed a letter, not a motion, with an amendment to the old settlement. Yeah, we know. Plaintiffs asked the court to approve the settlement. Yep. The new settlement letter not only inappropriately seeks substantive relief, it calls into question the finality of the opinion and consequently the effect of the scheduling order. And Ms. Izzo does not wish to risk contravening this court's directives and therefore seeks clarification that the opinion is a final determination, which would allow for a motion to intervene to be filed. Alternatively, if the opinion is not a final determination for purposes of the scheduling order, it doesn't seem to be to me, then she respectfully, I can't talk, I'm tired as fuck. She respectfully moves to maintain the status quo pending appeal of any final order, pending any amended settlement. Maintaining the status quo order would be necessary to ensure that the Delaware Supreme Court can meaningfully, Lord, they want to appeal to the Supreme Court. So, yeah, I mean, she's writing a letter asking the judge, don't let Adam Arno do anything until we get a chance to file an appeal. They're talking in this item number 10. Why does section 242 does not permit the company to renew its plans to issue new common in an amount that would not trigger the conversion? I wonder if that's similar to what we were talking about earlier today with the August 1st law. Where the sole purpose of a share increase to raise capital, this would make sense, as the price spike that followed the opinion suggests the company would likely raise far more by selling additional common shares without first converting the APEs. The next company's next annual meeting, which one stockholder has sued to compel, provides the vehicle to do so if necessary. Yeah, sure does. The court should maintain the status quo order, that is the order preventing conversion and reverse split, pending an appeal to the Supreme Court. If the new settlement is approved by Judge Zern, Ms. Izzo intends to appeal, period. As discussed below, the appeal holds a reasonable chance of success. Okay. Let's see what they say. I don't know what the 4 Kerpat factors are. The likelihood of success on the merits, whether the plaintiffs would suffer irreparable harm, whether the defendants would suffer substantial harm, and whether the injunction would serve the public interest. What is Freemana's question? If I still have legacy AMC stock from 2021, you mean common stock, right? What everybody has. There's no legacy stock. We have common and we have APE. If I have AMC stock and I bought back into APE, will I still squeeze? Not sure what that means. Any ticker where the price goes up, if there are shorts, has the potential to squeeze. Hopefully that was helpful. If the price runs up, you could get a squeeze on the AMC. AMC stockholders will suffer irreparable injury if the ruling cannot be undone. Yeah, they don't want the judge to just like rubber stamp this and let Adam Aaron implement it in the morning. Parties will suffer no substantial harm. So she's saying if we appeal, nobody's going to be hurt. Even Adam Aaron said they won't run out of cash for a year. Factor 4, the public interest favors appellate review. In conclusion, the court should clarify that the opinion was a final determination. All right. So she wants to appeal to the Supreme Court. So in Delaware, the appellate court for the Court of Chancery is the Delaware Supreme Court. So it goes from Chancery Court to Delaware Supreme Court. That is the order of appeals. And Mr. Tuttle, what's up, Brian? Dear Vice Chancellor Zern, I want to write to you about postcards. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Brian. I'm writing the Honorable Court after review of the July 22nd order denying the proposed settlement, and with the amendments parties made this weekend, I would like to specifically address the categorization of my objections as non-compliant. Okay. This letter is to request the court consider my brief in support of exceptions as an objection to the amended settlement. All right. Furthermore, please take judicial notice. The July 2nd, 22nd order from the court categorized my objection as non-compliant when in fact the special master ultimately found it to be timely and in compliance. Yeah. I don't recall the details of that, but I'll assume he is correct. See Special Master's Appendix to June 21st, Report and Recommendations. In light of this, the court must carefully inspect the release of my personal federal claims with the same fine-tooth comb as similarly applied to APE. Accordingly, if this court is inclined, consider Tuttle's brief in support of exceptions as a second objection, so be it. In understanding why APE holders never objected to the broad scope of the proposed release, this court should consider why no APE holders submitted a compliant objection because the plaintiffs would not have allowed it. Why would APE holders file an objection? I like the logic of why the same reason we didn't write any letters, because we don't need to. What would we object to? By the way, one of their lawsuits that they're going to file a lawsuit now to it basically, if I remember the quote, it's high time we thought about the poor APE holders and that we went to bat for them. We need to file a lawsuit on behalf of the APE holders. This is a legitimate conversation going on with the no voters. They're brainstorming what other lawsuits can we file. We haven't filed one on behalf of those poor APE holders yet. Let's get to work, gang. What can we come up with? All right, well, I'll let Zern deal with this. I don't have the patience. I'm working on no sleep. Well, you got the gist of it. Tuttle's mad and Izzo's mad, and they're objecting, and we knew that was going to happen, and this is not going to be the end of it. If they have their way, there's going to be lawsuits to infinity until they get their squeeze. Which I hope, you know, I hope we do get a squeeze, but I don't know that dragging this company through months and months of more court is good or not. I don't know. I'm just kind of like looking at that run up in after hours on Friday. I know people were excited about that. I know these letter writers, well, look, there's your evidence, Judge. Guys, it stopped. It didn't even go over $9, and then it petered all the way back down to $5.66. If you were going to have an unfettered short squeeze, I think it would have just kept on going, especially in after hours. That's my more cynical view of their short squeeze that they were expecting. But you know, if it becomes a multi-day run, I'm good with that too. We're struggling right now, but we have all week. We're here all week, ladies and gentlemen. In your base says, for all intents and purposes, it does not matter if hypothetically speaking, you bought synthetics. I guess he's talking to the gentleman that was asking about legacy shares. Yeah, look, all that nonsense Lou told you about, text me what date you bought your shares and I'll tell you if you have real shares of synthetics. What a bunch of horse hockey. Or is it horse hooey? It don't matter. If you got the shares listed in your brokerage statement, you're going to get paid when you sell them. Doesn't matter. Do some of you have rehypothecated shares? Absolutely. That's how you get a short squeeze. They loan them out and more people buy them. Dr. Zeno in the house. What's up, amigo? Kelly boy, thank you. Go get some sleep. Paul says, Zern has a steep uphill legal climb here. Another nuisance claim will be thrown out. They don't have a great track record of winning, do they, Paul? Zeno says they're trying to decode Aaron tweets using gematria. Oh man, Doc, I hate it when people throw a word at me that I don't know what it means. Is that the analysis of signatures? Gematria. A Kabbalistic method of interpreting the Hebrew scriptures by computing the numerical value of words based on those of their constituent letters. Oh, Lord. I get it. It's entertaining. It's entertaining to decode tweets and letters and signatures. No. VRO's trade says, don't sleep until after hours. Let me see what time my goddamn gym closes. If they're open around the clock, then I just need to get a decent amount of sleep before I go to the gym. They close at 10 p.m. Watch this, like just my luck. I'll stay on live with you all dinner market hours, and I go pass out hard for my 6 hours of sleep, and then the Zern decision drops right after hours, right after I fall asleep, and I don't hear any alarms. Don't sleep till after hours, Tony, till it's just about assured that some news will drop. Carl says, will the conversion happen this year? I'm going to stick with my conviction, Carl, and I don't know that I'll be correct, but I'm saying 99% this lawsuit will be dismissed or settled, and a reverse split and conversion will go through. How long can they drag it out? They're going to attempt everything they can. I don't know. We do need an alarm clock based on stock alerts. If somebody could please work on that. If you can find a Internet of Things alarm clock that we can tweak some stock alerts into to do that, wake my ass up. I don't need no iPhone beeping. That ain't gonna do it when I'm dead to the world. Time to crush a bag of gummy bears. I haven't even eaten yet today. I didn't eat at the movies last night. Let's see, what time did I ate around 7 p.m.-ish last night. I really should eat something and go to sleep. But intermittent fasting's good when you're trying to lose weight, Tony Denaro. Don't be a wuss. Broadcast from the gym. I'm often, you're gonna not believe this, but I'm often on Discord calls talking fucking stocks while I'm at the goddamn gym. That's how sick I am. No escape. No escape. What's up, D-Tech? Alan says, seemed like the settlement revision addressed the judge's main concern, so the new decision should be easy. I mean, on a very elementary level, which is about all I can do at this point, I agree with you, Alan. It seems like they addressed exactly what she was worried about. The only thing we don't know is, did she have some layers underneath that she didn't reveal yet? Is there other things that she's going to drop on the plaintiff and defendants? Like, okay, now that you got that out of the way, here's the next things on my chore list. I don't know. And then even if there wasn't that, what about now these new motions to keep the status quo order in place pending an appeal to the Supreme Court? Leonardo says, if we get a gamma squeeze, how long will it last? I would think, Leonardo, you ask minutes, hours, or days. I would think on the shorter end of that spectrum. Minutes could be 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 minutes. I don't think a gamma squeeze is going to happen over days. But, I mean, we saw what happened with GameStop and AMC, you know, as the stock started running up, people started throwing money at it and throwing more call options at it. So you never know. You never know what's going to happen when people get excited. If any of y'all buy, if any of my viewers buy into a FOMO run up, I'm gonna kick your ass. You are leveraged up enough. Just write it out, take your money, make your profit, be fucking done. If you're buying into the next run up and buying that shit at the top, I'm gonna personally come kick your ass, and I'm gonna bring Hulk Hogan with me too. Let the other guys on the clickbait channels go buy that FOMO run up. You guys stay where you're at and take your fucking profits. Oh, brother. Someone's asking, are the shorts under pressure? Well, not by the price action I'm seeing, but let's see if there's any Ortex update. And what are they doing live? Very slight decrease in short interest. It went from 27.98 to 27.94. Cost to borrow is still high. 976 to 1,000%. And yeah, I mean, they're not closing. But it's been a while since I looked at Ortex. Remember when we see let me refresh my brain here for a second. Borrowed chains, return shares. Okay. Returned shares down here. This is T+2. So whatever you're seeing for return shares is what they returned 2 days ago. So we can't look at that. What we want to look at is what is the borrowed change. This is supposed to be live, if you can believe it. And it mostly looks like they're not increasing. There's been a slight decrease in shares borrowed. Nothing super exciting there. Dan says putting the APE holder release in there was a rookie mistake. I'll grant you that, Dan. It was a attempt, maybe, that they thought they were going to glide under the judge's eye and just slip that in. Just the tip, Judge. You won't even notice. And she didn't let that slide. Jonathan Cuerva says, what is your price prediction for today and this week? Okay, I'll tell you the same thing I told my folks on Sunday morning when I saw that letter from the attorneys. I said that from that $7, $8 range where we were at on Sunday morning, Friday night, that unless there is new news from the judge, that I expected AMC to trend down today. And that is mostly what we've seen. I mean, if you compare where we closed in after hours on Friday. The other reason that I would be wrong is if retail just showed up and bought the fuck out of it. And look, the volume is 156 million. That's almost 10x the normal daily volume, and we're not making a ton of headway to what I would call putting any current shorts under a ton of pressure. Gotta have a lot more buying pressure. All right, Scott E says that Adam Aaron tweeted a few minutes ago. Let me pull it up. Barbie and Oppenheimer. All right. He says, it sure feels fabulous to see that our theaters are packed. Barbenheimer caused the busiest weekend at AMC in 4 years, both in the United States and in Europe. In the US, Saturday single day numbers were the 5th highest ticket revenues and the 2nd highest food and bev revenues in AMC's entire 103-year history. Well, that's even better than I thought. 5th highest ticket revenues and 2nd highest food and bev revenues in 103 years. These are hopeful signs. See how he's changing it now because of the way the clickbaiters and the people like Rosizzo, they like to take his tweet. Adam Aaron said we're doing just fine, Judge. Now he's saying it's a hopeful sign. He's couching his language a little bit. Clever girl. These are hopeful signs that our eventual recovery. Oh, another clever girl, Adam. In the years ahead. These are hopeful signs for our eventual recovery in the years ahead. But we should not let ourselves be confused by the euphoria arising from this weekend's huge box office numbers. These illegal hedge funds know that AMC's never going bankrupt. Look at the numbers from this weekend. Moviegoing in 2023 will still be below 2019 pre-COVID levels. The writers and actors strikes create uncertainty ahead and cash is very tight. Well, he's speaking much more plainly. Adam, why haven't you been speaking plainly like this to the folks for the last year? Oh, because cash is now getting tight. Okay. It is getting, you had $1 billion a year ago. Now you had $1.4 billion a year ago. Now you've got 495. So, all right, I'll let you slide. But we needed a little more plain talk, Adam, because the clickbaiters are confused. They think the company is doing swell. We still will have to manage our company with all of our smarts and all of our skill to get to the promised land. That's a fair assessment. Of course, people are going to be saying he's trying to kill the short squeeze. He's being fucking honest, and he should have been more clear like this every damn tweet over the last year. But his job as CEO is chief marketing officer to give the best positive spin without crossing the line. And he's done a little too much spin and a little bit not enough plain talk like this. I get it. I mean, who would have stuck around if it was buzzkill like this for the last 18 months? Would you have stuck around? Doc Zeno, I'm quoting Doc Zeno. Adam Aaron says promised land, which means 500,000 per share guaranteed. That's Doc Zeno's interpretation. I bet he's not the only one to interpret that tweet. And I know you're teasing, Doc, but it is funny how people love to look for hidden meanings, huh? In your base says his job is to protect and keep the company afloat. That is his job. And I know a lot of people think his job is to deliver a short squeeze. And that is often a good side effect of doing his real job. If he can get the fundamentals fixed and revenues can improve and profits can improve, and you still have shorts in the play, you get that one moment where you drop a news item that they weren't expecting, You can get both. You can fix the company and get a short squeeze, but his primary job is to not let the company go bankrupt, because then that is a complete breach of fiduciary duty. Just allowing the company to go bankrupt. He would be sued for that if he did nothing. Just let the cash run out, Adam. He'd be sued. In Your Base says, if you want a cheerleader, go watch one of the clickbait pumper channels. From your CEO, you should expect honesty and transparency. And I would second that with an additional sentence. And when they are honest and transparent with you, if they truly are being honest and transparent, and we can all think of many different CEOs as we analyze this, when they say something that is supposedly honest and transparent, do they deliver on that? Are they giving you something measurable that you can hold them accountable to at some other point? Now, when they're speaking in generalities like choke on that, sorry, that's not measurable. There's no way to hold someone accountable for a general rah-rah statement. But a lot of times I see CEOs put out these very general statements, and there is no way to hold them accountable. And then I see others saying, oh, we're going to deliver $26 million of EV cars to a dealer by the end of this quarter, and then they never do. Those CEOs should be hung up by a rope. Promised Land is written in 12 letters, so AMC will hit 120. If he had sold APE at a higher price. Guys, Adam Aaron has spoke to why he did not sell APE. I'm not going to rehash the past. Go find the speech where he told you why he didn't sell APE. I'm not living my life in the past or dealing with July 24th. It just seems like a very tired, shilly argument to be complaining about that at this point. If you didn't like that, the time to get out was then. Complaining about it 9-10 months later and still being in the play seems like, if I was that mad, I would honestly be fucking out. I ain't sticking around bitching about a CEO. I'll sell and I'll short if I don't believe in the CEO. So don't expect me to re-explain what he already said in his own words. You can go find it. You can believe it or not believe it. I don't care. It's in the past. We're dealing with today. But on the clickbait hater channels, they love to bring that up. They'll be bringing that up 2 years from now. Remember that day when he didn't sell it for $10 back in 2022? I'm still holding him. Fuck him. Randy Marion dealerships are still waiting for those EV vehicles. You know where I was going with that Brass car, right? Wow, EJM. That's a mouthful there. It would have already been out of business 2 years ago. Without retail, I'm assuming. Yeah, it would have. Remember, retail ran the price up and he sold shares, so we did save them. They would have been bankrupt. Wouldn't have been out of business. They would just restructure and wipe out all the stockholders like Cineworld and Regal. When retail is gone, he says they will go bankrupt. Well, I mean, that depends on how much cash they raise in the next equity raise. and how long Hollywood keeps this strike in place. I think it's way too early to say AMC is going bankrupt. There is a path to bankruptcy if they don't have the ability to raise cash, guys. That's something we've been talking about for a long time here. There's definitely a path to bankruptcy if they don't have the ability to raise cash. So just keep on stretching this lawsuit out until you get your way, I guess. Chris, you and me both. Chris says that he'd like Adam Aaron to tweet some numbers on how popcorn sales are doing. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm sure he's holding that for the Q2 earnings, and I'm very anxious to hear what he has to say. And why can't we get a date? I can't. I know why. I know why. Why don't we have a date for the earnings and the annual meeting? I'm thinking, in my conspiratorial little brain, that they really want the judge's decision before they announce any dates. What do you guys agree? Anyways, let me know what you think down in the comments. Retweet, share with a friend. Yeah, he wants a judge's opinion done, reverse split, conversion done, and then as soon as he has Zern's John Hancock, then you're going to get a date for earnings and you're going to get a date for the annual meeting. I think they just don't want to have the annual meeting with two tickers having to vote on everything. Remember how much people bitched in the last vote? 2 tickers, illegal. The vote was rigged. Imagine going through that again over an annual meeting. They don't want to fucking deal with that nonsense. They want to reverse split and convert, have 1 ticker to do the annual meeting vote. It just makes everybody's life more simple. And there's really no penalty to them to delaying the annual meeting. So I think that's what they're doing. They're just kicking the can down the road and hoping they get a quick opinion from Zern. Angelina said Elon tweeted about AMC. I don't know. Tell me, Angelina, if you can independently verify that. I will pull it up on the screen. Or are we still talking Thomas James videos? Tanton79 says, I want Adam Aaron to tell us, was it a free dividend? This gets down to some fucking stupid accounting terminology, right? I see companies do this. GameStop did it. They said we're going to do a stock split dividend. Was it a dividend? It was not. It was a stock split. They're not the only ones, GameStop, that use this wording, stock split dividend. AMC just called the preferred share a dividend. It was not a dividend. It was effectively a stock split. I think it comes down to the accounting in their back room if they get to call it a split or a dividend. I'm not going to argue with anybody about defending their use of the word dividend, not GameStop. I wrote to GameStop. I asked them to explain how they could dare to mislead people by calling the game. I can't talk. My brain's fried. I wrote to GameStop Investor Relations and asked them to explain to me, how can you call this a stock split dividend when clearly it's a stock split? Every broker I called says, nope, We have it coded as a stock split. But people like to see the word dividend. Did they do something illegal by calling it a stock split dividend, even though it was a stock split? No, they did not. GameStop did not do something illegal. It has to do with the accounting for how they account for it. And it is perfectly legal to call it a stock split or a stock split dividend, depending on the back end accounting. But retail wants to hear the word dividend, so they throw it out there like fucking chum in the water. And it's not illegal for them to say it. But people are going to write objections and lawsuits. You used the word dividend. Trust me, if they used that fucking word, it was not illegal. But it was misleading. And yes, that pisses me off. It pissed me off when GameStop did it. Not happy about AMC doing it either. But wake up. Not going to be the last time you see that trick. There's still people bitching about GameStop. The Wall Street screwed us. It was supposed to be a dividend. And they coded it as a stock. No. Nope. The company misled you with wording. And they legally did it. And you believed it. Coming next, stock split palooza. Now that is not an accounting term, Lazem. Guys, I've talked to accountants, I've talked to professors of accounting, and I asked them to explain to me the difference between I've talked to brokers, I've talked to trading desks. I said, explain to me the difference between a stock split and a stock split dividend. Every single fucking one of them is stumped. They said, I really wish we didn't have both terms. They're the same fucking thing. I don't know why companies do this. It is a fugazi. It is marketing to you, and it's not illegal. Welcome to Wall Street. Don't believe everything you hear. And not everything you hear is illegal. They know exactly what they're saying, and they know what they're legally allowed to get away with. Is a dividend supposed to get a return? No, I mean, a traditional dividend is a reward to shareholders from profits of the company, like a cash dividend, right? Company takes profits, or they borrow money and they distribute money as a dividend. But did you know when a company issues a dividend, the stock price gets reduced by that dividend amount? So when they distributed APE, AMC's price got reduced. That even if it was a 10-cent dividend, the stock would drop by 10 cents. That is how dividend distribution works. So people are mad that the price dropped. That is how dividend distribution works. But I just call it a stock split. I'm not going to get tied up in semantics. Was it manipulative wording? Maybe so. Was it illegal? I don't think so. And the AMC was not the first, GameStop was not the first, and neither of them will be the last to do that. How does the price drop? It's done automatically. By who? I don't know. You know, when you have the X dividend date, that is the date that the price starts trading without the dividend included. Go read up on X dividend date and what happens to stock price when cash dividends are distributed. Whew, getting too tired to explain things. most people don't notice it because dividends are so small that the trading soaks it up. But if you have a special dividend that is larger, like if there was a $1 special dividend, you would see a $1 price reduction in the stock. That's every company. That's how the market works. They're distributing cash. They're taking cash out of the company, putting it in your hands, and that's about the most layman way I can say it to you. Maybe a video for a more fresh Tony Denaro. Angelina's going to the dentist. Stan is going off to see Oppenheimer. I'm about to pass out from lack of sleep. Breaking news. Fox News Channel says IRS announces it will end unannounced visits to taxpayers' homes. Unarmed agency employees will no longer visit households unannounced. Only the ones with guns will show up unannounced. I just added that last part.
What's up, Tony?
I'm still trying to hang in here, Tyler.
Yeah, you're making me fall asleep with you talking about falling asleep.
I know, I'm sorry.
Oh man, I've gone through 3 mugs worth of coffee, 2 bottles of water, 1 Pop-Tart, probably half a pack of cigarettes, and I still got 38 more minutes to drive. You can do it. If I can do that, you can do it.
This price action is killing me. 567. We've been stuck at the same damn price for an hour, Tyler. APE ain't doing shit. AMC's flat.
We knew that was going to happen.
I know.
Hey, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. We thought it was going to drop. No.
That's true. I mean, I was expecting it to go below 5, so I'm happy with this. But I wanted to be dancing on the table, drinking shots, and ripping my shirt off. Type AMC price movement, Tyler.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's here for.
I'm sure a bunch of us would love to be in there, right?
That's what everybody is here for.
Born days in the market.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Tyler.
We need to get you some shots.
Shots of alcohol? Oh man, I would be toast.
Yes.
I would be toast quickly. You literally want to see me pass out on camera.
I know. That's what's gonna be fun. And we can watch it.
Tony, that's where the entertainment comes in.
You
watching you talk until you nod off and. I know.
And then it molasses, and we're all trying to call you. And then you wake up, and we're all like millionaires, and you're just like.
Tony passes out, the MOAS happens, all of y'all become rich, and I sleep through it. Yeah. That'd be about my luck, Tyler.
After spending 2 years trying to... There we go. Now that we've livened up the chat, let's go, people. Come on. Let's help Tony. Come on, you motherfuckers, get involved. Stop talking. Let's go.
Tyler is not in the room behind me. He is he's somewhere on a highway driving in. Are you still in Kansas, Tyler?
Colorado, baby.
Colorado, you crossed the border, huh?
Yeah, I'm just right outside Denver.
All right.
Yeah, right. You've been sitting there talking to a computer. I've been.
We're losing you, Tyler.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. I did my part.
Peter says, how do you feel about pattern-based chart analysis that traders use to predict prices using points of interest? Are you talking like the ants trades version of pattern analysis? I mean, in general, look, I like to look at charts and look at moving averages for support and resistance. I like to look at charts over longer term in combination with looking at the financial statements to look for good moments of entry on a sick dip of a profitable company on maybe temporary bad news. And then I use the chart to identify at what point I'd be willing to buy in based on a longer time frame. And I definitely use charts in day trading and momentum trading, but I believe in Wyckoff that in general, over longer term, stocks undergo accumulation and distribution. But all of this stuff, these people making daily videos saying what's going to happen tomorrow based on the chart, no. Nope. When you're in the midst of a momentum trade on that day or that week, sometimes you can use the chart. Absolutely. But I don't know. It's a fine art, right? You can't just be. I hear Anthony Ants Trade say, "I don't care about news. I don't care about the Fed. I don't care about Adam Aaron's press releases. I don't care about anything. Look at these 3 points on the chart." No, that is not going to cut it with me, brother. You are purposely ignoring too much information which will impact that chart, and all your patterns will become meaningless based on new data. So you got to be smart about it. Is there use in looking at patterns and charts? 100%. But you can't ignore the financial statements. You can't ignore economic news. You can't ignore company specific news, lawsuits. All of these things have a bearing. You could have all the patterns in the world line up saying that AMC is going to mow ass, and the judge says something and you watch the price drop 20%. I mean, at some point, you got to realize charts are not the end all be all. They're one tool of many. You got to develop your toolkit and be well rounded as a trader. And that is why most of these chart people have been wrong for 2 years and continue to be wrong on many, many stocks. But in the moment, like a finger run up from $1 to $7, when it's on fire, yes, use that chart, use those moving averages. And then you can identify when they're topping out, when things start crossing over. Blazin says, it's funny to see how far someone can go, a chartist, on BS and snake oil. People love that sick hopium. It tastes so sweet, Blazin. Dog Mom, I am still awake, but barely. Do you hope this MOAS happens with the lawsuit being thrown out and the looming next earnings call? The next earnings, I think, could be a great catalyst for AMC, Dog Mom. I try not to use the word MOAS. And as we were talking about the other day, why don't I like that word? Because every single one of you have a different definition for your price target. When you hear that word, some people think $100, some people think $1 million. And I don't want to get in that discussion. I have never talked brackets, price targets, dates, and I don't want to get in that discussion. Because then someone's going to come blame me when their definition didn't happen. And I said the M word. You promised us, Tony. All right, we broke through 587 key resistance. Can we leg up from here? This is what we've been waiting for. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. APE is not doing anything, so I'm going to go straight back to this chart because that looks a lot more fun. I hope that any shorts that got wrecked on Friday are coming in and trying to short it right now. Yeah, it was a small amount of them, but I hope they're trying and that they get fucking wrecked 2 days in a row. The walls are closing in. Can we get a $6? Can we get a $6 run? All right, we got a new high of the day, 593. 593, 166 million volume on the day. Come on, $6. Look, I just want to talk to the devil. Leave the kids alone. Let the kids have their run. Ooh. I think I'm going to stand up. Time to stand up. Come on, keep going. The judge has a case starting at 1:30. So if we didn't hear anything from her by now, and now she's got new letters to review from Izzo and Tuttle, I don't know if we'll get anything in after hours today. No, I'm getting the workout in today, dead like me. I'm getting the workout in. Got till 10 o'clock. You guys might not see me at all tomorrow. I don't know what kind of sleep I'm going to get in today. I need to get in at least a couple hours and then run to the gym. You know what sucks? Getting there at 5 p.m. because all the rush hour people. So I'll probably go later this evening, probably after 7 p.m. when I know extended trading is done, just in case. Come on, $6. There we go.
Look at this. Oh, look at this. First thing I do is I say, would you look at this?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, would you
sorry.
look at
Sorry, that
this?
was me. That was me. I banged my table and my mouse moved. My mouse moved to 607. Is that a predictor?
Let's go, man.
My mouse moved to 607. Got me all excited. Got me a little verklempt. How long have I been live? Since 3 o'clock this morning. Coming up on, well, I guess that makes it 9 hours. I literally, it jumped like this, and I thought the price jumped from 593 to 607. I was like, here we go. Now it's getting interesting. Brain playing tricks on me. Uh-oh. Scarlett's calling. Probably needs some money. He said, send me some money before you fall asleep, because I know you're going to fall asleep. Just got to buy something at the store. Anyhow, just keep punching the desk, Blazing. Yeah, that was Ken Griffin calling, and he said he gives up. Let me see what text she sent me and how much money. $60. How many times does your wife say, can I borrow $60 and I'll pay you back on Friday? Gentlemen, I know some of y'all probably just do the joint account thing, but that would be, I think that'd be suicide in my household. But you never get the $60 back, do you? You just send it, and you know that's your spouse. You just send it. I'm gonna put in the notes that this $60 is for Mo ass. All right. I did spell it exactly like that, Dan. So funny. 37 says, I sent Adam Aaron a DM about missing the deadline to claim my free NFTs. He never responded. You know, none of those guys ever respond to me. John Merriweather has, I've asked him a couple of finance or 10Q related questions, mostly about half the time won't respond. Adam Aaron, I've never heard from that gentleman. Mostly what I send him is complaints, though, so he probably doesn't want to answer me. Very nicely worded complaints. Like, why don't I have a bartender at my AMC on a Saturday night, Adam? They got that fixed now, though. Every time we've gone, there's been a bartender. So maybe he listened, he just didn't want to answer. I don't know. I would not hold your breath waiting on an answer from the NFT folks, but maybe email investor relations and see if they can be of any help. Kenny Kaufman, thank you. King Louis. I know, brother. He says $60 is nothing. Wait till she has a baby. Believe me, man. You know how many times she asked for money to buy damn food for her rabbits? Those rabbits eat better than I do, I swear, man. Yes, I'm aware of the expense for a child. Good one, though. I mean, you're right. You're spot on. Honey, can I have $300? I got to buy 12 diapers. Can I get about $350? We're out of formula. Why are we buying formula? And don't they make cloth diapers? Rinse that shit out in the toilet like my mom used to. The old-fashioned way. Don't be lazy. Those damn disposable diapers. Don't you know that's bad for the environment? Just rinse it out in the toilet and then throw it in the washer. Did y'all's mom do that? You old folks? Old like me? Back in the day, we didn't have disposable diapers. Come on, 607. Yeah, Diatog, we looked at Tuttle's letter earlier. You could probably scroll back and hear me read it. We read through Izzo's letter, and then we read Tuttle's letter. I'm working on an hour and a half sleep here, and I really don't have the patience. I'll let the judge deal with it. And whatever she says goes. That's cool. As we've always said. 603, 604, come on, 607, 605. Dan says, 2 big milk bags right in front of you. No need for formula. That's what I'm talking about, Dan. 606, 607, come on. Don't make my predictive mouse be incorrect. Chip says, we didn't use cloth diapers, we used a cork. There's 607.
Look at this. Oh, look at this. First thing I do is I say, would you look at this? Oh, would you look at this? Would you look at that? Oh my gosh, just look at it. Just look at it. What the heck is that? Oh, would you look at that? Just look at that. I mean, just get a look at that. Would you look at this? You know what I mean? Oh, look at this. Look at that. You gotta look at it this way, okay? You just gotta look at it. That's all you can do anymore. Just look at it.
I gotta bang the table with my fist more often and see what other prices we can get this cursor to land on. This keeps up, we're gonna break out the cowbell. Oh, SP says they have a sprayer you can attach to the toilets. Well, yeah, that's even better than dipping them. Blazin says, smack the cursor up to 7. You see it moving up, Blazin? Let's... 619. One short closes and the others go, oh, shit. Somebody caved. Their phones are burning up right now. Who did that? You son of a bitch. You're trying to bankrupt us. I love to think that the short hedge funds really hate each other and they're in competition to secretly trick each other. Well, yeah, let's all short it. And then one of them goes long to bankrupt the other guy. So funny. 37, welcome. Thank you for your support. Will says this price action is good for my skin. I don't even want to know what that means, Will. Lionel SB, good morning. Derek, yes. Better that it starts with us. The music is about to stop. The reason they pay me the big bucks is because I hear the music, and I forget how that story he said, Jeremy Irons. Anyways, you know what I hear right now? Nothing. Sell it. Sell it all. Cover those shorts. How long is it going to take us to unwind these positions? Sir, there's no way we can unwind these positions in one day, sir. Sir, you realize there'll be no one left to trade with when this is done.
The person you mentioned.
Who is Tuttle and the other person we mentioned? Tuttle, Brian Tuttle, Rose Izzo, two of the objectors. We got Tuttle, we got Izzo, we got Franchi, we got, who else we got? Oh, you know about Al. And that other guy. Brian Tuttle. Shit. These guys, oh, we got Ethan. And there's one more. I forget his name on Twitter. Optimal Projection or something. What the heck is his real name, that other dude? Anyways, there's like 5 of them. Serial objectors. I'm not knocking, serial. I'm just trying to remember their damn names. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you? I'm approaching about an 8. But at some point, especially when you stand up, then you get kind of your second wind. And when the price is running up, that also gives you a third wind. And you just hope that you don't pass out live on camera. Ginger Glasses guy, is that his name? What the heck is that other guy's name? Anywho, they're all gonna file objections. You watch. Al's probably got a couple he's working on. Ethan's probably got one. Don't forget to go to Al's website, sign up with your name, address, phone number, and email so he can let you know about the next class action lawsuit. Be one of the early adopters. Get on board. Doc Zeno, you are now entering phase 2 of sleep deprivation, where you're in complete denial that you're in sleep deprivation. You start exhibiting odd symptoms like speaking too rapidly and having erratic movement, and your body actually feels like it's in denial that it's in sleep deprivation. Phase 3, you just collapse. Put some pillows on the floor. I told you this story that one night, right? I don't know if I told all of you guys that. It was a Monday night, I think, and Karen and Devinda Vosher and probably Doc Zeno and probably Tyler, all of you sadistic punks were you were wanting me. What was the challenge to do a shot? I don't remember what we were doing that night. It was I was doing a shot like every 5 minutes, it seems like. What were we playing a game that night or what? Anyways, I guess I had not eaten any food.
We were doing bingo night.
It was bingo?
When owners call a report, and we said every time someone said a certain word, you had to drink. And we picked the right word, and you got plastered.
Yeah, that night I fell asleep, Tyler, right down here on the floor, and I don't even remember it. And Scarlett came in and got me and apparently helped me to the bedroom. That I do not pass out drunk. But that night I did. Very amateurish. I was sitting down drinking and I let you guys talk me into having too many. But it was fun. It was fun in the moment. It was not too fun the next day. No, I did not throw up. I couldn't even make it out of this room. I was like, well, I'm pretty tired. This spot looks good on the hardwood floor. No pillow, no blanket, just looks good. All right, the mouse ticker worked. 619. Bang the table some more, Tony. Let me scooch this down. I'm going to give it a minute. Was it during a J. Powell speech? I don't remember, Anya. I just remember you guys were egging me on to take shots for ridiculous things, and I was like, all right, I'll do it. What the heck? And
That's it, Tony. J. Powell's speech. Inflation.
But it was at night. It was at night. It was at night. I think I still have that live stream, but I think I put it on private because I don't even know what occurred. Maybe I'll go back and try and find it. I don't rewatch my live streams, but I knew enough when I woke up that morning to not take a chance with that one.
Yeah, it was after hours, like 5 o'clock or something. You got plastered. Very great.
Ah, the good old days, Tyler. Cost to borrow is about the same, 900 to 1,000%. Let me just refresh. Yeah, the same, 977. I got a lot of... Doc Zeno says it was bingo night. Maria says it was the PAL speech. Was it PAL bingo?
Yes, it was inflation. We picked the word inflation.
Oh, God. I should probably review that.
I'll bet you $100.
No,
I bet you $100. It was power speech.
I believe you. I already said I don't remember that night.
Well, you were sleeping. Oh, Denver. What a shit city you are.
Saif says, Tony, you blocked me on Twitter, even though I don't have tweets.
Tony, you blocked from you Twitter despite I don't even have any tweets, nor I liked or commented on anything. I really found your account useful, and it was disappointing that you blocked me.
I'm sorry to hear that, Saif. What's your Twitter handle? Type your Twitter handle in here and I'll take a look. About a week ago, I went in and I blocked 100 people that were either brand new accounts with no history of tweets, because that is bot behavior. So if the account was brand new and had no history of replies, tweets, you know how the bots set up these fake accounts. I blocked a bunch of those, and I blocked anybody that has their tweets locked. Like if I can't see what you're tweeting, then that's an automatic block for me. I'll take a look. My friend. SAIFALAZMI. But I try not to block people on Twitter as long as they're not assholes. The only other criteria I have, like I said, and I only do this twice a year, is I look for bot-like behavior. No followers, brand new account, no tweets. So let me, I've got this right here written down on a piece of paper, and I will take a look when we finish up this evening. I certainly, I don't want to block people. I'd prefer everybody have access to the information as long as you're a grown-up about it.
Is my Fisrat time here and I will stay. Greetings.
Thank you. I miss doing these daytime live streams with you guys. Remember that first year sitting on the chair, the torture chair? The chair of pain. I would sit here for 6.5, 7 hours a day on a fucking solid pine chair. No food, no bathroom breaks. Well, I guess we're doing that again today. No food, no bathroom breaks. How does he do it? Is he wearing adult diapers? Discipline. When you train your body over the years, especially if you were in Iraq, You learn how to recycle your own urine before it comes out. Don't even get me started. The chair is right here, by the way. It's safely tucked right here as a fond memory. The new chair, much better. Old chair, still close. I reach out and caress it from time to time for old time's sake. I did not serve in Iraq. I was enlisted for 9 years, but my unit never got activated. We had the old airplanes. We had F-4s at that time. And they didn't want to send F-4s to the desert. Good for dropping napalm on a jungle, not so hot flying in the desert. If they would have run out of real airplanes, they would have sent us over there with our junkers. Eventually, we got F-16s, much more fun plane. All right, can we get a bounce here off the 48? Hold. 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 Son of a bitch. Yeah, the F-4 Phantom, the pilots used to say that is proof that if you put enough engine power behind it, you can make a brick wall fly. Thank you, Howard. Good times, man. I'd still be doing it, but they closed down the base here. Damn. Who was that? Bush? They said you could stay in. You know, we appreciate your service. We spend a lot of money training you. And we'd like you to stay in, but you're going to have to drive on your weekend duty to Louisiana or Oklahoma. I was like, hell, you realize I'm in Central Texas, right? You want me to go to Oklahoma or Louisiana? You don't pay me enough. And I love working on airplanes and I love serving my country, but can I get a parting gift? Because I'm gonna say it's been fun. I want to say it was probably Barksdale, Louisiana, and I don't remember what base in Oklahoma. What's up there? Tinker? Tinker's in Oklahoma, I think. Been a while since I had to remember Air Force bases. Not Fort Polk, I would assume, is an Army base, right? I was Air Force. Dead Like Me says, RAF Alconbury had F-4s when I was stationed in England. One of my, I met a girl in tech school down in in Biloxi, and she got stationed over there at, it's right by Ipswich. I don't even think that base is there anymore. RAF, I think it started with the H. You probably remember. Anyways, I always remember Ipswich because of the name. They had a not very nice name for the ladies from Ipswich that would come to the club on base to try and pick up the military men. Well, I went over there to visit her in England, and that long distance relationship did not end up working out. Anyways, that was my first trip to England, and I was like, it's always freaking cloudy and raining here. Like, how do you guys live here? We drink. Okay. Dan, are you still around, Dan? What Air Force base, U.S. Air Force base, used to be right outside of Ipswich? Trying to remember the name of the Air Force base, Dan. I don't think it's active anymore. That used to be right outside of Ipswich. $6. Can we hold $6 and make a run for $6.50? How long have I been vaping? I never smoked growing up, other than an occasional cigar in Vegas. But when I met Scarlett, she liked the hookah, you know, the water pipe hookah tobacco. And so I started doing that just to, you know, anyways. Then we started smoking hookah too much, and it was irritating my lungs. So I said, I got to stop. I can't do that. And I bought a vape to stop doing hookah. And my ultimate goal is to stop doing this. And I'm hoping that this latest round of fitness that I'm back on will be the final push to stop altogether. But this is definitely better than cigarette smoke or hookah smoke. I would literally have pain in my lungs nonstop from that damn hookah smoke. That shit's strong. It was Bentwaters. Yeah, it was Bentwaters. Thank you. I stayed on Bentwaters. Went to visit her for a couple weeks. We did some partying over there. I remember dancing the Humpty Dance in the NCO club. The weird things that stick out in your memory. The Humpty Dance was, this is probably a vision you don't want to imagine. Younger times, guys. And we took a ferry over to Amsterdam, and she got mad. As soon as we got there, we went to a park, and there was naked girls sunbathing in the park. And she was not very happy about that. I was like, well, I guess next time I'm coming to Amsterdam by myself. Hello. And I got seasick. The only time I've ever been seasick was on that damn ferry from England to Amsterdam. It must have been some some sick waves, small ferry. I don't remember what, but I could not wait to get off of that damn boat. I didn't get like throw up seasick, but I was close. I definitely was queasy and like disoriented. VRO's Trade says, where in Amsterdam? What's the name of the park? I don't know, man. That was like in 1988. When were you in the Air Force? I did my tech school. I did a 1-year tech school in around 87-ish. And then I was full-time after tech school. Not full-time, but reserves for about 9 years after that. My tech school was supposed to be 9 months, but you have your basic electronics training, and then you have your specialization training. And we finished the basic, however many months that took, and then to get into the next section, which was even to take the class, well, you had to have a top secret clearance. There was no classes starting for like 2 or 3 months, so some ridiculous amount of time. So I basically had no training to worry about, no homework. It was free food, free dorm, free chicks being flown in to the tech school every week. You know, those newbies coming straight from basic training. And I had nothing to do but go to the club every night. And we had the beach in Biloxi. It was good times. And I had a car, which only a few people lived close enough to get a car there. So yeah, that little bit of 2-3 months, however long it was that I had to wait, was not bad. And then we got into the top secret training for my specific equipment. And because it was classified, we couldn't take the books out of the building. So I still never had homework for the whole second half of my training. Everybody else is going home to their tech school studying. Do you want to go out? No, I got to study. I got to. Are you studying? Nope. Can't take the books out of the building. It was not a bad gig. Yeah, that's where I was, Keesler. All the buildings that we stayed in, they got wiped out later. After I left, they got wiped out in one of those hurricanes. I drove by there some years ago just to reminisce, and everything was different. All the buildings got trashed by one of the hurricanes, and they ripped them all down. Thank you, Ramirez. Thank you for your service. You sound like you lived the life of Ken. I just beach, Sammy boy. I'm just here to beach. Who was that? There was a bartender in the chat earlier. Being in tech school where you don't have any homework and they're bussing in new chicks every week is like being a bartender in a tourist town. You know the lay of the land. You know how things work. And you got fresh meat being dropped off on a weekly basis. It was quite a life. And I got paid. Daniel, Barbie was okay. Look, I don't have daughters. I don't know anything about Barbie. Like I said earlier, 2 hours watching Margot Robbie, not a bad gig. The audience was laughing the entire time. We laughed a lot. There was some funny shit in there. There were some slow moments for me. Like, I don't get into the whole deep chick vibe where they're talking about their emotions and figuring out their life. But overall, it was enjoyable. And the audience in particular loved it. So I would say, look, if you got a date or a spouse or a wife or a girlfriend and they want to go see it, you could get by watching that movie just fine. There's a reason that it did so well. It's not a bad movie. It started off, I thought, a little bit cheesy, but it got better. It was better than I expected. And Margot Robbie is definitely not mid. The shower scene, I got excited, Louis. There legit was a shower scene right in the opening first couple minutes of the movie. It was not what I expected. It was not what I was promised, King Louis. Dan, aren't you about my age? There's no way we could be related, Dan. Yeah, unfortunately, the shower scene, there was no nudity. Not even fucking water. Did you know Barbie doesn't have water? She just steps in the shower and turns the handle and pretends like she's taking a shower. Come on, man. If I was director of that movie, I think it would have gone a different direction. But they probably wanted to make it somewhat kid-friendly. Joe says, Tony, fresh meat, very disrespectable. Can't believe you said that. First time here, Joe? I'm crude, and look, I'm 12 hours into a live stream where I've had 90 minutes of sleep, Joe. Anything could happen at this point. This is not a for kids live stream. Tony is an old man. Yep, he's beyond the point of caring. You want me to lie? That's how we viewed him. What's the proper way to phrase it? Someone give me a politically correct way to say fresh meat being delivered every day on a bus, every week. A new bevy of ladies. No, bevy, that's not correct. Come on, 625. I feel like we're about to go really downhill here. I could get really new prospects. There you go. All right. I like that. I knew it. I knew Rugged someone was going to take it in the wrong direction. You guys are going to take this chat downhill real quick. Oh, Lord. I thought I was being nice with fresh meat. I mean, I could have gone much worse. Welcome to the Denaro live stream. Wait till you're on the one where I'm drinking. It's no holds barred in the evenings, my friend. I am mostly G-rated in the afternoon because we're trying to work. Evenings, do not cross that threshold if you are easily offended. I will wipe everybody out. Y'all are lucky though. Y'all are lucky. Right now you're catching me at a good time where I'm not trying to drink while I get my body fat down. Still making progress. We're in a few days I can be under 20%. And then the hard work begins. Thoughts for the rest of the week, Justin? Everything this week, Justin, is going to depend on Zern. Zern and buyers. Are people willing to buy right now at $6? Are people already looking forward to Q2 earnings? We don't have a date. What's going to happen with the Fed this week? Is that going to wipe out the market sentiment? There's so many damn factors. I'd like to think that AMC can operate in this vacuum and keep pushing up. If we can keep trapping some of these shorts, let's get some short fresh meat in here. I mean, on the stock, you know, new shorts. Don't be offended. And let's wreck them. You know where I was about to go with that. Anyways, getting back to the chat. Lordy says, I have no concerns this week. I feel comfortable right now. Devastator says, not a religious man, but at the point where I'm going to start praying for a catalyst. We could do a quick prayer to baby Jesus. It's better if I do a shot first. But I'm not doing that. I got to go to the gym today. What's up, cat? Are you hungry? All my pets are really mad. Not only have I not fed myself, I have not fed any of them. Guess it's going to be rabbits on the Barbie today if they starve. Stop it, Tony. Rugged says men can be fresh meat too. Yeah, you don't think that women call men fresh meat? Of course they do. Let's get some short fresh meat in here. Tony Denaro, July 2023. Oh, Lordy. Walker's World, you are welcome. Thank you. What if AMC decided to drop the current reverse split conversion plans and instead ask for a vote to increase shares by 200 to 300 million? I mean, yeah, August 1st, the whole landscape changes with that new law. Yeah, I mean, what if they say, you know, that vote we did in March, never mind. Look, I think that's a legitimate possibility, right? Why deal with all this hassle? Fuck the vote. Fuck the lawsuit. We're not going to implement it, judge. Just pretend it didn't happen. Make the lawsuit go away. Nobody needs to get a settlement. Nobody needs to pay any penalty. We're going to do a fresh vote on August 28th. Thanks to Delaware's new law going to effect August 1st, Forget about March. New vote, annual meeting, new proxy. We only need a simple majority. Nobody can complain. Forget about conversion even. We're just going to do a vote for the common stock. New plan, new rules. Hey, it's legit, I think, a possibility. It absolutely is. You're right, Joe. Sorry for offending you. I never try and offend. I just try and entertain. Sometimes I will cross the boundaries, especially when I'm feeble-minded from lack of sleep, which is definitely the case tonight. I called it tonight. See, I don't even know what time of day it is, Joe. But yeah, I try and be mostly G-rated in the daytime. Nighttime, it's no holds barred. Now here goes Anya with the hung jury jokes. See, it's not just me. Even the ladies they're getting a little apish. Paul says, does the 200 million volume include after hours from Friday? Not to my knowledge. Should just be today. What was the volume on Friday? Friday was 85 million. Look at these 2 volume candles. Wow. Big Ad says, then APE becomes worthless if they reverse split just the common and decide to raise equity on new common shares after a reverse split in August with a new vote. Yeah, I haven't thought through, and I'm not really in the state of mind to think through all of the multiple scenarios I'd need to. I'm going to take your word for it. But I could see a scenario where APE could be worthless, and I'd need to think out multiple threads, multiple scenarios to see if I can convince myself there's a scenario where it might be worth something. I'm not in the state of mind to comment on that, but it's something that needs to be talked about. What happens if they do a new vote in August? What happens if they walk away from the March vote just to get all this off the table? I don't think they know the law is changing, and still they went ahead and tried to amend the settlement agreement on Saturday night. So is that really likely? Well, it wasn't likely on Saturday. They went with plan A, just amend the settlement. So I don't know. Who knows how desperate they'll get or what they'll decide to do. I would say expect anything until this is done. Expect more lawsuits, expect appeals, expect AMC to say, fuck it, and we're going to do a new vote. Anything is possible. That's what makes this so exciting. That's why I wanted to be here at 3 o'clock in the morning and see what happened. We're in uncharted territory, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen now. Tell me what you think about hiring Izzo's attorney to represent the APEs. Are you talking about to represent APE shareholders or just AMC stockholders in general? I know that they're talking about a new lawsuit, right? They're talking about a new lawsuit to defend the honor of APEs from the crushing oppression of having to deal with the conversion. It's just not fair to APEs. I know they're talking about that. If you're asking my thoughts on hiring Izzo's attorney to to represent them. I don't think there's not a lot of APE shareholders that are clamoring for a lawsuit. It's just Al and Ethan and you know, they're looking to add additional delays to all of this. So my thoughts are just that. The only reason they're bringing this up is all of their original objections and exceptions got denied, and they want to put additional roadblocks in front of AMC doing anything, or just punish Adam Aron. They're talking about suing him for clawbacks. And I got no problem with that part, actually. You want to sue executives for paying themselves millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars while the company was not profitable? I actually have no problem with that. Do it. If the money goes back to the corporation and we benefit, yeah, do it. I don't want them getting overpaid until we're profitable anyways. I've downvoted every compensation package since I've been in this play, and I will continue to do so. My one little way of protesting. Do something. Don't overpay yourself. Be part of the team. Adam Aron and the board and the executives. Be part of the team. Be part of the sacrifice. Be part of the solution. Pay yourselves fairly, but not so fairly that we get pissed off, and we're pissed off at your pay. Yeah, Max Dog, in the scenario that I'm just entertaining, like what if they just reverse split and then equity raise on common only and say, forget the conversion? They could not just say, you know what, APE's just going to hang out here and we're never going to do anything. They'd have to say something like, one day we'll convert it, right? I think they would need to have to address it. And probably they don't want to go that route if they can get a settlement to go through. Stick with the devil, you know. They're almost to the finish line on this settlement, I think. So they're probably just trying to make the run from third base to the home plate. Sundial moved up too. Well, yeah, it's up 2%. I need to go look at Sundial's financials and see how they're doing. Last time I looked at them, which was 6 or 9 months ago, they were on the cusp of maybe being able to start generating some profits. I said I'd come back and look at them one day. Haven't done it. APE's just barcoding. Bleep, bleep, bleep. AMC's only thing interesting. What happened with BBIG? Nothing. CH says electronic smoking is dangerous for your lungs. It is still harmful. Yeah, CH. There are a few people used to crack me up and say, oh, popcorn lung is back. Here comes popcorn lung smoking his vape while he talks about stonks. It's probably not, no, it's not healthy. I would prefer to stop. Probably should buy some of those nicotine patches and go see a hypnotist. Maggie, what was Maggie saying up here? Let's do what? What did I miss? APE still has voting rights. Yes, Xiaofeng. Even if they reverse split common, APE would still have voting rights. And as we were talking about early doors this morning, they would need to adjust the conversion rate of APE so that it's still 1-to-1, but you'd still have your shares that they would just they'd be divided. If they reverse split common 1-for-10, they'd have to say, okay, now your APE has 1/10 of a voting right. You still got all your apes, but you got 1/10 of a voting right because they got to keep them at parity. I don't know. Maybe it's too complicated financially with the market caps and all of that. Probably would make APE drop in price though. Try the no nicotine vape cartridges. Yeah, I actually didn't even know they made those. What I could do is start dialing down the amount of nicotine that's in the fucking juice. Someone asked, what flavor do I buy? I don't even care. Half the time I'll tell whatever the person behind the counter, just pick 3. Oh, Maggie said, okay. Yeah, Palantir and Sundial. I was talking to Massalori and Maggie about diving into Palantir this weekend, and he and I were going to talk about it on Sunday. And then we got Zern's written opinion, then we got the attorney's amendment, and that there went my whole weekend. I was literally talking to people for about 12 hours about this whole play on both Saturday and Sunday. Ridiculous. Can Tony last 2 more hours? Unknown. Grandma Lou, sorry to hear about your sister. Tried hypnotist patch and other gadgets, no luck. Sorry to hear that you lost her. I'm trying to think. I don't know anyone in my family that we've lost to lung cancer. We have lost a few people to cancer. It's probably not a great thing for me to be smoking anything. Read Alan Carr, The Easy Way to Stop. All right. Keep on bugging me about it. That's fine. I mean that, like, same reason I talk about going back to the gym. Me talking to you guys helps keep me accountable. Katniss, what's up? We do not want to mess with equity anymore, as then AMC holders would be upset again. Yeah, but Katniss, if they do a new vote in August based off the new Delaware law, then, and they don't involve APE with the vote, is that possible? I don't know. I don't know. A lot of stuff to dig into. I think I'm going with the fact that they're trying to amend the settlement. Is like they don't want to talk about that idea just yet. They want to just get to the finish line on what they're working on. Keeping the Face says, quit for a day, then double it daily. I like that. GME's moving now. 2.5%, not too bad. The patterns look kind of similar here, right? We had a little pump around 11:30. This one was at 125, so not quite on the same. No, not the same pattern. My bad. Let's line these up. I mean, that's similar, but not 11, 11, 2, 2. I mean, you can see a little bit of similarity here between AMC and GameStop. Little, almost like the same algo trading pattern, but if we put the SPY up against it, does it look the same? Similar. Little bump around 11:30, a little dip till about 1, and then a run up. Yeah, it's just looks like broader market trading pattern. Not an exact copy, but I mean 1, 2, 3. It's almost the same general pattern, unfortunately. Jonathan B says, thoughts on Adam Aaron's tweet about the company's future. You're talking about the 2-page letter? I don't have too many thoughts about that because we have been saying everything that is in his letter. We've been saying on this channel for 7, 8, 9, 10 months. So everybody that watches me regularly, there was nothing in that letter that was a shock. I think it's high time that I'm not the only one saying it. I'm glad Adam Aaron said it. He should have been more transparent, more blunt like that a long time ago. I'm out here being the first person to take all the arrows, and he's just tweeting about popcorn. So I always look like the bad guy. Blazin says, see, Tony, that's what separates you from Ants Trades. We recognize that AMC is moving exactly parallel to the SPY and GameStop. More or less, it's just algorithmic market trading. Nothing special about AMC trading specifically today. I know you guys want to believe otherwise, but I mean, let's go SPY. 2 more hours. That's 2 more hours of green for AMC. At some point, though, when AMC is the SPYs, I don't know how much it's being shorted, but at some point, if AMC keeps going up, then you start getting heavy short pressure, heavy short interest starts where you can get this diversion from the indexes to specific stocks. Thomas Kelly, welcome back. How am I still awake? I have no fucking clue. Pure adrenaline, nicotine, caffeine. Take a nap before or after hours. I mean, I could quit now. And I could wake up for after hours just in case. What to do? What to do? Ooh, Ape is taking a pounding right now. Is there some news? Nope. Nothing on the court opinion page. Quinn Porter says, this guy, Tony Denaro, is phony. He hates AMC. He hates it so much that he got up at 3 a.m. to live stream it all day. Do you realize how stupid you sound? Find me, like I said, one other YouTuber who supports this company and posts their movies once or twice a week, the ridiculous amount of money they spend on concessions. Find me one other one that is an A-list member. Get the fuck out of here, man. What kind of crack you smoking, Quinn Porter? God damn. Tony Denaro's live streaming AMC 12 hours. Let's go make sure he feels bad because he really hates AMC. Let's make sure we call him out, expose him for his lies. Bunch of clowns. Get the fuck out. Dev Stat says FDIC tweet observed that some FDIC insured banks are not reporting estimated uninsured deposits as outlined in the call reports. We're reminding banks of the importance of reporting accurate data. Fucking A. Damn banks. Would it be possible for them to launch a APE case before reverse split if Zern grants settlement? They're already planning more lawsuits right now. Maggie, what happens after all this goes through? AMC cannot handle their expenses. Will they be back in this position shortly after? If the reverse split and conversion goes through, then Maggie, they're going to raise money. They're going to sell new stock so that they have another 2 years of breathing room. That's my expectation. If this goes through, meaning the reverse split and conversion, they will dilute. I mean, read Adam's letter or refer back. I know you know this, Maggie, but for the new people, refer back to anything we've talked about for the last 6 months. They will sell new shares to raise money to make sure that the company survives for another couple years till the industry recovers. So if the alternative obviously is they delay the lawsuit and they being the people filing these lawsuits, and they delay AMC having the ability to raise money, then it's just which one, what's the timeline? How long can they delay it? Sufyan CPA, what's up, amigo? Why did AMC not provide a settlement for APE holders to be approved? If there is a decent risk of an APE lawsuit coming in to stop them again from proceeding with the reverse split, there's no legitimate APE holders that want a lawsuit. the same people that sued on behalf of AMC are going to be the ones now suing on behalf of APE. It's all a delay tactic. They literally said this weekend, it's about time that we take care of our APE brethren and file a lawsuit on their behalf. I heard them fucking say it. This is not a joke. But they are a joke with that train of thought. They think they're cute. Powerhouse says if Adam Aaron stepped down, that would skyrocket AMC stock. Well, my logical question to those of you that want him to step down is who would you replace him with? I know the guy stocks and crypto plays wants to be CEO. Is that who you guys would put in there? Who's the replacement that you're going to be happy with? Tell me a name, because the next Wall Street guy that comes in, the next any executive with experience that comes in is going to do the same thing. How about me? I would. There are some things that I would like to explore, Maggie, as far as additional revenue opportunities. And I think AMC is probably looking at them, but they don't talk about them enough. Like, why aren't we doing more events? For example, why aren't we hurrying up and doing anything about getting more independent films? Or maybe even, weren't they talking about bankrolling some movies? Like, what's the holdup on not being hostage to Hollywood? But people would hate me as CEO because I'm a dick. I'm not a good cradler of feelings. I would be very decisive in my decision making, but I'd need a investor relations, like, really friendly person to to go do all the public talking. Why not fire Nicole Kidman? Yeah, I'm curious. Wait, you said fire? Why not fire Nicole Kidman? I'm sure they paid her one time. I'm questioning why Adam said, let's hire her again for another commercial. I mean, he seems to be in love with her, but why her? I don't know. And why so much money? I don't know. Why not hire some apes? Surely, with the millions of people we have, could we not do some auditions? Get some other photogenic faces up there and talk about, I don't know. Don't even get me started on Nicole Kidman. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like redheads. I like Nicole Kidman. But much like many of you, I am also looking for ways not to blow a bunch of money. Right? So funny. I every time I see that Nicole Kidman commercial, and I say this to my wife, I'm like, why are they showing her in a empty fucking theater? Put people in it, make it look like they're having fun, make it look like theaters are where everybody wants to be. Sit her in a crowd and mic her up so you can hear her voice while everybody's cheering, crying, clapping, whatever for a movie. Nicole is talking to the camera that's zoomed in from across the theater, and we got the whole audience there. But this whole thing of her walking into an empty theater never made sense to me. You want to sell the sizzle, make it look like people are in the theater having fun. Not dismissed yet, George. We're waiting on a decision about the settlement. Hang on one second. I got an Amazon package, and there are thieves, you know, that follow these Amazon trucks. Let me go grab it. Bring it inside. What did I order? Flexible aluminum laundry dryer duct. I'll give a prize to anyone who knows why I had to buy this. Some of my regular viewers can probably guess it in a heartbeat. To make a bong. Not the wife, not a bong, and not the cats. Yeah, Dan got close. It was a rodent, and Anya nailed it. It was fucking rabbits. What do they not like to eat? Why are you going to go in the laundry room and chew up a goddamn aluminum duct? This one has a hard PVC black plastic around the aluminum, so maybe that will hold them off longer, or maybe better, just close the laundry room door, right? Can't count on anything. Don't get rabbits. Wasn't my idea. Micah, what's up? Will you fix it this evening or go and work out? I mean, that takes 2 minutes to replace. And I'm definitely going to the gym. There's zero doubt about that. I will be going to the gym, but it will probably be after 7 p.m. when the aftermarket is done. Once we... You know what's going to happen? We're going to hit 3 o'clock, and I'm going to say, well, what if Zern drops an opinion at 3:15 like on Friday? We could literally just sit here all the way till 7 p.m. Why not? Let's go 24 hours. Who needs sleep? Sleep is for the weak. Volume on AMC is now what? 217 million. That is sick. Electrify the duck. Anya, I like how you think. Jason says Zern is not dropping nothing for at least another week. I hope you're right, brother, because I need to sleep. I need to eat and I need to sleep. You can sleep after the squeeze. I remember back in the old days when I started my corporate job, my first couple positions before I went salary were hourly. And they always were asking us to work overtime, which is fine because we'd work time and a half and then we'd work double time, double pay. You know, you get 2x your hourly rate. And we'd come in like dragging on Sunday morning to come work. And we'd just say, look, you can sleep when you're dead. Today, we're here to make money. Today, we dine in hell. AMC 598, APE 174, Bed Bath & Beyond 31 cents. I'm not dead yet. Bed Bath & Beyond still hanging in there. BBIG up 33% today at 446. What other little meme stonks we got going on here? DWAC 1760 down 12%. Well, that little rally didn't last very long. Finger up 5%. Why? This is kind of funny. I don't want to. Just look at these two ticker names and you do the math. I'm not going to offend anybody by saying it out loud. Moving on. GME 2278 up 2.7%. Hycroft Mining. Hycroft down 5%. Still hanging in at 44.5 cents. Not too bad. And Mullen. Mullen is at 0.12. 12 pennies for Mullen. Candace says no more $25 million commercials. I'd be okay with no more $25 million commercials, Candace. But I honestly, you know, I would have liked an accounting of where was that budget spent. How much was on residuals? How much was on TV? I know they're not going to, they don't want to competitively give that information away, but it seems irritating when you don't know the details. Where did that money really go? I don't watch TV, so I don't know. Someone told me they saw it on TV. The only time I see it is when I'm already in a theater and I don't want to see a commercial for a place that I'm already in. That's like walking into McDonald's and you have McDonald's commercial playing on the speaker. Why? Do I think anything goes in after hours? It still could be pretty interesting in after hours, sure. Yeah. Look at PWM. I know the float was way lower, but remember that one traded all day at $5 and then went boop to $30 in after hours. Anything can happen when the volume is lower and volatility is higher. But that could be to the good side or the bad side. I'm mostly just waiting on news from the court or news regarding the case. Iron Man, I bet you're right, amigo. Going to be some major FTDs showing up in a few weeks when we get today's report. Damn straight. Damn Skippy. I like that idea. Nicole Kidman walks into the AMC bar. Tom Cruise is back there shaking up the shakers, tossing them up, catching them behind his back. Hey, Red, you want a drink? And AMC reintroduces commercials. Not commercials. AMC is proud to reintroduce intermission on movies that are over 2 hours. Come to the bar, get a drink with Tom and Nicole. Yeah, why are they not doing that? So irritating. I would love an intermission to go refresh my drink without missing 10 minutes of the movie. Mr. E says, can they just keep filing lawsuits and the court not notice? I mean, well, the court's going to notice because they file them with the court, but is the court going to see the tactic, or is the court just going to say, well, that is their right? I don't know how the court is viewing that, but we know that in general, the objections and the exceptions all were dismissed. So I don't think they're really making any headway. They threw a lot of, to many of us, important issues that we all care about up against the wall, hoping that something would stick. But the judge was very focused on addressing the very specific items to this case, and a lot of the things they brought up just weren't germane to this case. So I don't know if they come up with some new lawsuits that are relevant. They could be heard by the court. Absolutely. English guy says there are Twitter posts saying there's a dismissal notice. All right. I don't see anything. Yeah, I mean that's a fair point about how do you plan for intermissions with the bar and concessions, and I don't know how the whole logistic works of planning staffing. It's irritating enough, like on a busy night like last night, one bartender. I think we waited a good at least 10 minutes to get our drinks. I was like, man, this bartender moving slow. Come on. Get some hustle. Get some hustle in that hiney, honey. But at least they have one now. So thank you, Adam. I did have to complain about our theater not having a bartender on weekends. At least they got one. So be thankful for small things, I guess. Sandra says in 20 minutes, it will be 12 hours that you're live. I went live at 3 a.m. my time. So 1 hour and 20 minutes. Woo, that will be a new record for this channel, and not one that I particularly care to repeat. But I'm happy to do it. And gosh, man, after the last how many ever months of not being able to hang out with you guys, probably overdue to give you some time. Especially the daytime watchers, like you guys, the hardcore. You guys are here any night I go live, and I appreciate that, and I love hanging out with you guys. But it's fun to watch the daytime action, like see the ticker and play some sound effects and get excited. And soon we will be talking again about others beside this one. Don't think this is not a one-trick pony. We're gonna get back to making. Remember all that money we made in 2021? Those days are coming again. Just play smart. Get a good entry. Get out. Whatever else you're playing. And our job right now is to make sure when the economy is back in full bore that we are ready to go hardcore. I am seeing lately a lot of interesting plays, and we talk about them in the Discord, but I don't know that there's enough to talk about on a daily basis for a daily show. Spy is dumping. AMC going down with it. Sufyan, I know you. Sufyan says, amen to day live streams. I know you want them, Sufyan. I know. I hear you. David asking how many shares does Antara hold now? So at the end of June, David, we got the last Form 4 where they had to disclose their ownership. And they had 93 million, and that put them under the 10% threshold. And after that, they don't have to report anymore. So we don't know. We don't know. Now, by my guess, you know, if they would have stayed on the trajectory of daily sales that they were on, I had been telling my guys that they would be out of their play, out of their position by around July 20th or so. So I don't know. Soon. We will never know, but I tell you one thing I do know. Antara was never doing a hostile takeover of AMC. Friends. Friends. Urgent news, friends. Breaking news. Please like and share, friends. Did you know, friends, that Antara is doing a hostile takeover of AMC. Yes, friends. Look at this, friends. I just found this form from 3 months ago. Did you know, friends, that Antara holds 225 million shares of AMC, friends? By the way, go out and get a suntan. Don't use suntan lotion. It has a lot of poisonous chemicals, friends. Sun is good for you. It cures cancer. It cures bulimia. And it cures diarrhea, friends. I love to get my sunshine. And you should too. Now, friends, what is Antara's plan? Yeah, they were never doing a hostile takeover at AMC. What a crock of shit. When I mentioned the daily sales to my good buddy that was clickbaiting that theme out, when I mentioned, what about the daily sales showing their position declining daily? But do you have any comment on that? Tony Denaro, you're a hedge fund plant. You're a shill, Tony Denaro. I won't answer your question. I will insult you though. Let me come up with a couple good ones. Is Mastalorian your boyfriend? Anyways, he's entertaining, guys. It's fun, funny guy. Funny guy. True story, he also believes the earth is flat and covered by a dome of water. Dan says, Tony, wait, Mastalorian's your boyfriend. Okay, Dan, you can have him, but you're going to have to fight Dana. I think Dana's got her eyes on Mastalorian. Please play the clip where the guy says, no one's selling. Oh, man. Let me see if I can find it. We missed that guy. Oh. I think he deleted his account, but somewhere I have the clip saved. Oh man, I really don't want to search through 2 years of video clips. I have them saved. I'll put them on the soundboard. I know, it's a letdown for today.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
I'll find it and we'll play it on the next one. What's up, Loki? You're getting hungry? Cat's going wild. Rabbit staring at me from the back of the room. Y'all are being really patient, and I appreciate it, and the audience appreciates it. If only I had some frisky treats here to drop to you. All right, Richard says BDRX getting ready for a run. A pharmaceutical company. What's the skinny, Richard? Give us your breakdown. $130 stock down to $6. Well, 1,000. I'm guessing, Richard, they had a reverse split or two. Holy. Look at this, guys. $1,567,992 per share. See, there is proof. There is all the proof you need, friends. Stocks can run. Friends. Look, what more do you need to see? Look, at one point, someone was willing to pay, this is sarcasm, by the way. Someone was willing to, I've heard people say this, by the way. At some point, someone was willing to pay $1,567 million, $1.56 million per share. Friends, it's trading for $6.38 right now. Nothing but upside here. And look at the discount. Look at the value. Nowhere to go but up. I'm just teasing. I don't know anything about this company, but these are fun price charts to watch when they have these reverse splits. Yikes. Let's see what the history. BD. I have legit heard people say that. This stock Mullen was once trading for $1,000 a share. It's only 13 cents now. What a deal. Jump on board. BDRX did a 1 for 80. There must have been more. Stock split history .com. Wow. Come on. I can't see and I can't type. Doc, is Doc Zeno still here? When my vision starts getting fuzzy, am I getting stage 3 sleep deprivation? All right, BDRX. They had a 1 for 4. And a 1 for 80. 1 for 4 and a 1 for 80. Anyways, I mean, there could be, always with biopharma, there could be good news. They often get punished until they get a product out that actually makes money. And that could be the case with them. So if you're willing to take a chance, and if you are convinced that they have something breaking news about to drop, I say knock yourself out. I don't talk a lot about biopharma companies because they're so damn risky. Like, it's basically, unless you know something specific about them, it's like throwing darts at a dartboard. Yeah, King Louis, the chart changes because of the reverse split. So that was an 8 and an 80 and a 1 for 4. So you'd have to divide that price. There's probably something else going on there. You'd have to divide that price by 320. 1,500,000. 1,500,000 divided by 320. Still $4,000. There's something else going on there, but I don't really have the time to dig into it. Michael says Mullen is going to 9 cents before rebounding. Michael, there is someone in my Mullen video comments from yesterday that swears that it's going to be, I think he said $1.15 by Friday. And we said we agreed that we would reconvene and one would issue an apology to the other at the end of the week. What do you guys think? I'm safe? He said, "Why do you hate Mullen, Tony?" I don't hate Mullen. I'm just telling you what I see on their filings and what's about to happen with this company. Now down the road, when they start making some money, there could be an opportunity to buy in cheap enough to make the risk worth it. But nothing against Mullen. I'm not short. I have no puts. But I do have people ask me about it. And what am I supposed to do? Lie? Like all the other clickbaiters? Eventually, we're going to make money with Mullen. If they could ever build a vehicle that you could drive somewhere besides college campus. $591 on AMC, up 34%. APE down 2% at 176. We got a little spy tracking action going on this afternoon. Trying to see if we can get lucky with a little breakout from the damn index. Maggie says, what is investors relation reporting? Who are we talking about, Maggie? AMC? Do we have news? Tell me where to look. Maybe the Hulk Hogan costume will make AMC run today. I tell you what, I'm going to bring the Hulk Hogan costume and lay it out on the table over here so it will be ready at a moment's notice this week. Because anything could happen this week. Richard says, been killing it every day with BDRX. I did see that, Richard. I saw that there was a lot of volatility up and down, and that can be an interesting play, right? When you have this kind of, yes, legit. No, I'm not joking. These are opportunities for your knowledgeable day traders. But it takes, I have to be careful advocating these kind of plays, except for all but my most knowledgeable traders and those with a very keen sense of when to get in and when to get out. Now you guys can see the pattern. Maybe that will continue. What's the volume? 2.3 million. 1.6 million. I'm just looking on the hourly spikes. There's certainly some opportunity there. This is over the past couple weeks. Something to consider, guys. Add that to jot that down to your little list. I would need to go dig into social media, etc., and do some other work to try and figure out what's driving this. Definitely some opportunity, no doubt. Just looking at the chart, I don't need to see anything else, but of course I would go look into it, but just off that chart, it's worth considering. Only if you know what the fuck you're doing. Michael says, I don't understand why AWN hit a new low after it popped to 75 on Monday of last week when it has a PE of 151, when 4 funds bought at $7 and the high is 18. We're talking AWN. AWIN. Well, E.F. Hutton on the 10th pumped it with a price target of $1. Now, E.F. Hutton in my book is very sus. And I mean that. I see this a lot on penny stocks, especially if they're in charge of dumping some shares. They'll put out a fake price target. Then they will deploy all the social media bots to talk up a stock because they have shares that they want to sell. And I haven't read through all this. I don't know if there were shares available to sell. I'd need to go through and look. But that is often what happens. And if I see E.F. Hutton pumping a price, I'm already a lot suspect. So that pump from E.F. Hutton happened right about here, and they got the pump they wanted. Maybe, I don't know. They dumped some shares onto retail, and then psh, boom, it's done. I don't know. I would need to dig in further, a few weeks or a few months back, and see if they had shares that they were trying to sell. But I see a price target of $1. And I do not trust E.F. Hutton. When E.F. Hutton speaks, I run. Who's old enough to remember those E.F. Hutton commercials? They used to like pass themselves off as when E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. Not no more. I don't trust those mofos. Thoughts on CBDC? Yes, sir. I got a bunch. I have a crypto playlist. Everything you want to hear about my thoughts on FedNow and CBDC. It's coming. It's not coming anywhere near in the time frame that you're being told. I know it's a social media phenomenon for people to tell you. They've been telling you for damn near 2 years. They're just, they're going to let this play squeeze next week after they drop the CBDC so that they have a way to pay you. I've been hearing that bullshit and calling it bullshit for damn near 2 years. And I said way back when, there ain't going to be no consumer direct CBDC anytime soon that all these clowns are telling you. But it is coming. And FedNow is kind of like the first step. It's not a CBDC. But yeah, they're working on it. They're investigating it. I've done detailed reporting on it. But my position remains the same. It's coming. I'm not a fan. But it's nowhere near in the time frame that the fear mongers and the conspiracy theorist people are telling you. Not in the United States. Our banking system is too complex. But it's coming. And I don't like it. I do not want the government controlling all of our shit. Al from Boston just filed a new letter on the docket. Oh boy. As if this day could not get any better. Mr. Matthews, open letter. All right. Are y'all ready for this? I, Mr. Matthews, respectfully move this court to take into consideration the following materials in the decision-making process for future portions of this case. I have unearthed intriguing insights concerning AMC through my perusal of the British government website. My investigation pertains to AMC's issuance of bonds in the UK. Oh yeah, I saw something about this, which is linked to the fact that the company operates a series of theaters within that region. That's true, they do. A focal point of my examination is the solvency statement issued by the AMC's board of directors affirming that the company is not on the brink of bankruptcy. Now, I haven't read that solvency statement, so I'm not sure. Maybe he has it attached as a agenda item in here. This affirmation claims that AMC possesses the financial capacity to service its debt for a year subsequent to the issuance of the statement, thereby implying fiscal stability until 2024. Then he talks about Adam Aaron's tweet saying that they could run out of cash by 2024. So far those dates line up. But then Al says that's false and misleading. I mean, fiscal stability until 2024, running out of cash in 2024. I'm not sure how that is false or misleading. Those dates exactly match in my book. I don't know what calendar Al's using. It must be the British calendar. I'm such an idiot. The British calendar. All right, let's keep going. Seriously, though. Solvency statement of the board of directors. Now, one thing I do know, if I'm not mistaken, Odeon is a, if I'm not mistaken, I'll probably be speaking out of turn here. I think it's a separate company owned by AMC. So it is possible that AMC Theatres of UK Limited may have a separate financial statement than AMC itself. But let's keep going. Yeah. That'd be my first piece of investigative work. Is this referring to a subsidiary in the UK, in which case they may have a separate set of books, which is completely separate than AMC Entertainment, the entire roll-up company. I have seen their quarterly filings filed with the SEC. Al, you might want to check those out. It includes an income statement, a balance sheet, and a cash flow statement certified by independent auditors and submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission. That is the governing document. But you want to talk about a subsidiary in the UK? All right, let's see what else you got. AMC's accounting is bad, at worst fraudulent. I'm going to highlight AMC's substantial deferred revenue of $400 million per month. Deferred revenue. Oh, perplexing. What does it mean? What does it mean? I'm trying to imitate Al. What does it mean? You tell me. I don't know. I love how he does that. He just like drops a turd in the punch bowl and then tells you to figure it out. Let me put this bit of FUD out here. What does it mean? I don't know. I'm just sharing information. All right. Anyways, he was serious enough to write the court a letter, so let's try and give him his moment here. For financial misrepresentation to occur, the facade of immaculate and seamless financial documentation must be maintained. Yada, yada, yada. I'm just so tired of busting Al's bullshit. I don't even know if this is worth my time to go pull out Odeon's books or AMC UK Limited. All right, you see, Your Honor, this is what happens when you can't keep track of your lies. You eventually might get caught, but you might be asking, how is it the financials reflect such poor performance? Here's a diagram of AMC's business model and how transactions are made. You will notice the vast majority are composed of electronic transactions and only a small percentage is cash. Okay. Now, if you or anyone in the court has ever run your own private firm and have clients that paid with credit card, you would have noticed that the money does not hit your directed accounts until 30 days after. You need the money to be delayed or placed in the state of purgatory until someone releases it. You need the money? No, that's not true. I have businesses that get paid by credit card, and it you get clearing every day, Al. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I had daily deposits from my processor. Any of you guys, am I smoking crack here? When you run credit cards on your business, are you not getting paid till 30 days later? Anybody? Can anyone that runs their own business tell me if you've had that experience? I mean, I have run multiple businesses, each with their own credit card processing, and I get paid on the daily from my processor minus their cut. But let's keep going. You need the money to be delayed in a state of purgatory until someone releases it. Well, in the case of AMC, it would be very difficult to find a card processor who would comply with the request to halt all deposits. Oh, so you need someone complicit in crime, is what he's alleging here. That's inherent fraud. Instead, you do this sort of business in-house. Please note that AMC does all their credit card processing in-house. So he found AMC Card Processing Services. Interesting. The address is in Leawood, Kansas. Okay, all right. stacking up. I see Sean Goodman's name. All right. Corporation date February 2005. All right. This is looking more interesting, Al. You have my attention. Now, consider AMC's deferred revenue from March 2020 to March 2022. Deferred revenue was consistently $400 million a month, all right? Now, if there is deferred revenue in a 10K, there's going to be a footnote that explains it, but we'll get to that in a second. Your Honor, it does not take a genius to realize that this company's accounting is bad. These numbers are unnatural in every sense of the word, Your Honor. Company on the verge of bankruptcy does not have consistent numbers like 400 million a month in deferred revenue. 400 million a month. Okay. 400 million a month. 400 million a month. What? Sorry, I just realized that I don't have the letter up on the screen for you, but 400 million a month in deferred revenue. That is 1.2 billion in deferred revenue per quarter. Guys, how much revenue do you think AMC brings in per quarter? Al's alleging they're deferring 1.2 billion in revenue a month. Our quarterly revenue is not even 900 million. In 2020 and 2021 he was alleging they're deferring 1.2 billion a quarter. Our revenue is actually 700 million in 3 months, 400 million in 3 months, but we're deferring 1.2 billion. Okay. All right, Al. But let's keep going. AMC is deferring 400 million a month when we're bringing in 400 million a quarter. All right. Your Honor, I'm willing to bet that the reason why these financials look bad is because they're committing fraud. In that case, put them all in jail, including the independent auditors. Put them all in jail. I'm saying that seriously, if this is true. And Your Honor, we would like to remind you about that postcard issue. You know, postcards, Your Honor. Don't forget about the postcards. The postcards mailed out by an independent firm called Strategic Claim Services, who provided detailed report to the court and an affidavit. But Al has appended a very succinct survey concerning postcard notifications. Oh, I can't wait to see this. I have curated a Dropbox link. Yeah, Judge Zern, do not click on that bitch. You're going to get that whole fucking courthouse infected. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. Strategic Claim Services is accused of issuing multiple postcards to individual shareholders. I did hear some anecdotal stories about that. Even heard of people that don't own AMC, haven't owned it for a long time, got postcards for sure. There were some errors. So who in the United States, how many didn't get postcards? I'm just curious. Maybe there's no. No evidence, just accusations. All right. So I'll dig into this AMC credit processing. I'll dig into that. That's you got me intrigued, Al. I will dig into that. $40 minutes to go, guys. Have I been live streaming for 11 hours? That is correct. Verily and true. Ape Love Ape says the BBIG average shareholder has an average of 107, and the CEO says they are a $1 billion company. You guys know I'm not a big fan of BBIG, but if there's a squeeze going on, I got no problem with anybody playing it. But we've always, for 2 years, have said this is not a company to hold. Now, I get it. They have a rabid fan base that was determined to hold it, but I never liked the financials on this company. They've had some good pumps, followed by some good dumps. And I keep this in my watch list. If I wasn't live streaming, like I was able to actually catch it early enough, playing these kind of runs is fun. But I would say to anybody playing this, tread with caution. And get a good entry and get out. Paul T says you would have to recognize the revenue even if a credit card is used. Can't book it as a liability. Yeah, I'll need to spend a few minutes understanding Al's letter, but I can tell you, despite the way that he portrays himself, I think that I don't know. I haven't read through all his DD, but much of what I've seen from him lacks a foundation in basic common financial and accounting common sense. So if I find that there's a smoking gun here, I will come and tell you for sure. And if I'm not going to make a video, I don't need to make a FUD busting video on him. The judge will take care of it. But if it's incorrect, I'll drop a note in the Discord. He didn't even file a motion. He just filed a letter. I know, Zeno. The MOAS will happen as soon as I fall hard asleep. I know. It's going to be my luck. I'm going to pass out hard at 3:19 p.m. because I need 19 minutes to eat. And let the dog outside, feed the cats. Nobody's fucking ate. Not me and not one pet in this house. So I got to take care of everybody. And then I'll fall asleep probably until 8 o'clock. Go to the gym for 2 hours. And somewhere in all of that, there's going to be a MOAS. There's going to be news dropping. Just my luck, Doc Zeno. Slot Massacre says it's clearly gift card revenue. That is true. Gift card revenue goes into a liability account. And it is deferred revenue. And as they're used, you move them over and recognize that revenue. I mean, we've talked about this many, many times. If that is where he went wrong, I also know for a fact you can go into the 10Q, and anywhere it talks about deferred revenue, there's going to be a footnote that it tells you exactly what that deferred revenue is. But Al doesn't often open up 10Qs or read 100 pages. He just likes to, he'll get a little hook and then run with it and create his own theory. I've got a 2-year history of dealing with his nonsense. It's not even worth my time debunking. But I'll look into it. I need to be fresh. What I'm going to do, guys, for those of you that are in the Discord, I'm going to be in the voice Discord. If I fall asleep, I need you guys to yell. I'm going to leave it running. I'll be able to fall asleep if people are talking at a normal volume, but I want you to fucking yell. And don't punk me. Don't punk me, Tyler. I want you guys to yell and wake me up if it starts running and I'm asleep. You'll know I'm asleep if I'm not talking in the Discord.
We got you, man. We got you.
I appreciate it. All right, since we got 30 minutes, I'm going to pull up the 10Q. While I'm still awake and fresh. Well, I'm not so fresh anymore. I'm beat. AMC, latest 10Q. And I bet you if I sent this over to him as due diligence, I'd be called a shill. And a paid hedgy plant. How dare you debunk my letter to the court? Find. Deferred. All right. I'm going to show you guys. You know how many times I've looked at this shit? Many, many times. Every quarter for 2 years. Deferred revenue and income, $391 million. Under liabilities on the balance sheet. Now, let's keep going. That's why it's a carryover balance of gift cards. Almost certainly. Let me get to the deferred revenue section. Well, y'all can go tell him in the comments. He was doing a live or something about this, or maybe he did a video about it. Because I remember seeing that little chart that they were showing. These guys have no fucking clue. All you got to do is read the fucking financial statements. All right. The following table provides the balances of deferred revenue. Here we go. Current liabilities, deferred revenue related to contracts with customers, $387 million. Miscellaneous deferred income, 4.2. There's your 400 million. Yep. And it talks, there's more breakdown in here because I know I've read through this before. Here is the further breakdown for Al. Al, I'm doing your DD for you. You might want to recall that letter from the judge. The breakdown on deferred revenue includes customer loyalty rewards, cash received in advance, admission revenues, food and beverage, other theater. So the customer loyalty rewards is broken down into when you prepay for shit, they allocate it in buckets based on the expected customer usage. I know all this. It's coming back to me because I've read it so many times. They take the loyalty rewards and they allocate it based on their experience to the expected buckets that the company is going to use it or the customers will redeem it between admissions, food and beverage, and other. Okay. And then reclassification of revenue as a result of performance obligations satisfied. Then you subtract it back out as it goes into cash. So this is just this big balance of gift cards and probably A-list memberships that carries over every quarter because people don't use their gift cards. They allocate it. When people use it, it comes out and it gets recognized as revenue. Includes movie tickets, food and beverage, gift card exchange tickets, and AMC stubs loyalty membership fees. Amount of rewards accumulated that are attributed to stubs. It's all right here, Al. It's not no fucking smoking gun. It's just embarrassing yourself. There's pages of explanation if you just read the financial statements, Al. Note 3, Al. Latest 10Q. Revenue recognition. There. DD done. That was easy. But you know how many people probably watched his live stream or read that letter and get excited? Oh, we got them on the ropes. You fucking dumbasses. Read the fucking 10 Qs. Jesus Christ. Mr. Cloud, thank you. He says he just signed up. I appreciate your support of the channel. You got that badge by your name now. So for those of you that are members of the channel here on Discord, here on YouTube, if you're a member of the channel on YouTube, you have free access to the Discord. It's only available to members of the channel. There are instructions in the video descriptions, but briefly, go into Discord, go into your settings, go into connections, and connect your YouTube account, your YouTube channel name, your YouTube name to Discord. And then YouTube will say, yeah, he's a member, and it'll automatically sync up and you'll be able to see the Discord. So it's really that easy, but if it's confusing, just find any one of my videos and look in the video description. There's instructions there. So y'all are asking about the threshold list. I think it's a great point. Someone said earlier with the volume today on AMC being what it is, you're going to see more shares in a couple of weeks when we get the updated FTD list. You're going to see a fuck ton, a metric fuck ton, for those of you in the UK, of new fails today. Sure, absolutely. But I don't tweet or talk about threshold lists based on 2 years of watching it be meaningless on dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of different tickers where it didn't matter for one jack shit. How does a ticker stay on the threshold list for months? One fail from institution A, hedge fuck A. If they fail on day one, if they fail at the quantity required to get on the threshold list, you will automatically be on the list for 5 days. Even if they cover it on day 2, you're going to be on the list. Your ticker will be on the list for 5 trading days. Even if they cover it on day 2, 5 days automatic. Now, let's say they covered on day 2 and they're done. They cleaned up their mess. But now hedge fuck B fails on day 4. Guess what? 5 more days. Now you're at 9 days. Let's say hedge fuck B cleans up their mess on day 8, but hedge fuck A fails again on day 9. 5 more days. And, you know, I'm just telling you about 2. There's so many people failing and so many different days that this could legally get strung out for months. And the thing that irritates me is that the SEC does not give us any transparency behind the curtain to see who, how much, how fast are they clearing? Are they clearing? We have zilch for info. But I can make a logical case of how it could be legal. But I also think that there's a lot of illegality and manipulation. And I do not like that it's all behind the curtain and we can't see it. So it's easy, just like I just explained it to you, it's easy for someone to say, oh, well, the reason why you're on the threshold list for 6 months is because what Tony Denaro just said. It could be completely correct and legal, or it could be illegal manipulation. SEC's not doing anything. I'm just guessing. I can't tell you. Somewhere between those two extremes, something's happening. And it always seems to happen on stocks that are squeezing, and it lasts way longer than it should. But since they always seem to weasel out of it and it never makes any difference, I just stopped reporting on it. And that's not just because of AMC, guys. I watch so many tickers, and especially over the last 2 years where it didn't mean nothing. And I watch people build, I watch social media influencers build it up as some huge thing to their audiences, and then they just get rug pulled in expectations. You know, all right, here's the case in point. PP show, BBBY. They used to have nightly scheduled celebrations, popping bottles to celebrate BBBY still being on the threshold list. Where is it now? 30 cents. That's just the recent one that comes to mind, where I watch people making a big deal out of something that is pointless because it's meaningless. It's indicative of a problem. Yes, yes, yes. But if anything, I want you guys to be bugging the SEC, FINRA, whoever, and start demanding transparency on threshold list. It's not good enough for us that they just post it. We need the details. That should be public information. Then I can tell you what's really going on. Right now, we're at a loss. We're at a loss because we don't have any data. If the camera is messed up, guys, click on the cog wheel in the bottom right-hand corner. Go to quality. This is YouTube, and select 1080p. And that should fix it. I saw it up on my screen there too. It had me on 144p. I'm broadcasting in HD. So go into your YouTube window, bottom right corner. There's probably a little cog wheel. Change the resolution. YouTube does that sometimes. Yeah, that cat is pissed. Fitz, are you hungry? Oh yeah, he comes running now. Come here, Fitzy. We're gonna ease into this last 20 minutes sitting down. Come here, Fitz. Are you hungry? Come here. Doc Zeno wants to say hello. This is our big boy. You hungry? I know. I'm a bad cat dad. Fitz was upset because of Al from Boston. This damn cat, man, half the time when I'm working here, he loves to jump up here and he will literally lay down right on my keyboard. You gonna look in the camera? All right. I know. 20 minutes, Fitzy. All right, as we are wrapping up the day, looks like we're at 587. That's not too bad for AMC. Still up 33%. APE at 178. Now I got the other one circling from the other side. 178 for APE. GameStop is at 2277. The SPY is green just slightly and trailing off into the end of the day. Fitzy, I can't see that monitor. You're in the way. Highcroft, for anybody that cares, 44 cents, down 6% today. And, oh, we wanted to look at Mullen. I'm just going through the ones that I'm very curious on these couple weeks. Mullen has a vote coming up on August 3rd. Proxy vote with a 1 for 100 reverse split. It's going to be interesting. Oh, what? What? And Bed Bath & Beyond, 31 cents. BBIG, 509. Doc Zeno says he's on 42 hours of no sleep, over-medicated myself using an experimental drug I got my hands on. Is that the new girlfriend, Doc Zeno? Fitzy, are you hungry? You don't want to talk on the microphone? Just want to bump it. Thoughts on Bigham's thesis? Tell me, fill me in real quick before we run out of time, guys. I have not had time to watch Bigham's video. Someone sent me something a day or two ago on Twitter. Something from him that was like 5 minutes long. I remember looking at it. But give me a 2-sentence summary of his thesis. Yeah, Mike, don't tell my wife that none of the pets ate until 3 o'clock. She would be mortified. She literally thinks her bunnies are going to die if they don't get breakfast out. I have never waited this long to feed any of them, but I know the cats and the dog are not going to die. I'm not sure about the rabbits. Are we still on the threshold list today? Let's check. In what, Fitzy? I can't even type around your threshold list. I'm losing it. Yep, as of 7/19 we were. Let's see, as of 7/21 we were. Yep. AMC, BKKT, and SDRL, 3 stocks on the threshold list. So there's no update for today just yet. But there will be later tonight. What other important questions have I missed here? Albert, print trillions in months, hand to banks. They pump the top 12 stocks, only bubble come in the rest of the world. I'm going to let that's Bigham's baby, his thesis about the banks and how this all interplays. I'm going to continue to say, that's a whole nother batch of due diligence and investigating that he loves to do. And I don't have time to delve into that because I'm looking at so many different stocks. You guys think I only do AMC, but I'm looking at a bunch of stuff. I don't have time to dig into all the bank stuff. So I will defer all of that discussion to him. And if and when he is right, I will give him all the praise and credit. I do think that the banks are in trouble, yes, but it depends if you believe the books that they are telling us or not. And yeah, I'm worried about the rest of the world abandoning the dollar. Yeah, he has a lot of good points, but I'm not going to be able to speak at a level to ever repeat coherently anything that he's saying. I can listen to his live streams and enjoy it and understand what he's saying, but for me to regurgitate to you his talking points, I could not do that. When I'm listening to him, I'm like, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't think you'll see any videos from me pushing those talking points. I just, hey, if he's right and something causes a couple stocks that we're in to squeeze, great. I hope that we don't have a U.S. economic meltdown just to get one stock to squeeze, because that's going to really hurt a lot of people. But there's nuggets of truth in what he's covering for sure. Was that Diaz in the house? Diaz, where the hell have you been, man? I appreciate you. We missed you the last 12 hours. He probably got some of that good sleep. Fitzy, that looks really weird on the camera. And you're messing up my focus. You got to move. Go over there. Vacay. All right. I hope it was good. Welcome back. Sammy Boy says all apes have come out of the woodwork today, including me. Well, welcome, guys. I'm glad y'all stopped in. All right. Is there one person in this chat right now who's been here with me nonstop? I will allow you a potty break. Is there one of you that's been here the entire time? I know I've seen some of y'all come and go. I've had no food breaks, no bathroom breaks. I will allow you. I'll allow you a food or bathroom break, but who's been here the entire day? Real Rugged says yes. Steve says yes. Rick says yes. You guys are the real OGs. Andrew since 5 a.m. Thank you. Kelly Boy says partially, few naps in between. Man, I'm jealous as hell. Doc Zeno says he's been here since 3 a.m. Bless you. And secondary awards go to those of you who have left and come back and been here. Especially if you were here at 3 a.m. and you left and came back, you got second place. Second place for being up at 3 a.m.
I was on your Discord at 1 a.m. West Coast time. Tuesday night from the back.
1 a.m. West Coast?
Yeah.
That's real OG shit right there, man. Papa Mac, what's up? He says, sorta. I mean, I did sleep away a few times. Hey, if I helped you take a nap, that is good too. Be rested and keep your head on a swivel this week, because it's going to be another week. Where remember when I said a couple weeks ago, until this is done, we need to sleep with toothpicks in our eyes, because you never know when news is going to drop. These guys even like dropping stuff at 11:30 p.m. on a Saturday night. Who does that? Who does that? These attorneys with their amended settlement. David, second place. MD, since 1 a.m. Jason, thank you. Dan, thank you. Aaron, thank you. Do I see any action happening after hours? It's certainly possible, right? After hours, we get much less volume, much easier to move the price up or down. Definitely could be action. It depends on who shows up in after hours, buyers or sellers. The safest thing is just for it to trade sideways, but you could see big moves either way if somebody's trying to make a move. And then, will we get any legal updates from Zern? I'm gonna heat up my food. I barbecued some chicken out on the grill yesterday. I'm gonna heat up some of that in the microwave and try and stay awake for 15 more minutes after the market closes. Don't worry, I'm not gonna subject you guys to having to watch me eat. I don't do that. But I'll be here on Discord. If you guys are on Discord, I'll still be around. And in the voice chat. And then after that, I'm going to go try and crash for at least 2 hours. And then the gym, and then we'll see. We'll see what's next. Don't forget, if you weren't here earlier, today is a great day to contact your broker and ask them, what do I need to do to enable after hours trading, pre-market after hours? If you don't have that enabled, you saw what happened Friday. Zern is probably going to drop her updates after hours. You don't want to be left out in the cold. So today's a good day to knock that out. Dimitri watching us on a beach on holiday in Turkey. Never been there, would like to. Heard it's nice. Thank you, Dimitri. 12anomic, thank you. Selling Booth, you are welcome. Dan says, is the one-legged chicken okay? Yeah, Dan was making fun of me because I had 5 chicken legs on the Barbie, on the barbecue. Not to be confused with Barbie the movie. Like there's a one-legged chicken running around. Investor Place just posted that AMC is inches away from bankruptcy. Oh, great. They take Adam Aaron's letter and run with it, or what? Here we got Wedbush reiterates AMC with an underperform. Do you fucks not realize what Q2 earnings is going to be like? Let's see what these guys have to say.